Hey everyone, Disappointed Giant here. Welcome to a giant, pardon the pun, welcome to a giant video. I'm going to start here by going into my accessibility settings. I got like some secret zone, and I think I have an outline or two enabled here just in case folks wanted to see it. But we're doing it. We're doing a full playthrough of Dead Cells. So we're looking at 6 runs here, going all the way from a fresh file, so you can see save slot 2. We're going from a fresh file at 0 BC all the way through to a 5 BC clear. So this is going to be a chunky one. I think, what are we looking at here? Yeah, it's like it's almost 5.5 hours long. So this is huge. It's a big video. But this is something that I wanted to do for a long time, and timing-wise and everything, it just happened to line up. So got some couple good things planned for later in the video too, but just want to cover some bases first here. So again, 0 BC, just immediately starting right off the bat. Talking to Tutorial Knight here, she appears, this little generation here appears at the beginning of every fresh file, which kind of gives you a little bit of a heads up about how you can keep coming back, and you're not the first one to find yourself in this situation. But yeah, so normally, and again, I'm going to talk more about the video at length as we go on, but I want to make sure I talk about this here as we're seeing it. So normally what I do when I start a fresh file, I always take Brutality. The Rusty Sword, the default sword that they give you, actually has really good breach. Like you'll see here after like 3 or 4 attacks, especially on the zombies. I think they take 4 hits, but you'll see when I'm not ground slamming and I'm just attacking normally, you'll see that the zombies take a few hits. They're going to stun. I'm going to parry here, I think. Yeah, they'll stun, and then you can finish them off. So if this is, if you haven't played much from 0 BC, or you're starting fresh, or whatever it is, in my opinion, the Rusty Sword's always the best way to go. The beginner bows here is just to kind of teach you how ranged items work, but Rusty Sword's the way to go. So I'm going to grab that. I'm going to grab red scrolls right off the bat. I also enjoy taking Brutality because it allows me to not have to think when I pick up scrolls. I can just hammer the button, since Brutality is always the first option if it's available. Like if you don't, unless you have a bad dual scroll. But yeah, so I already got. This is going to be really funny. This video is going to be something else. Already got 28 kills. So the way that I'm going to do, at least for the first couple of runs here, I'm going to try to get the kill door. So here we go. We got 30. And I'm going to kill enemies until a blueprint drops. So basically whenever you play a level, you have a chance. I think this might be Blood Sword. Yep. So whenever you play a level, you have a chance to get 1 blueprint, 1 weapon blueprint, and 1 outfit blueprint. So normally, like if you've seen some of my runs, I like to clear everything out. But in the interest of time here, once I get all the scrolls, once I get the blueprint, and hopefully once I get the kill door, I just mosey. I just make it to the next section here. So for me personally, whenever I start a fresh file, this is just my own standards that I hold myself to. I don't allow myself to continue unless I get both the 2-minute and the 30 door, just because those 40 cells are super important early on. And here we go. We got our boy. We got our friend the Collector here. It's the first time you meet him, get a blueprint, bring it to him, and he'll hook you up. So generally, what I would recommend doing is once you start getting some cells, get your first flask, maybe think about recycling, some gold reserves, stuff like that. But I don't think I unlocked the flask until maybe after, I don't even know. I also, here we go, Assassin's Dagger, little secret you can get beginning of prom. I also don't usually spend cells until I get to the forge, because one of the things that, surprise, surprise, one of the things that I love to do early on is to make sure that my forge is as bumped, as jacked as possible as early on. So I usually get up to 100% plus I'd say within like this 2 runs. I don't think you can get enough cells for the 500 within a single 0 BC run, but I get pretty close to it. But as you can see, I did, like I mentioned, I don't continue unless I get both the kill door and the time door. I was able to grab a tactics amulet from the time door and a balance blade. I think it's a plus. Whenever you get a time door or a kill door, the gear level is of higher quality than normal. So whatever it is, again, I don't recall if it was a. I'm pretty sure it was a plus. It's really good when you get like a level 4 plus right off the bat. As you can see, it's doing great damage. And in addition, it does with every hit. I'm pretty sure. I don't think it says poisons the enemy. I think every hit gives a toxic cloud, so that's going to get nice poison build up there. And I just got the Vine Rune. So the Vine Rune is the first movement item, the first movement rune that you're going to get. It's always in the prom when you start in the prisoner's quarters. This is pretty much the only place you can go from the get-go. But yeah, so I get this balance blade. As you can see, I'm doing good damage, killing everything. Whatever, one or two hits. I think it's after 10 successful hits, the balance blade will start to do crits. The damage also increases with each attack, which, as you can see in the top right hand corner, I took combo as my first mutation. Those two work so well hand in hand. So the balance blade attack is going to get a little bit stronger the more you use it, and then combo is going to make it even stronger. So especially from the get-go, this is a great setup. And as you can see, I'm just totally cruising here, just totally cruising through the prom. So my goal here, again, like I was saying, I'm going to try to get the 60, and then I'm going to wait to see if there it is, get Spartan Sandals. So I got my #1 blueprint there, so there we go. So now I know all I need to do is kill the rest of the enemies that I can, or excuse me, kill as many enemies as I need to get the 60. So we're looking at another 11, and then I'm going to go. Again, I feel like this is a little bit more in style with like a Daniel or Modesto kind of vibe, where, you know, they'll go through a biome, kill what they need to, and then, you know, leave some stuff on the map or whatever it is. So at least for 0 BC and 1 BC, we're gonna be doing a lot of that kind of like quick movement, you know, flying through stuff, not picking everything up. And since I don't have recycle unlocked, I'm going to be leaving a lot of things on the map. So as I start to play, my gold level is not going to be as high as it normally would be here. Yep, and you can already see here, looks like I got a good, of course I take the hit right after 60. Looks like I get a good duel here. I don't know, it could just be, what is the word, confirmation bias, because I'm looking for it. But I feel like on 0 BC I have better luck getting dual scrolls right off the bat. You know, there's no stat manipulation usually coming into the first level with, you know, 331. Anything good here? Am I going to take Firebrands? Am I going to do it? I'm not. I'm not. I will warn you, there's a lot of Firebrands, and especially in the first couple runs, it's yeah, it's pretty heavily used in this run. But yeah, like I was saying, I'm just going to start rolling through, lucked out with a good dual stat there. And of course, you know, since I only have that one rune, since I only have the Vine Rune, we're going to be going the normal, quote-unquote, 0 BC route. So we're looking at Prom, Ramparts, Concierge, and then Stilt Village, Clock Tower, Timekeeper, Castle. Oops. Timekeeper, Castle, and then Hand of the King. What else did I want to just mention? Okay, so now that this level is kind of underway, we got a little bit of the basics going for us here. The whole purpose of this video, it's something like I think I might have mentioned, it's something I've always wanted to do in a video, and I just happened to have some free time over this past weekend, and what I did was I did not do this all in one sitting. So this is technically a segmented Iron Man. So the way it works is once I finish a BC, I get the win, I would quit out, you know, go get a drink of water, get some food, like take a break or whatever, and then start the next run. And basically, so what you'll see is between, oh yeah, here we're going to do it, beautiful. Between every BC, you're going to see like a little fade out just because I had to splice the footage there. But there are no deaths in this run. I did not die once. For the first few BCs, I started backing up my save after every run, like just in case. But I didn't need to. I was able to actually make it all the way through without dying, which is great. And once we get through that BC, so once I finish 0 BC, I'm not going to play 0 BC again. I'm going to bump right up to 1. And then once I beat 1, we're going to bump up to 2, all the way to 5. I only played through 5 BC once. I don't get the true ending because I felt like this was enough. I felt like it was enough. The 5 BC run gets, you know, I feel like at that point you could see me start to get a little bit fatigued. But what I did was I played this run here. It was on a Friday night, and then I did 1 through 5, so I did the following 5 runs the next day. So it's still all within a relatively short period of time. And here we go. So at the beginning of ramparts, you always fight that zombie elite. Always get the custom rune so you can open up custom mode. I don't recommend doing that immediately after you get the rune. I quit out one time as soon as I got the rune, went into custom mode and ruined my save. So maybe wait a few seconds before you try it or whatever. But that's always there. One of the small optimizations I do sometimes is I will, if I'm doing like a fresh file or whatever, just for my own enjoyment, not for a challenge like this, I will leave that zombie, or excuse me, I won't pick up the custom rune. So that way, every time I come here, there's a zombie and it's going to give me whatever it is, 6 or 8 cells or whatever it is. It's minor, but I do like to do that sometimes. So, but yeah, so we're doing the Iron Man. So, like I said, it's all segmented. You're going to see some breaks between the runs. But again, this was all without dying. I'm actually pretty proud of myself. I've been playing Dead Cells for a long time. It's been, oh God, it's way too long. But I am very proud that I was able to do this. And again, it's not something I've never done. So it's exciting. And lucky or unlucky for you, I documented the whole damn thing, so that way we get to enjoy this together. Oh man. So I just want to make sure I'm covering everything here. So I picked up Firebrands from the I think I remember if it was the kill door or the time door. Picked up Firebrands, and I have that in my main and Balance Blade in my secondary. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm able to press both of those weapons using hold to attack. If you don't turn that on, you can just alternate them back and forth. But basically what's happening is the Firebrand comes out quick, and then the Balance Blade starts swinging. So I'm able to do a lot more damage, more damage more quickly than normal based on how I have those items set up. And then we're in Ramparts, so I already got 47 kills. Again, this is going to be pretty snappy. I think the 1BC video time is 44 minutes or 45 minutes or something like that. But I also go through the what do you call it? Daily challenge, and I might do something else. I kind of try to cover all of the post 0BC stuff as I can to really make this as full as possible. But got ourselves a 60, so I think now I'm just going to book it. I'm going to start, getting some scrolls, making my way out. But as I mentioned, this is a long ass video, and I'm very fortunate to have been able to break this up. So the way that the commentary works, and you may have seen it in the title or the description or whatever, I am going to be doing the solo commentary for BCs 0, 2, and 4. That way, I mean, it just worked out that way. I feel like those are the biggest hurdles for folks. New players hitting 0BC, obviously very tough from the get-go. 2BC is a big bump in enemy damage, and your weapon quality doesn't increase, your weapon level doesn't increase from the beginning, so it's a little bit of a harder slope. And then 4BC is similar, especially when enemies start to teleport and all this stuff. So I'm going to be doing the coverage for those 3 by myself. However, I think I'm more excited about this than them about the actual video. For 1BC, I will be joined by Modesto, the one and only Modesto. So the two of us are going to hang out. We're going to do post commentary together on my 1BC run. And then for 3BC, DanielSan's going to be with me. So we're going to be same thing, hanging out, doing some commentary and some jokes for 3BC. And then finally for 5BC, the 3 of us are going to get together. So I love those guys. I think everybody knows. Everybody knows how much I respect and have fun with those guys. But the fact that, we're able to, I'm able to break this video up, but also that we are all able to hang out and make it way more fun than it would have been if it was just for me. I'm super stoked. Super stoked about it. I love those guys. So if you just want to check out the commentary for those runs, I probably should have said this. I probably should have said this 14 minutes ago. If you want to just check out the commentary for those runs, feel free to click around. All the timestamps are below. And I guess that goes even if, if you're not just looking for the commentary per se, or you're just looking more for, gameplay stuff and what changes. I think I get Nerves of Steel here, right? Yeah. So sometimes here, as you can see, I just used my grenade to test to see if there was the invisible platform there. It was. I got Nerves of Steel. It's a great blueprint. It's not always there though. It's only there. I don't know what the percentage is, but it only shows up once every few runs, and once you get it, it's that's it. Once you get it, it doesn't that area doesn't generate anymore. But if you want to use the timestamps, pop around between the runs. I think I haven't written the description yet. I think I'm going to also, underneath each run, just put in parentheses what I unlocked and what I did. So that way, I'm not going to take this, am I? I think I might take this over Firebrands. There's a lot of... every once in a while, I stop here and I think, and I'm just like... You know, it's so early in the game. And again, like you can see the weapon quality. Yeah, there you go. I'm like, what do I do? I think I might leave it. I can't. Yeah, I think I just leave it. But I'm going to put underneath each BC what I unlock. So it'll be like, I forget exactly what it is, but you'll see it. But I'm just kind of talking this out. It'll be like, you know, 60% plus forge, health flask 2, recycling, like whatever. So that way if someone just picks up, am I going to do it? Look at me. I'm so confused. I can't make a decision. Oh, I am doing it. Okay. That's a riot. So I'm not even going to take the balance blade. Look at me. Oh my God. This is so funny. I'm like, dude, there we go. Oh my God. That is a riot. So funny. So am I going to go back again? No, I'm not, right? Okay, that's it. That's hysterical. But if you choose, anyways, if you choose to skip around, it should have like a little summary of what I did the run before. So I think is that everything? I feel like that's all the basics. I don't know. Who knows? I'm sure I'll think of something as the run goes on. But that's it. So again, really glad I was able to do this in general, but I'm very, very glad that Daniel and Modesto are going to be able to join me. So look forward to that. It's going to be fun. It's going to be like six little mini podcasts, I guess you could say, right? And all right, so here we go. So I'm fighting Concierge. I just took a hit. So I don't know if you remember, I did a boss guide for Concierge. I explained everything and I still took a hit. I feel like out of all of the... I'm going to get the... real quick, this is the daily challenge rune. I'm going to pick this blue thing up here. That allows you to get the daily challenge. We'll do that at the end of the video. I'll talk more about it when we get there. But taking a hit from Concierge is like, for me, it's one of the most annoying things. It's one of the most annoying things possible. Because out of all the bosses that I fought in this game, I fought Concierge the most. So just like taking a little hit from him, it's a super pain for me. But we did it. We got through. We made it through the time door. So Concierge always has a 15-minute door and a flawless door where you get a legendary in there if you beat him flawlessly. And then you meet my boy the blacksmith. So if anybody knows anything about me, all I do is talk about the forge. So I'm dumping all of my cells in there before I even unlock my health flask. And what you'll notice here is you can still drink from the fountain if you don't have a flask. So you'll be able to get your health back to full, but it's such a minor thing. It's only five cells to get a flask, but for some reason when I play new files, I just don't get it immediately. There is a part just to, I've been playing for so long that in general I don't need flasks in 0 BC, and like I just did there, if I need to heal I can usually pop it off at the end of the level, and then you have food and stuff like that. So I feel like just personally, I've been acclimated enough to not need it, but I think I like to just optimize and make sure that I fill out that forge as much as I can, as quickly as I can, because that is, again, I've said it a billion times. I feel like there was someone was like, take a shot every time GG says forge. Don't do that, by the way. I'm not encouraging that. But someone, just one of those things where it always comes up. But the forge is so important. It's so important. And who knows? We may have some new folks to Dead Cells who haven't played a lot and haven't watched any beginners guides and stuff like that. So the forge, which I just put my cells into from that blacksmith. He appears after every boss. You want to put as many cells into that as possible while also balancing out some of the other stuff. Like I was just mentioning, grabbing the health flask, gold reserve, some of those upgrades at the top of the collector's menu there. one of the other worst things about starting a fresh file is not having the runes, and then that's hysterical, and then trying to run up the walls. So you want to put as many cells into the forge as you can, because that is basically the way that your default items are going to get stronger. So I had mentioned earlier that there was a what do we got? Legendary Death Orb. Oh, let's go. I forgot about that. That's awesome. So the way that the weapons work, so you may have, you remember when I was trying to pick between the throwing knives and the Firebrands and the balance blade and all that, it had a little plus next to it, right? So it said 4 plus, 5 plus, 6 plus, whatever it is. That suffix to the weapon, so the plus or the plus plus or the S, that is the quality of the weapon. So the number is the item level, and the suffix is the quality. So if you upgrade your forge to have 100% plus ranking, so you'll see that the little bar that I filled up. We're going to see it again after the timekeeper. If you fill that up to 100%, that means every single item that you pick up, whether it's a powerful grenade or a balance blade or a shield, like whatever it is, it's always going to be at plus quality. So the way that this relates to the numbers, so if you have, again, we were looking at number 4, I think it was. If you look at a number 4 weapon, again, that's just the gear level. It tells you how far, obviously, level 2 gear is stronger than level 1 and level 4 is stronger than level 2, etc. The weapon quality, so the plus, and the S, you can think of that as if it adds gear levels to your item. So every increasing level gives you 2 additional numbers in theory. So if I were to have a 4 plus, that is the rough equivalent to a 6. If I were to have a 4 plus plus, that's the rough equivalent to an 8. So you can see how the forge is really important, because you're going to be getting those additional gear quality, gear levels. Like that stuff is super, super important. So I feel like this is not news. I feel like this is not news to most of the folks that are going to be watching this video, but I would be remiss if I did not mention that, again, just in case there's some new folks here who are just curious about the game and want to see how things work. So yeah, so I'm chunk up the forge as much as you can, and then I think I'm just going to go here, right? Yeah, I am. So I have double checking the map just to make sure I didn't miss anything. But I did not have enough enemies to get the 60. I took a couple of unfortunate hits, and I did get the Heart of Ice blueprint from the pirate captain. So I got my blueprint, knew I wasn't going to make the 60, so I just kept on going here. Here we go. So now I'm going to up to, okay, I'm getting recycling too. Health flask of recycling. All right, so I unlocked a couple things. I don't think I'm going to take anything else, right? No, I'm not. But yeah, I knew I wasn't gonna get the kill door, so I decided to just book it. And here we are. So this is the miner forge, technically is what it's called. This little dude works with the blacksmith, but as you can see here, as I'm doing very quickly, you can either change the affixes on your weapons. So like I was mentioning earlier, that toxic cloud on my balance blade. You can either spend some money to change the affixes, which are random. You don't have control over those. There's a pool of affixes that get pulled from, or you can increase the gear quality. So this is perfect. So if you were to take a moment just to look down at my item setup, the knives and the sword have, that was a quick drop there. The knives and the sword have those two they look like little maroon arrows above them, right? So that means you can tell at a glance that weapon is plus. If you were to see, I think it's gold. We'll see it later in one of the runs, but that would be S, and then I think maybe it's a single silver line is plus. I'll call it out again when I see it, but you can just tell right from the bat which items are which quality. You can see my sinew slicer, so the skill that's on the left there, that is counting down to 2-1 there. There's nothing above it, so that is just your default whatever it is. No plus, no S. So that is the lowest gear level that you can have. So that's it's also a good thing too if you're watching another video or a streamer or a friend or whatever it is, and you just kind of want to see, how somebody putting together their build, what's the thought process as far as item quality and stuff like that. Like you can see that pretty quickly. While we're on the subject, if you look at the Death Orb, you can see the yellow or the gold border around it. That is a legendary item. Each one has a specific affix. So this one here, the legendary Death Orb moves across the screen quicker than a regular Death Orb. And whenever you get one, whenever you get a legendary, you can see at the very top. And I think we might actually get one more. I'm pretty sure I get a flawless on Timekeeper, so I'll call that out when I see that too. But there's an affix that has a crown next to it that can't be re-rolled. So no matter what you do at the Minor Forge, the little guy we just talked to increase our quality, you can roll affixes until the sun goes down, and you're not going to change the crown affix. That's always going to be there. So every legendary Death Orb is always going to move fast, stuff like that. And here we are in the Clock Tower. So Clock Tower can be kind of tough. So there's, as you've probably seen, as I've been trying desperately to make sure I don't miss anything, explain things in a basic way, but also not forget like normal stuff. Clock Tower is a very vertical level, right? So the way it's structured is I think there's one main tower and then three other ones. So what we're looking for here is there's a key at the top of one of these towers, which will then unlock the door at the top of another tower. That's how we get out of here. You're generally, again, you know, talking about items and scrolls and stuff, you're generally going to want to, I'm not going to pick that up. I got double damage. I love double damage. You're generally going to want to clear out all of the towers because you might see extra scrolls. Like I think that's what happens at the end of this. I'm pretty sure I find more scrolls at the end or whatever in towers that I don't need to go up, but we're going up and up. And part of why this can be tough, so there's those cannibal enemies. They're the ones that have the swords that drop bombs and come fly at you. Those dudes are tough. And there we go. Sinew Slicer's got a single I'm tapping my screen. A single silver triangle on it. So that's how you know it's a plus instead of a plus there. That's a nice little visual. But you got the cannibals, really tricky enemies. You have the dark trackers, those little elf-looking dudes that teleport around. But you're also dealing with traps. So there are some spikes, but the more tricky ones here are the maces, like the spiked balls that come around, like that right there at the bottom of the screen. Because as you can see, you know, if that's towards the bottom of the screen, it's only going to be showing for half of the time it's around, right? So there's been plenty of times that I've run, you know, I've jumped up really quickly to go through platforms and I end up hitting that thing. Sometimes it's the opposite, where I'm like slamming down trying to get to a lower part of the clock tower and I hit them. So just be careful, especially if you're like me and you have double damage. That's going to be noticeable. And I think here, what I'm doing is I'm killing enemies just because it's really fun. Double damage throwing knives are one of my favorites. I love them. But yeah, so I think that's it, right? So I'm going to do a quick peek, covered everything. There's no scrolls left on the map. And now I'm just trying to find the door. There we go. So I got that, the clock tower key, or what is it? Clock maker's key. Pop open the door and here we go into the clock room. So as we'll see as the BCs go on later, there are some levels that have multiple bosses that you can get to, right? So do I take this? I think I might, yeah. So I'm trying to like switch things up a little bit, you know, thinking about the viewer experience. That way it's not just the same build. But some levels have multiple exits for bosses. So a good example would be the Forgotten Sepulchre. So that has an exit to the clock room and also to Guardian's Haven, which is where the giant is. But whenever you go to the clock tower, you will only be able to go to the clock room. So if you're going that way, you always have to fight Timekeeper. So a lot of folks, especially if you're not playing with DLCs, a lot of folks are going to be coming through this room a lot, pretty frequently. You need all of the movement runes and the cavern key in order to get to the giant, which is the second, the other non-DLC boss for this tier here. So you're going to be fighting Timekeeper a lot. Good news is she takes a lot of damage pretty quickly, as you can see there. But also she has a lot of really good drops. So like Lightspeed, her first drop is fine, but some of the other stuff that you get later, Emergency Triage, Tainted Flask, I'm pretty sure she gives you Velocity. There's a lot of really, really good stuff that comes out of her kit. So am I going to grab it? I don't think so. I think I'm going to keep... Yeah, I love double damage so much. So Gonna keep that, but there we go. So Timekeeper down. Got a flawless outfit, and we're going to be able to check the legendary door here. So keep an eye on the item description. It might go by quick depending on what it is. But you'll see a crown. Victim of bleeding spreads to other enemies nearby. So no matter what you roll, that is always going to be there. And I'm pretty sure I replaced my regular sinew with this. Yep. So there we go. So I got two legendaries in my kit. So that's one of the fun things for. Yeah, you can see how the top crown doesn't move there. I'm just going to crank the rest of these into the forge. There we go. One of the fun things, if you are well versed in dead cells and you go back and you play some 0BC or whatever, legendaries aren't super hard to come by, so you'll often be able to finish a run with a couple in your kit if you get some flawless stuff on the bosses. So, but yeah, here we are. So High Peak Castle. So this is the final main. I think main level is the correct word here. Oh, instant drop. Beautiful. This is the final main level in the game. So again, unless you have the DLCs where you're able to hit up Shipwreck or was it Dracula's Castle before? Yeah, Dracula's Castle. This is going to be the last level before the Hand of the King. This is the obligatory solicitation for people to also go to the Derelict Distillery. It is the same tier level as High Peak Castle, and you can get there after you beat this level once. I love Distillery. It's a hot topic. I have a video on it if you're curious that talks about the design and all that stuff. But there's no difference between Distillery and High Peak Castle as far as rewards go. So if you're not interested in Distillery, you're not missing out on in-run things. Not like there's more scrolls or better weapon quality or anything like that. But it is a great level. But High Peak Castle, here we go. So the way that High Peak is structured, so similar to how I was saying, Clock Tower has a certain structure with. Oh my God, I'm playing reckless here. I'm playing so reckless. Look at this. This is unbelievable. It's a good thing that I bought that potion, right? But similar, like I was saying, Clock Tower's generation, you got your 4 towers, you get all the traps, you get all that stuff. The way that High Peak Castle is structured is that there are 3 doors that you can go through. So there's a blue door that I just went through, there's a green door, and there's a red door. There's always an elite enemy. It's always the same. So every time you go through the blue door, you're going to see the slasher, the elite slasher that I just fought. Whenever you go through a green door, you're going to see an elite thorny. And then when you go through the red door, you're going to see 2 elite dark trackers. So every time you kill one of those elites in the doors, you're going to get a key. So if you look in the bottom right here, you can see that I have 1 gold key. So that is going to allow me to get out of the level. So I only need 2, but if you get 3 keys and you kill all the elites, you're actually going to get a bonus scroll at the end. So I personally, unless you're trying to hightail it out of here, I personally recommend going through all 3 doors so that way you can get an extra scroll, and there's a couple of extra items at the end too that might beef up your build a little bit too. So always go for the 3 doors, but so far I got 2 keys, right? So I hit the blue door, and I'm gonna start poking around looking for the green door. And I'm trying to think. So this run's not it's not gonna be super long. I think we're almost done. I'm pretty sure I was gonna say the green door is like right here. And I think I'm still trying to figure out, because I have skipped a few enemies. I got 19 kills here, and I remember being like, all right, am I gonna have enough to get the 60? Like, is it worth going through and clearing everything, or should I just continue to, just try to like make my way through? I don't remember how it ends up. We're gonna find out together, but yeah, I got 25 and we're rolling here. So what else can I tell you about this level? I feel like that's it. I feel like that's it. Mentioning levels that have 2 exits. If you have the Return to Castlevania DLC, you will be able to exit High Peak Castle and go to fight Dracula instead of the Hand of the King. So that's an option for you if you have the DLC. And I guess this is a good moment. I think I might have mentioned this earlier. If I didn't, I'll mention it now. But I'm not doing any DLC in this, so you're going to see some similar levels, familiar levels, I should say. You're going to see similar items as the game goes on, and that's because, again, I didn't want to exclude anybody. So if there are some folks who don't have, the funds or the ability to grab DLC, but they do have Dead Cells, I didn't want to I didn't want to skimp anybody out on the experience, you know. So I'm not doing any DLC stuff here. So here's where I'm starting to look around for. All right, there you go. I was like, I got 39 enemies. Let me see if I can get some more. And I just immediately roll into a wall of spikes. It's perfect. So, but again, not doing any DLC. So we're going to be hitting the same levels, same bosses. You know, again, it's not a speed run by any means, but you know, I guess you could consider this a what's a fast run, maybe. Slightly quicker than normal run might be a good way to put it, but it's definitely a speed run compared to how I usually play. Like good grief, right? So there we go. High Peak Castle down. I got all 3 keys. I opened all 3 doors. I got that last scroll, and now we're gonna be cruising on to Hand of the King. What do? I change my mutations here? I don't think I do. So I have that combo mutation. The combo mutation that I mentioned, I'm going to take Vengeance, which gives me a little bit of extra damage and damage reduction if I get hit. And then I've taken support throughout a lot of this run. So that's the purple mutation down there. It's technically off color, but you get a really good percentage, even if you take it with a brutality or survival build. So that's going to give me whatever it is, 36-37% damage to everything when I'm near a turret. You'll see the little bonus damage above my head right there, little sword. So I'm just going to shred here. So here we go. So I drop the trap, we get some bleeding. Hand of the King just immediately phases, and we're going to go again. So he's going to get one more attack in, I think. Boom. And there we go. So on 0 BC, Hand of the King phases twice. As you can see, he's protected up there. And you have to kill these enemies here. I think there's a time limit. It's like maybe 20 or 30 seconds, where if you don't kill the enemies, he comes back. But I'm going to do pretty good work of them here. And then here we go. So he has this big stomp attack. You want to keep one of those ice blocks there for it, just in case. And there we go. So there's your Hand of the King boss guide video. But we got him. So we got a flawless there. And this is, whenever you beat a BC, you automatically pick up the next one. You have no choice here. It automatically gets it for you. So I'm going to grab the T-Shock blueprint, flawless outfit, and then the Simlance. So this is necessary to break that shield. And then I'm going to kill the king here with the prompt. And we're going to get ourselves the 0 BC ending. And there we go. So 0 BC over. Quick rant. So game by Motion Twin. Motion Twin developed Dead Cells many years ago, handed it over to Evil Empire. A lot of these folks that you're going to see in the credits are no longer at Motion Twin. I know Thomas is, but Sebastian and I think Matthew and some other people are not there. So if you love Dead Cells, you should love it because of Evil Empire, not because of Motion Twin. I just feel like I had to make that clear. And speaking of Evil Empire, here we go. So I'm letting the credits roll because if you do this, you unlock the Evil Empire head. It's like the little you'll see it when it pops up. It's like a little paper bag with the horns coming out of it. But this just shows you how many people have been working on Dead Cells, both on the, as you can see, you get Thomas as our CTO, we have marketing folks. So both on the programming, the planning, and the administrative side. So a lot of folks there, great team. They put a ton of work into Dead Cells. They've been developing, I mean, the game's over now, but they've developed for, I think it's been like 5 years. So bang up job. So love Evil Empire, love what they did with Dead Cells. And now we're at the end, right? So we got our homunculus room, which is that little green glob. We're going to be going down the tube. And then I'm pretty sure I grabbed some blueprints. We're going to do a daily challenge, and then we're going to wrap up our 0 BC run. So once you beat 0 BC, you're going to be able to hit the bank up, and then I think boss rush. There we go. So it gives you a couple prompts. I'm going to grab the disengagement blueprint. Some folks have had trouble with this, but I think if you just look at where I position myself here, you can pop your head off right there, right? And then pretty easy, you just hop up the wall here and then come across. You can jump from the left side and throw your head and stuff like that, but here you get plenty of range. Grab the disengagement blueprint. I'm gonna come up here. We're gonna grab ourselves the quick bow blueprint. And then I'm going to duck down. I think I'm going to hit the tailor first because I want to try on that Evil Empire head. I was going to play through this whole thing with it, but unfortunately, you need to unlock a head that comes up in the prisoner's quarters first before you have the ability to change it. That does not happen in this run, unfortunately, so I have to just use the default. But otherwise, I would have been playing with the Evil Empire head the whole time. And here's where you change your outfit. So you get those 6 by default, and as you can see, there are many more that are locked. I grabbed a couple from flawless, getting some flawless victories from bosses, and there's tons. I think there's like 180 outfits or something. It's pretty ridiculous, but that's where you can go change them. So here we go. So we're gonna hit up daily challenge. These, in my opinion, these serve basically to unlock stuff. So if you beat the daily challenge once, you get the Swift Sword, which is what I'm going to do here. And then if you beat it 5 times, you get Lacerating Aura, which is like a really cool tactics and brutality skill that looks like Concierge's aura that kind of goes around him. And then if you do 10, you get the Meat Skewer. You can also come in here, as you can see, there's points. Like I have 0 points right now in the top right hand corner, 3 points. Like you can come in here and there's a leaderboard, online leaderboard, so you can come in here and try to get as many points as you can and compete with other people. But for me, I just don't see the point in it. I think for me it's, I'll play this, I'll unlock what I need to unlock, and then I'll move on, and that'll be it. One of the things that's cool, so you can see there's that little boss icon in the back there. Always tells you which direction the boss is in, so that way if you're looking at a map, you're a little confused, you can just follow those arrows and it's gonna bring you where you need to go, which I think is great. But the other thing that's cool is you can see here there's a lot of stuff here that I haven't unlocked, right? So Leg Hugger's a DLC item, Star Fury is a item you get in the prisoner's quarters after several runs. I don't have that. I haven't unlocked the Cleaver blueprint, so this is also cool. Like if you're starting out, this might be an interesting way for you to like poke around and see what other items are available. Fire Blast, I didn't unlock that one, so that's kind of cool. But again, I feel like unless you're really getting competitive and trying to get high scores and beat your own or beat friends or whatever it is, daily challenge, play it once a day for 10 days and then call it. Right? The other cool thing that isn't the cool thing about daily challenges, all of the scrolls that you find are those triple scrolls there. So no matter what, I think they're called epic scrolls of power. No matter what, you'll be able to use every single item that you see without needing to pick a build or pick a color or anything like that. So I think that's pretty rad. That's pretty wild. And as you go through, there's item altars, there's going to be chests like this. So you're pretty much guaranteed to at least, oh, that's right, I got Alucard's sword and shield for the fight. So good. So you're at least going to be able to put together some kind of a build. You'll generally, if you were to just go straight from the beginning to the boss, you'll probably get at least 2 scrolls. You'll have at least 1 main item and 1 skill generally. So like you'll be able to hobble through and just get that win and move on to the next boss, or I should say the next daily challenge. And here we go. So it's Concierge. So 0 BC Concierge, nothing to write home about. I don't think I take a hit on this one, but his attack patterns are a little different. He does swipe, and then he'll do the floor thing, and then if you're further away, he'll jump, and then that's it. So I'm using Alucard's sword. I love this thing. It's from the Castlevania DLC. Again, we're not going to be doing any actual DLC levels, but because they pop up in daily challenge sometimes, I couldn't resist. So just going to finish him off here, and then Swift Sword blueprint's going to drop, and then it's going to tell you what my score was, right? So there you go. It's going to say you got to beat daily challenge 4 more times for the next reward. And then I think that's it. So I'm going to exit the room here. I'm going to make my way back to the main chamber. 0 BC done. So hopefully this was am I going to change my outfit? Am I going to do it? No. I was thinking about it. Hopefully it was fun and informative. My goodness, fun and informative. We will be back in 1 BC with the one and only Modesto. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. So we're back. So that was 0 BC. Getting ready to load up 1 BC here. So I'm going to go to the tubes. And you can see the difference here is you're going to have less health fountains and you're going to have more room at the forge. So going to activate the tube, going to get that 1 BC run moving. And when I'm not super excited about 1 BC, but I am super excited to have Modesto online. We're going to do some commentary together. What's up, dude?
How are you guys doing? How are you doing?
Oh, man. I'm good. I'll just say it. We just recorded part of the run, and it got corrupted. So I'm excited to get it done right, man.
We're just running
excited to get it done right. Yep. Let's play back the tape, man. Play back the tape. But I had mentioned, dude, this was your idea to do commentary together, because I had told you I wanted to do a full 0 to 5 BC run, and talking about commentary, and you're like, hey man, if you need some help, maybe I could help out. And then I was like, that's a great idea, and now here you are, dude.
Yeah,
here we are together, man.
First of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm so happy to be here, to be watching Dead Cells again. The people that used to watch me when I used to post know that's been a long time, and it's a huge amount of time since I've played Dead Cells, and it was just a breath of fresh air watching you play. I went through the first run with you here, so I'm caught up, and it's so amazing watching new stuff from the game that I don't remember. There's a character called Tutorial Knight. Like, she dies on the first couple runs and you never hear of her. And I'm like, oh my god.
Like, you walk by her corpse every time you go to the promenade, but it's like, it's one of those things where you see it so much, it's like you forget where it comes from, right?
Yeah,
like you don't even, it's just part of the level at that point.
It's a prop. But it feels so good to be watching Dead Cells again, to be here. So once again, thank you so much. And most important of all, congratulations on getting all of those runs done, dude.
Thank you. Thank you. I will never do this ever again. Never again.
This is literally the way I felt after I finished the 3 back-to-back runs that I'm talking about. Like, and even in the middle of the run, while it was happening, I was like, dude, I could just stop the recording, delete this file, and no one would ever know I attempted something so miserable.
Yep. It would just be your little secret, man, right? Nobody would know.
Yeah.
Nobody would know.
And once again, that was something that we were talking about even before the previous recording.
Yeah.
There are no right or wrong ways to play this game, right? You interact. It's an offline game. There's no balancing, nothing that you need to worry about. Giving other people a hard time as like a multiplayer game and you're using an unbalanced weapon. You play whichever way you want, with shields, no shields, spreading scrolls. But one way that you're definitely not to play this game is for this amount of time.
It's crazy. Yeah, because so that first run front to back, I think in real time, including the daily challenge, was like 43, 44 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
The rest it's almost 4 hours and 45 minutes of footage after that. Dude, it's just, you know exactly how it is, man. It's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a long time.
Yeah. And I think when I told Daniel I was doing this, he's like, how did it go? Congratulations. I was like, dude, I'm never going to play Dead Cells again. I'm done. This is it.
Oh, yeah, it's so tough. It's so tough
yeah,
because
man.
You're meant to experience those things and give them time, to rest, to, settle in your brain. And yeah, I just beat 1 BC. That was tough. Let me rest a bit.
Yep. Or let me play 1 BC again to like enjoy the game on like the difficulty I'm on,
Yeah.
And
totally.
it's kind of like it's sort of like the idea of like when you binge watch a television show and you watch, 7 or 8 episodes in a row. Some of those heavier, more information or like violent shows that can do a number on you, man. So I feel like it was It was like I binged Dead Cells, and then I was like,
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm good.
Totally.
I'm good.
And that will mess you up. Not only just violent stuff in general, and that's a great point you bring up, because that's something that I've been trying to not do, which is I've been trying to not binge stuff anymore, like anything, you know?
Yeah.
Just take my time because, like, especially with shows and series and stuff, I just finished watching Twin Peaks.
Oh, dude!
Isn't it amazing?
So, did you watch the original or the new one or both? What did you watch?
Everything, even the movie.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, loved it.
Okay,
loved
I was
it.
just gonna say, I was gonna ask you how you felt about it. Oh, that's
Oh,
great.
dude, loved it. I loved every part of it. Even the part of season 2 that's kind of bad because David Lynch left for a bit.
Yep.
Even that, I just love it. I love it.
Yeah, because I think it was towards like what, the middle of the season. It started getting a little off, if I remember.
Yeah, I think he did the start and the final couple episodes.
Okay. Yeah, because I watched that. It was a while ago. It was maybe like 10 or 12 years ago. But I didn't see the new series, but I watched all the old stuff, man. And like, that's because of how, it's almost like a, how would you classify it? It's almost like what, like a science fiction, not really, I don't know. How would you qualify that as a genre? Because it's almost like a little bit like a soap opera in certain ways.
That's exactly what I call it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Literally a soap opera. One of the best, but a soap opera.
Yeah, it's like a soap with all these like really weird things.
Yeah, dude. And I don't know if you remember, there's a show inside the show that's going on. And sometimes you hear it in the background of the television of the characters that are watching it, and it literally spells out the entire plot of the show.
Oh, I didn't know that. Really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Because you don't
dude.
pay attention to it. It's a TV on the background of a show that you're... But it's literally spelling out the mystery. It's like the same
Wow.
mystery, like murder and finding out the killer and stuff.
Oh, I had no idea, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's really good. And dude, I was like, yeah, okay. We did the first recording, a third of it, half of it, and didn't go right. We're gonna do it again, and now I'm gonna try to get us to focus on the run.
No, wait, no. This is the Twin Peaks run. We're not gonna even talk about that. Oh my
Because
god.
you get a really good legendary, and at the first time we didn't even talk about it until the first boss.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
now we still haven't talked about it.
All right, so I think we should do that. So obviously we're going brutality here. Got a legendary Firebrands in the prisoner's quarters, which does double stacks of fire instead of just one. Took combo because I'm actually really not using the rusty sword that much, but I took the combo just because that's usually what I do for the first one. And then I don't think I mentioned this in the first video, but I'm using hold to attack. So basically I can hold down both. So I play on PlayStation. I can hold down both the square and the triangle button at the same time to get Firebrands and the sword back to back to back. So it's really easy to attack that way. But yeah, I actually don't think I mentioned that. So I am glad that we brought that up. But
Yeah, and you use that.
yeah. Oh yeah.
In the previous run.
I'm going to use it again here, man. I'm going to use it again
It's
here.
too good.
Right?
Just do good.
Yeah, because I think so. The first run, I did have Firebrands or throwing knives at one point, but I used a melee item for the most part. I took that balance blade all the way through Timekeeper, or right before Timekeeper or something, and then I took twin daggers to the end. But I think here I might do the Firebrands and throwing knives all the way through. I can't remember exactly.
Oh, nice.
We'll find out together,
Yeah.
man. We'll find out together.
That's gonna be great.
But yeah, thanks for keeping us on topic, man. It's like I almost
But at the
forgot.
But at the same time, I want to talk about that guy that's behind the bars right there.
Yep.
Because once again, we were talking about it previously, but you're not sure if we see his, like, how he ends up when he gets out of that cage over there on this front, right?
I think he goes on to lead a happy and successful life. I'm pretty sure.
I think I remember that, right? He like happy family
Yeah, well, that's what happens.
kids.
Is he's like obsessed with this rune, and then he doesn't get it, and he just says, "You know what? I'm just gonna go live a good life. I don't need it.
I'm gonna enjoy
I'm
my
gonna
life.
go. I'm gonna go start a family. I'm gonna get a degree so I can have a better job, and I'm just gonna go enjoy my life."
I'm so happy that the beheaded showed me that I don't need this to be happy. Such a great, wholesome guy.
He's the best, man. He's the best.
Greatest ever character to ever step foot on the island.
What is it? He's a role model. He's a role model. So for all of you young adults that are watching, still trying to figure who you want to be in life, just be like the beheaded, right?
Such a great guy.
Oh my god, dude.
Lovely guy. Lovely guy. But at the same time, how do you view Twin Peaks? Because I didn't get your answer.
Yeah, so again, I watched it quite a while ago, man. It was, again, 10, 12 years ago, whatever it was. I really enjoyed it. I've meant to watch the newer, I say new now, it was like probably, 2016, 18, whatever it was.
17, I think.
Yeah, so I've wanted to watch that, but I feel like because the original Twin Peaks was, I haven't seen it in so long, that I would want to go through the whole series again.
Oh, yeah.
So that way it's really fresh before I watch the new one. But I loved it. I thought it was great. I thought it was just weird enough where it was interesting and you didn't know it was going to happen, but it wasn't so weird that it lost me, you know?
Yeah, totally. Just like Lost.
Oh my god, dude. I love Lost. I love so welcome to the vintage television podcast with I'm your host, Disappointed Giant, and today we have Modesto. Dude.
Hello guys.
Welcome back to another TV show podcast, right? Oh my god, dude. Lost, I've seen Lost maybe, I'm not kidding you, dude, 3 or 4 times. Loved it. Absolutely. Really? I loved it, man. Even the end, even the stuff people hated, I loved it. Loved it.
I kind of like the ending. I like the ending. Like, I felt like the ending gave me a better understanding of the entire show.
Yeah.
Like, and I know they made a bunch of stuff along the way, but still, such a good ending about like light and dark. I just love it.
Yeah, I think they did. I think they did a good job, and I think what was tough was like, because when that aired, there was like some writer's strike or something. So like during the 4th season, there was a writer's strike, and then it just kind of shifted from there. But the last season, if you watch it on DVD or streaming or whatever, where you can just go from one episode to the next, it's really good. But I think people, when they watched it live, there was like 2 or 3 weeks between episodes, so it was harder to like get into. But like what you're saying, I totally agree. Like the way that they presented the themes of light and dark, and you know how they wrapped up a lot of stuff with like the numbers and everything, I thought that was really good. I thought it was super good.
Yeah, same. Which is the exact same reason why I loved Twin Peaks. The balance between light and dark, and like how Laura Palmer is like both halves of life. You know, she has darker secrets and she has light in her as well. It's amazing. And that was, even to me, more interesting than the mystery in its. You know. Just exploring the characters was more interesting than finding the answer to the murder and stuff.
Oh, sure. So the creator of Lost, that guy J.J. Abrams, he has a phrase and he calls it the mystery box, right? And that's basically it, where it's not necessarily what's inside, but it's thinking about what's inside and the journey towards opening it that makes it that much more exciting.
Yep.
Of course you do. Of course you do, bro. Of course you know.
But that's amazing. That's amazing. We have such great taste for stuff, you know? Games, right?
Yep. Games, TV shows, like hell yeah, man.
We were talking about on WhatsApp other games, and I told you that I've been watching people play Alan Wake 2.
Yeah.
And it's just like Twin Peaks, like literally bunch of references. The style is the same. You would love it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because and you also, I'm sorry, I didn't think to I didn't respond to you about that, but you also mentioned Control. You said you really liked Control too.
Oh yeah, dude. That game is insane. Those guys are insane. Which studio is it?
Remedy?
They made
Is it
Max
Remedy?
Payne?
Is that what
Remedy.
it is? Yeah.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's Remedy. They are so good. They're the David Lynch of the gaming industry.
There you
Literally
go,
it.
man.
That's literally it.
Because I didn't finish Control. I only played because I had picked it up when I was playing a bunch of other stuff. Like I picked it up right around the time I was playing like Elden Ring and all this, so I didn't get too far into it. But just the idea of how they had the Office of Control and how things would shift and change, it was like very, very out there, man. It was super cool.
Yeah.
Super cool. Yeah.
It's not. I don't think it's necessarily the thing that people say non-Euclidean. Is that how you say it?
I'm not sure what that means. What do you mean?
It's like it doesn't abide by the normal physics rules that for. Like I see a bunch of Minecraft mods about it where you go through a portal to the Nether and it just goes straight through it and you don't need to like go through a loading screen, but it's a whole different dimension. So the game has to account for different laws of physics or something.
Oh, interesting.
Probably simpler than what I'm making it out to be, but it's really cool when games do that. And Control does that a lot.
Oh yeah, because I know I saw my friend Brian. I watched him play some of it too, and just like he's
you're
like
doing so well in this Rift.
Get out of here, man! I just took a hit. Yeah, there was. I think it might have been. I think it might have been in the previous run. I was in High Peak Castle and I hit like 4 or 5 traps in a row, dude. It was so bad. But I was also like just kind of rushing, just trying to say like, all right, man, I got 5 more runs or 4 more runs. I want to get through this, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was watching Brian play and it was like, I don't know, it was similar. Like he was in some kind of like bathroom and there was a portal somewhere that opened up into this place where he was like flying around and it was just like it just doesn't abide by the normal, quote unquote, normal rules of what you'd expect in a game.
Yeah, and games need to do that. It's like literally the next step because we already got hyper realistic graphics. We've already found all the cool and engaging mechanics and stuff, and now we're doing live service. So let's try to do something else, like what Control's doing, what Alan Wake is doing, and a bunch of stuff that I'm watching now.
Yeah, because
really good.
And I feel like the longer we get, the longer the industry goes on and the longer people make games, like the harder it's going to be to find stuff that's really unique like that. You know?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's part of, a big part of why Returnal is stuck out so much to me is that like it does things other games do, but it just does it in a way that's so unique that like I haven't found anything like it yet. It's been like 3 or 4 years or whatever, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's the only game I've seen that mixes up all the roguelike mechanics with such good graphics and such an interesting... Like, it's so great.
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
I was going to say, like, and I feel like with roguelites, you generally get one or the other, right? So, like, Dead Cell's story is basically non-existent, right?
Nothing.
And the gameplay is amazing, and... With Hades, I love Hades, but the gameplay I feel like is not as strong as the narrative is. But with Returnal, it's like both. It's kind of both, you know?
Yeah, totally. I feel like Hades has a little less mechanical skill ceiling.
Yeah.
Like it's not as deep as Dead Cells, and there could be a bunch of people that are Hades pros that are screaming at the screen right now. But you've played a fair bit of it, right?
Oh yeah, I made half a video. I love Hades. Watch the video. I loved it,
Oh yeah, that's right. You did a video praising Hades. That's right.
Yeah, and I hear you though, because I feel like once you get further in the game with like the hidden aspects and all of these things, there is a higher skill ceiling because you have to use certain items certain ways, but like overall, like fists, sword, there's not, you just kind of mash sometimes, but with Dead Cells you really have to be particular, and similar with Returnal, you gotta really dial it in.
Yeah, that's so great. Some great games.
So you have you haven't played Dead Cells in a while, right? So what have you been up to, man?
Yeah, just graduating, finally.
No big deal. No big deal, right?
Just finally finishing 5 years of torture. And some great news for everyone that's watching. I just landed a paid internship that's going to start tomorrow.
There we go.
So...
There we go, buddy. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yeah. It's real, though. It's real.
Thank you so much. I feel so blessed with the YouTube and the connections that it gave me, because I can share stuff like that. You know, I'm planning on making a video just to run and letting people know how I am on the channel, but just being able to talk to you and enjoy, you know, friendship and stuff, it's so great. YouTube is great. I'm so happy.
It's the best, dude.
Once again, happy about being here.
Yeah. Well, it's great because, I mean, we haven't done a live collaboration, I think, since me, you, and Daniel did our... I'm pretty sure that was the last time that you and I recorded together. I want to say. Yeah, it's been a long time, man. But
like, judging from the amount of time we spend talking to each other, we've not done enough collabs together.
That's true. Yeah, I know, man. That's true. Yeah, I feel like I talk to you on WhatsApp more than just about anybody, you know.
Yeah.
But you know, but I wanna echo what you said. You know, it's really interesting because, you know, I mean, obviously you're a good friend of mine, and like there's people like Daniel, and you know, there's other people that I'm not super close with, but I still talk to a bunch, and it's because of the channel, or it's because of their channels or something, man. You know, and it's just like, I don't know. I think that I'm really lucky to have been able to meet you and meet people like you through just like playing a video game I like. You know what I mean? And that's it.
It's something we would have been doing anyways. You know? Yeah,
it's true.
I was going to play Dead Cells anyways. Being able to play with you and watch you play is a huge bonus.
It's great, man. And I just, speaking of Dead Cells, I got 2 rare drops back to back. That was crazy. I got the Wrenching Whip and I think the Arbalester's outfit, but two rare ones popped like on the same screen. That was pretty wild.
And you did a great fight against what's the name of the boss? The
Concierge, yeah, Concierge.
Jesus Christ, see? It's been too long, dude. I'm forgetting stuff. You know,
he disappeared, man. He disappeared.
It got destroyed.
So it's funny. So I remember. When the last video, when that got corrupt, you had asked me about my routing, I think.
Oh, yeah, totally.
So, you know, I don't think I mentioned this in the last one, but basically, of course, you know, you got to do the Vine Rune for 0BC, but then, you know, I do Toxic Sewers here to get the, what do you call it? Teleportation. Yeah, and then the next run goes Prom to Ossuary to get the Ram Rune, right?
Ossuary.
Yeah, Ram Rune. Yeah, and then Ancient Sewers to Conjunct to go to Slumbering Sanctuary, and then that's 3 BC, and then 4 BC is Cavern, so I can get the 5th BC. So I optimized it that way, and I had mentioned before, I think I told you too, like I'm not doing any DLCs, so that way, like if people are watching this, they're not saying, oh man, I can't get to this level, or I have to pay $10 to play that Castlevania, whatever, you know. But I did want to go to Distillery, and I did want to go to Bank at some point.
Oh yeah, and you did it here.
I did both of them in this run, so we get to talk through both of those. I think I did, because I got Bank shows up here. I think I might go Sepulcher here. Yeah, I do. So Bank shows up in place of Sepulcher, and I remember thinking about it, saying, all right, well, I don't have the Explorer's Rune yet, so maybe I'll skip the Bank, but I didn't want to have to force Bank on 2, 4, 5, 3, whatever it was, so I decided to take it here. Yeah. So we got a couple of fun ones coming up, man.
Yeah, in my opinion, this is the perfect biome to get Bank on. Like the perfect biome placement.
So what about that do you feel makes it fit better than the other ones?
Because you got to think about the biomes that you have to go through here, right? You usually have to go through which one is the castle? Time castle?
Oh, clock room? Clock tower.
Clock tower.
Time
Oh my
castle?
God.
Dude, forever,
Yeah.
forever it will be Time Castle now. That is unbelievable, dude.
I don't remember any of the names, dude. I just remember the bank because there are banks in real life.
Yeah.
Oh, oh my God. So
Oh, that is so funny.
think about the biomes that you go through in this area. All of them are way too hard, and Cavern has the best rewards, right? They aren't incredibly hard, but they are like the hardest biomes you come through during a run. Like if you go through Cavern, it's the hardest biome of the run. Like maybe if you go to Distillery, it might be harder. Sepulcher also is really hard because of the darkness. And the Scarecrow one that you get, Undying Shores,
Oh, yeah, Undying Shores, yeah.
right? You got
Mm-hmm.
infinitely spawning enemies. It's difficult, right? It's a difficult biome. And there are no food shops.
Yeah, that's right. Well, there's no...
There are no food shops.
Yeah, dude, you're right. There's no food shops in these... Unless you get Bank, there's no food shops at this tier.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, you're
And,
absolutely right.
and in
dude.
my opinion, this is the biome section, biome stage that needs the food shop the most. Because you're fighting ground shakers and caverns. Is it ground shakers?
Yeah, ground shakers, demons.
Yeah, they destroy you. You're fighting mummies on Sepulcher, the fat mummies, the round mummies. Sorry. Oh, that's a good drop.
I don't take it.
and
It
it's
is a
really
good drop.
difficult.
I should have taken it, but I didn't.
Nah, but I think you're doing your setup is better. It's gonna do more DPS probably.
And I'm pretty sure I really slow down here. Oh god, I remember being so anxious here.
Oh, you're cursed. I forgot.
Yeah.
That number means you die.
That's it. Yep. And there was I think it might have been in a different run. I can't remember if it was a run later in this or if it was a run that I just played casually, but I had forgotten I was cursed. And then I got the curse clear message and I was like, oh no. I was like, that could have been
my
awful.
God.
That
Yeah.
could have been terrible. But you're
Yeah.
right, man. There's no food shops here, and I feel like this is the tier where people can kind of get fatigued a little bit, you know, because you're getting close to the end, and like you said, there's some tough biomes, man. There's some tough levels coming up, you know.
Yeah, and it's difficult.
And the other thing too, so you mentioned Undying Shores, so that level, depending on what biomes you go through to get there, that level can be easier or harder. Because I went there,
Yeah.
again, I don't remember when it was, but I had gone through there on a run that I went to Outskirts, and there were harpies and it was harpies in Undying Shores. It was brutal, dude. It was so brutal.
It's scary.
Yeah.
And usually when I go that route, I like to be extra overpowered. So I take the route that gives the most scrolls. So I go through Toxic, go to the optional biome, then I go through Slumbering Sanctuary. I remember those names because that's the route I took for the entirety of the first year of me making content. And then you get super hard on Dying Shores. Bunch of difficult enemies. So yeah, it's great that you got Bank now, and we're doing Distillery later.
Yeah, I go from Bank to Timekeeper to Distillery to Hand of the King. So,
oh my god.
yeah, and I mean, we'll see it. I think I get enough kills, or I get a blueprint in Distillery, and then I just leave. I don't even finish the level. I'm like, I'm good. It's like I get everything I need. You know, I got everything I need here, man.
That's right. You got to do it.
Yeah. And I think
And you do it. Go
no,
ahead.
I was just going to say, talking about harder levels too, I think in addition to this tier, or whatever you want to call it, this level tier or whatever, early Bank is horrible. If you get Bank,
It is.
oh my god, if you get Bank after Prisoner's Quarters or even after Prom or whatever, it's awful. And then Prison Depths is terrible too. I do not like Prison Depths either.
Before the first boss in general, it's an awful time to get Bank. Like, you're not going to do damage enough because they are powered up, the mobs in here. They are stronger than what you usually get on other biomes, I think.
Yeah, the scaling's different.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, you're right too. So this is the other reason why this is probably the best time to get Bank, in addition to what you're saying about the difficulty, the biomes and stuff, is that in the food shop, of course, is early Bank, like we were just saying, before the first boss is not great. And if you get Bank before Stilt Village, instead of scaling with the highest biome, it scales with the lowest. So it's actually you get less rewards or whatever it is. So this is the prime. Yeah, this is the prime time to get it. So I lucked out. I lucked out here for sure. You know.
We're also gonna get level 12 items from the shop, possibly 14.
I think it's level 12, right? Oh no, we're on 1 BC.
Oh yeah,
we're on 1 BC. So level 7, level 7, right? And I think I'm pretty sure I fight a mimic here. It might be at the food shop. I'm not positive. But real quick, so since we haven't talked about it, so the Bank, there's 3 different keys here. There's a red, or they call them passes, red, green, and blue. So the red opens up that first area that we were in. And then from there you get the, what is it? You get the blue one, which lets you get to the end of the level. And then the green one brings you to that parkour section, which I do the parkour section.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, so that way I could showcase the whole biome. And then there's that area at the very bottom. We're gonna go down there too, but there's that last area that has the food shop down there. So there's 4 main paths or 4 main doors or whatever it is that you can go through. But it can be very long. It can get pretty long in the tooth, but it's I don't know. I feel like I think it's good. I don't, like you said, it depends on when you get it. But if you get it in the right spot, it can actually be a really good substitute. For sure. Yeah.
Cavern was going to be long either way. Sepulcher was going to be stressful, the darkness. So here you get long and stressful.
That's true. Yeah. That's true, dude.
But I love it. I love the vibes of this biome. The soundtrack, it's so good. When you get into it during the biome, and you're doing such a great job at showcasing the game to newer players, because I don't think I've ever done the parkour more than once.
You get the blueprint. You get the blueprint for the outfit, and then you're like, I'm good, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it, but that's just the way I play. And that's what I love about watching other people play the game, and especially watching you play the game, because you have such care and attention to detail on how the viewer is going to feel or think about the content that you're making, that they're watching. So the lore rooms are enabled, so you get more flavor for the game. You're taking the time to interact with every mechanic. So that's a great video for someone that's like, I want to get into Dead Cells, but it's an old game. The meta is already set. So what am I gonna do? You're gonna watch Disappointed Giant play the game from 0 to 5 BC for 5 hours and 24 minutes, and you're gonna be happy about it.
That's right. And if you're not, we got a problem. No, just. Oh man, but thanks, man. I appreciate that, dude. And like, you're right. It's like as I was going through this, I wanted, because I knew it was going to be a long video, but I feel like you really want to showcase as much as you can, so that way people can kind of see it. Because like I said, 0 and 1 BC, I'm kind of flying through a lot of this stuff, man. But yeah, it's I forget. I had something that I was going to say, and it's gone. It's gone. But if it comes back, I will. It's gone, dude. It's gone. When you're as old as me, like, shit just disappears.
It happens.
You have a thought and then it's gone. And you're like, wait a second. Where did that go? Right? Where did that go?
What was I gonna say?
But... Oh, I know exactly what I was gonna say. So I didn't take a hit in that challenge rift, which was, am I gonna miss? Oh no, there was a starred enemy on the map and I missed it, dude.
Ooh, I saw that. It's right there to the left, right?
Yep, it's gone. See ya. That could have been the legendary that would have pushed us over the top. Who knows? But I did not take a hit in that challenge room, And probably the reason why you don't do the challenge room is because if you get hit, you go all the way back to the beginning.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
it's...
And I'm always trying to do it fast. So I'm like, the rewards are good, but I might as well be fighting Giant now.
And I don't know, I feel like it's similar to like a curse chest where you get a colorless item. So if your build's not great or you want to add something to it, like that might be a good thing to do. You know, that might be a good, what do you call it? Good pit stop, but it's a pain sometimes.
Yeah, and the money is great.
Oh yeah,
as well. You get a lot of money from it. It's totally worth it if you're like just taking your time. And you talk a lot about the Holy Trinity of mutation.
Yep.
But I think it's so funny how the game is balanced and how that Holy Trinity is totally like it's so good on 5BC to let you get consistent wins and consistently through the game. But on 0BC and 1 and 2 and even 3, it's completely worthless to take something like Masochist. It's Masochist?
Yeah, Masochist, yeah.
Because the traps do so little damage.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, like the caveat to that, I feel like for people who don't have a lot of experience, like it's helpful for 0, 1, 2, but like if you're playing a lot, like yeah, take it on 5BC.
Yeah.
Take it into Distillery, but other than that, like you bring up a good point, man. You know, but what I've been super heavy on recently is Damned Vigor. Damned Vigor is like...
Oh, dude, I watched your one. I'm not sure if you posted it already because I saw some sneak peeks, but you posted it.
Yeah, they're both up. They're both up
nice.
now. Yeah.
Dude, you used it like 7 or 8 times during the run?
Yep. Yeah, it popped 7 times, dude.
Dude,
7.
Imagine, like you cheated death 7 times with the Cursed Sword.
It was great. Absolutely great.
Great mutation.
Yep. And then the one time I didn't tape Damn Vigor is when I lost the boss fight. Hand of the King took me out. But I feel like because of where I was in that boss fight, I think I was close to the end. I might have been able to take him out.
Totally.
If I had Damn Vigor.
Totally.
But either way it worked out, man. I got a pretty good video out of it.
Great video, great showcase for the mutation.
Thank you.
And one thing that I've been meaning to say, but I was like, yeah, we're gonna get to it. Not only did you win through Distillery, you did it without the backpack.
Yeah, it's true.
So how we're gonna see it. So I'm just too curious for my own good. I need to just wait. But how do you do it?
So I can tell you I don't die. I don't remember how many flasks I used. I do remember at one point, if I'm thinking of the right run, I go to climb up a ladder and it has that bad generation where the barrels are falling on top of you. So I'm pretty sure I take a couple of gnarly hits.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that I was able to do this here and then just move on. You know,
that's
just
great.
move on past it.
This is this is a great point to go through Distillery. If you have to go through it,
do it early. Cross
great.
it off the list.
Get the Tesla coil. Never come back to it again. But once again, it's and that's the thing, right? And we were talking about it earlier. Meta knowledge changes the early game of roguelikes and Souls-like games in general. If you know about what you're doing, if you know your stuff, if you know the map, the early game is just trivial. And it's what we've been watching here. You're just steamrolling the game. You didn't die one time in the entire run.
There it is. There was the room. Yep. And this is at the point where I'm just saying, oh my God, look at this. I'm like, how am I supposed to get up here? So I think so I use a barrel of my own to get up there, man.
Nice.
But I think the other thing too is, like I try to make content for newer players and stuff too. And I feel like if someone's watching this and being like, oh my God, like DG's playing this way, I'm not gonna be able to do it. Like they will, like you will. It just takes a little bit of practice, because like, I don't even remember if I've ever told this story. I'll tell it anyways. It's fine. So I remember
I haven't heard it.
The first time I got my 5th BC from the Giant, I was so nervous, dude. And I had been playing a lot of Dead Cells, and this was I think it was 1.7, 1.6, whatever. It was an earlier version. I was so anxious that like I took a bubble bath to relax.
Oh my
and I
God.
took my and I took my Switch in the bubble bath, and I remember I was sitting there playing the Giant on 4BC, and that's what the first time I got 5BC, I was in the bathtub trying to relax, dude. I was so nervous, and so it's just like, yeah, I might be doing this now, but like when I first started playing, dude, I had so much trouble.
Oh my
I literally
God.
had to take a bubble bath to relax, dude. It was bad. It was bad. You know, it was
That's
bad. Yeah.
That's so.
Yeah. So I actually don't think I've ever said that
No.
before, but
I
now
don't think so.
everybody knows, and it's totally fine. Let's normalize it.
Oh,
Right?
that's so funny, dude. The first time that I beat 5BC was with a heavily customizable. I think it was when they added the Pimp Out Your Run update, something like that.
Oh,
that added
1.
custom mode.
Pimp My Run 1.1. Yep.
Yeah, because I just couldn't. I couldn't consistently defeat Hand the King and have enough resources to clear Astrolab. So I'm not sure if I just like unlocked. Oh, you got good generation there. That's how you did it.
That's it.
You
Yep.
didn't even have to worry about carrying that barrel launcher.
Nope. Yeah, because I wanted to try to get a 60, and then I was like trying to get a blueprint, and I remember. So if you take Distillery early on in a save file, you usually get Crusher because it's like there it is.
Oh,
it's a
you
higher
get the
percent
double.
drop. Yeah, so a lot of times when I start a new file, I will come through here and I'll try to only kill the living barrels to get Tesla coil. But I had a feeling I was gonna get Crusher, so I just grabbed it that way.
Okay. Damn, a lot of knowledge. Once again, that's the stuff that makes the difference between winning a run and just having to take a bubble bath to calm yourself.
Oh man, no regrets, dude. No regrets.
But it took me so long to get to the point where I could consistently, even when I began recording videos for the channel, I think my first successful 5BC run was on survival, and I always say this, using the gold digger. Maybe that's why I love the bank so much as well. But that was like one of my, not my first. I got a couple consistent runs before it, but my first recorded videos on the channel are my first couple wins in 5BC because I just couldn't do it. And that's something that I've been meaning to do, like maybe like reacting to an older video of mine.
Oh, that'd be so great, man. That'd be amazing. Because you started, it was like 4 or 5 years ago or something, right? It was a long time ago.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah, right.
And I was so bad at the game, dude. Like incredibly bad. It was in the time where I think one of my first like really good runs, and it wasn't even just a run that I was proud of, was using Nerves of Steel, and Nerves of Steel still scaled with tactics and survival. So it's been a long time.
Back in the good old days, man. There was that, multiple Noxbow, like all that stuff was dual. Yep.
Yeah, it used to be so good. And I forgot that we're on lower BC, so this is it, right?
That's it, man. Yeah, we got the second BC. We got the
that was so
recycling
quick.
tubes, which are super important, and that's why I have I got 264 cells. I wanted to make sure I could unlock the tubes as soon as I start 2BC, so that way we won't have to.
Great.
Because that's like without tubes, 3, 4, and 5BC, like forget it. Absolutely forget it, man. It's crazy.
Difficult.
You know? Yeah, but that was fast, man. That went by way too quick.
And we did it 1.5 times.
We did it, and I feel like the second time was better than the first, man.
Oh,
for
totally.
sure. You know,
Every
for
time.
sure. Yeah, and then let's so this is gonna blur for a second, and we're gonna go to 2BC. Let's just talk about 2BC. I don't want to just like quickly just stop. You know what I mean? So that was 1BC, everybody. It's now we're going to 2BC. So the big thing here you were mentioning, double cells, so they're kind of like pushing for you to start grinding for cells and to get to the forge so you can have more upgrades that way.
Yep.
And with like 1 BC, I mean, when someone's a new player, every BC is going to be some kind of a challenge. But I feel like the difference between 0 and 1 BC is not as high as the difference between 1 and 2 BC.
Totally.
Yeah, because the enemies, in both BCs, the enemies start to scale up. Your weapon quality doesn't change, but like it just feels like there's a bigger challenge. Enemies have more health. It just takes longer to kill them and stuff. So I feel like it's a bigger jump. So I actually feel great that we talked through the entirety of 1 BC. I feel like we covered a couple of important things, right? But for the most part, it's just 0 BC, but a little bit harder, and that's it, right?
Yeah, it's not necessarily busy work, but it's not as engaging and as fun as the other one.
Dude, busy work is the perfect way to describe 1 BC. That's absolutely perfect.
Isn't it?
Yeah, because there's no, aside from having a higher a higher percentage for the plus on the forge, there's no benefit for you to do that, because it's, what do you get? You get knife throwers, and then you get enemies have more health and do more damage. So
knife throwers on prisoners' quarters, like what the hell?
Yep, and then you're right, it's busy work. And then I feel like once you get to 2 BC and you start getting those double drops, you're like, all right, I can make some more progress now.
Oh yeah, and you get so many cells. Like it's a double that you feel that's doubled. It's not like it adds up and over the entirety of the run. No, you get way more quarters. And that's when you don't need to go as fast as before. You can kind of, like, you're doing it here because you're going to be tired by the end of the video, but it's worth taking your time here. Just killing every enemy. Yeah, you lose the 20 cells. 40, is it? From the time door?
Yep, it's 20 from the time door. Yep.
Yeah, there she is.
There
She's
you go.
dead.
And this is, you get the, what is it, broadsword here? There you go.
Oh my god.
Right? Yep.
Kicking a dead corpse. Oh no.
Yeah. He's, like I said, he's a great guy, man. He's a great guy. Wonderful.
Are we the bad guys?
I know. Oh man, but you're right. So I think with this run and then moving forward, I kill way more enemies than the first two. I think I take my time a little bit more for that reason, because you, like you said, you can really feel the double drops here for sure. Yeah.
And you start needing it. This is when I feel like you get a huge spike in blueprints, because you're getting way more enemies and different types of enemies. So there's more stuff to unlock. You need to unlock it to get. I think you need to unlock stuff to get the other upgrade for the health flask, right? Yep.
Yeah. So all that stuff. So I think. What do you call it? Gold reserves. I think gold reserves in. Recycling, like, you need to unlock the health flask for that, but then a lot of the other stuff, so like the bigger health potions, the backpack, what's the other one, restock for the shops, you have to unlock a certain amount of stuff from the menu before those pop up. So you can't just get 100 cells and then unlock a backpack. Like, you have to, there's some extra progression to it too, Yeah.
But once again, another great clear.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah. So we did it. We did it. we did it. And then, well, this is great. I'm glad we didn't just stop immediately at the end of 1 BC. So what we'll do, we'll wrap up here in a sec, man, and then you'll be back later for the 5 BC run.
In a bit.
Yep. Well, for us, it's going to be a few days, but for other people, it's just going to be, all you have to do is click. You just got to click on the thing and it'll move you there. But for 5 BC, it'll be me, you, and Daniel, man. It's going to be...
I'm so excited.
I'm looking forward to that. I mean, I was obviously really looking forward to this, and I'm looking forward to that too. I think that's going to be so much fun, because the three of us haven't hung out in a bit, man. It's been a while.
Oh, yeah, totally. And once again, it's been a huge pleasure. I think I really appreciate the opportunity and being able to just hang out, dude.
Me too, man.
Really appreciate it.
And like we were saying, we chat on WhatsApp and stuff, but it's nice to have time to just, like, get a response immediately and joke in real time. And,
do it live.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the other thing too, man, is like you were saying earlier about meta information and stuff that I know or whatever, but like you have a lot of knowledge and you have your own perspective too. So I'm sure people, as they were listening to us talk, like you said stuff that people are going to pick up on. That's going to be important too. So that adds a lot of value here too. In addition to just, you know, us being able to hang out and, you know, having a good time. That's super important too. Totally. So I appreciate that, man. You know, appreciate you.
Same.
All right, man. Well, I'll talk to you in real life soon. And then I'm going to start talking by myself here in a sec. All right.
And I'll see you guys in a bit. Enjoy the rest of the video. And thank you so much.
All right. So now it's just me. Unfortunately, I'm by myself again. But yeah, so thanks again to Modesto. Clearly, you know, he's one of my good dudes. Always have a good time hanging out with him. But that was especially fun. that whole experience was especially fun. So I hope you folks enjoyed it too. Like I had mentioned at the end of the video when him and I were talking a bit. You know, he's got a lot of great insight, tons and tons of hours into the game. So if you folks want to hear more from Modesto, as he mentioned, he's not posting as much as he used to. You know, there's a couple videos here and there, but his archive, he's got like 2 full seasons of stuff. He used every weapon, and even though some of those videos are a couple years old, they're still 100% worth watching. So if you want to hear more Modesto, check out the link I'm going to put in the description to his channel, and you can keep on listening to him. Just be awesome, right? Oh man. So what did we miss? So at the end of we got high boost boots there. At the end of the video, before Modesto and I cut things, I was at the collector. I had unlocked recycling tubes, which is I had mentioned it a bit during the last segment there. Recycling tubes you get at the end of 1BC. So the first time you beat Hand of the King on 1BC, you'll get those. They cost, I think it was $150 if I'm remembering correctly. 150 cells. And that will allow you to get those tubes at the very beginning of the game. So instead of just having a single starting weapon, you know, one melee, one ranged, one shield, you have an option to choose. There's 4 tubes, and each one has up to 5 items depending on how much stuff you have unlocked. So it's usually 1 ranged, 1 melee, 1 shield, and then 2 different types of skills. So super worth it. And I knew going into, obviously I can't benefit from it here in this run because I just unlocked it and I can't go back to the beginning unless I wanted to restart, which is, you know, not the vibe here. But, you know, 3, 4, and 5BC, it's going to be incredibly helpful. Trying to get through those with a lower forge investment and just, you know, not having a ton of stuff unlocked. The recycling tubes are definitely going to help get those runs off the ground. So, really glad I saved up a few bucks for those. I don't have to think about it anymore. So when we start 3BC, we will have the tubes. And here we go. So I'm in the promenade here. So the route that I had taken, I'll be honest, I was hardly paying attention to the run during the last segment. Thank goodness for Modesto for keeping us on track because I could have just talked to him about TV shows and other stuff for the whole 45 minutes or whatever it was. But in the 1BC video, I had gone through the sewers to get the teleport rune, and here I'm going back to the prom. So I was in 0BC here to get the vine rune, and now I'm coming back here with the teleport rune for the sewers, so that way I can get to the ossuary to get the ram rune, which is what allows you to break through those ground surfaces that you can see. Like you can see a little icon on it, but usually when you jump on it, it'll just shake. That's because you need the ram rune to get through there. So that's the purpose of this route. I know I go to Sepulcher this route, so that way I can get the explorer's rune. It's been a little tough trying to, if I wanted to go clean things up without having that extra info, it can be a little bit tricky since, you know, things don't show up on the map unless you go to that point without the rune. So from here on out, after I finish the Sepulcher, I mean, we'll talk about it more when I get there, but you'll be able to see the whole map. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to that. So I guess let's just do a quick temperature check, right? I hope everyone's doing well. How far are we in here? We're an hour and 39 minutes into the video so far. So we are, oh my God, there's still almost 4 hours left. This was out of control. Was this a bad idea? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. We'll see. But just doing a quick temperature check. You know, I hope everyone that's watching this, whether you've been here for the whole video, whether you just clicked over here or you're just kind of bopping around, I hope you're well. I hope you're enjoying this. You know, kind of like what Modesto was saying a bit in the last video. You know, just it was important for me to have like a definitive's not the right word. That sounds like, I don't know, definitive sounds more arrogant than what I'm than what I'm actually trying to say. I think comprehensive is the right word. You know, with all of the different things that I have on the channel and other stuff like that, I think having a comprehensive front to back playthrough of Dead Cells is going to be, it's going to be helpful. Hopefully, you know, hopefully it's fun and everything, but you know, for the temperature check, hope everybody's doing good. You know, whether you're watching this right when it comes out, you know, I'm recording this before then, obviously, but, you know, I'm shooting to get this out July of 2025. So if you're watching it right when it comes out, I hope you're well. I hope you're staying cool if you are in a hot climate like where I am and things are like, things are brutally hot. But I hope you're doing well. Again, whenever and wherever you are. And as always, you know, thanks for taking the time to check this out, to listen to the commentary, and just, you know, just enjoying the game, enjoying Dead Cells, so appreciate you. So, what else have I not talked about? So, first two runs, took Brutality. Brutality is my favorite color or stat, whatever you want to call it. I prefer taking Brutality whenever I can, and so I had done that the first two rounds, and I think I might actually do it in 3 and 5 BC. So I think I do one. I know I only do one survival run, which is what we're looking at here. And I either do 1 or 2 tactics runs. I can't remember. But going through 0 and 1 with Brutality, it just feels really good. You know, like I had mentioned a bit at the beginning of the 0 BC section. For me, it just feels way better to start with Brutality. The Rusty Sword is the best starting weapon. You know, the mutations right from the get-go are generally really, really good. You know, for beginners who are just starting, taking Vengeance is a great idea. You get a little bump in damage reduction. I think it's a flat 30% DR. I can't remember off the top of my head. And then you get your scaling additional bonus, so whenever you take damage, you're gonna crank out more and you're gonna be more protected. So Vengeance is great. Killer Instinct, I think Killer Instinct is really good. I'd say it's solid, you know, depending on what you have for your deployables or your skills. So that is the one where any melee kills will reduce active cooldown for your skills. So I think it starts at like whatever 1.1 seconds or something. So whenever you kill an enemy with a melee attack, you'll end up getting some cooldown. And then of course combo, which is combo is just fantastic. You know, boss fights is great. You know, biomes is great. I do feel like it shines a little bit more in boss fights, since you are generally going to have more of a chance to get that combo meter to tick up. So, you know, if you're in the biome, combo is going to be, you know, with every hit you do more damage. So combo is going to be ticking up that damage pretty easily. And enemies are probably going to start to die quicker. So I find myself sometimes in combo, using combo, kind of like poking around trying to find an enemy to kill within the 2.5 seconds after I kill the last enemy, so that way I can keep the combo meter going. But when you're in a boss fight, you know, unless it's actually no, because you could still kill the tentacles conjunct, you could still kill the what do you call them, the ads from Hand of the King. I was just gonna say, you know, it might be yeah, it's great. You can keep the combo going against the boss even if it has ads, obviously. But it's great, and it's really interesting too. So they changed combo late. They changed combo late in the game cycle. So I think it was clean. It was either Return to Castlevania or Clean Cut. I'm pretty sure it was Clean Cut, because that's when they redid Frostbite. I'm pretty sure they redid combo. So originally, what combo used to do is it used to give you a flat amount of damage for 8 seconds after you killed an enemy. So if I'm remembering, I know at least in version 1.8 it was flat damage and not percentage damage. I don't think they had changed that at any point. But basically what you would do is you'd kill an enemy in a biome, you get like a nice chunk of extra damage, and then you'd kill another enemy and just keep the chain going. So in earlier versions, combo was fantastic for biomes, and like I said, it still is very good for biomes, but originally that's what it did. So you could just roll through biomes. I can't remember if it stacked or if there was some sort of timing on when I don't know the coding mechanics of it. I don't know if it was just one flat bonus or if it would increase with multiple kills or whatever it was, but it didn't do, aside from the aforementioned bosses I just said, right, with the ads from Hand of the King or the tentacles from the Conjunctivius phase, it didn't really do anything. You would have, you wouldn't even be able to carry the 8 seconds from the last biome, so it was pretty useless. It was pretty useless there. So I think Evil Empire did a really good job being like, all right, how do we keep this real quick? So when I was playing here, I'm fairly certain I get 2 curses, and ossuary curses are generally at the end of a corridor here. So when you go up, you go up elevator, you go to the end of a hallway or whatever it is, if it does not terminate, so right there, as you can see, I went through a gate after the curse. Generally, and again, I'm not 100% positive, but I'm fairly certain that means that there is another curse. You're going to get a double curse. So since those pop up kind of like in the middle of the level there. But what was I talking about? I was talking about combo, how it's really useful against bosses, how Evil Empire did a great job, and yeah, that's it. I already lost it. already lost the train of thought. Like I was joking with Modesto. It's like you're being an old man. You kind of like my memory ain't as good as it used to be, despite the fact that I can remember drop percentages of blueprints and version numbers of things that happen in Dead Cells. I can't remember what I was talking about 2 minutes ago. But the important thing, since we're live in the run here, is to make that mention about that cursed chest. So let's see what happens. Again, I'm fairly certain. And it's funny, I got Kostub left a comment on my channel, one of the videos, whatever it was, a couple days ago, and he was just like, because I said something in the run, and I was like, oh, I think it's this run, I think that happened, and oh, wait, it didn't. And he's like, how do you forget runs? And like, he brings up a great point. And I think part of it, for that particular run, I had done a bunch of runs on Discord, so that was like a little... trying to crank out more than one run in one setting. But then with the other stuff, I've just played so many runs that sometimes it's harder to remember stuff that happens unless it's like a very significant run. So like, I haven't played a ton of Dead Cells since I recorded this whole Iron Man thing. But I did play a run where I got some crazy stuff. I got a Philosopher's Stone right off the bat. Like I was just getting a bunch of really crazy drops, and that was memorable because you don't get Philosopher's Stone really often. So that was sick, but some runs you just kind of forget. So let's see what happens, right? Again, I'm pretty certain that we're gonna get ourselves another curse, but we'll find out shortly. We'll find out soon. But again, combo was sick. Brutality is the best, for my opinion, to start things off. Survival is... I guess survival's fine, right? I think, it's no secret that, I don't love survival as far as the, build speed and items and stuff go. What am I looking at here? I'm just checking to see if I got a blueprint. That's another thing that I feel like people don't notice. There's a info option in the menu, so you can click on that and it will show you if you got any blueprints in the level. If you have melees, it will show you what melees effects you have, and then also it will show you the time of each level, so you can kind of keep track of that stuff. But I don't love survival. For me, it's just a little too slow, especially on... Yep, here we go, double curse. So there it is. So this is what the normal curse... I'm using my fingers to illustrate on my screen. this is what a normal curse run or room looks like. It's going to terminate when you're in the ossuary. So the other one that had a door on the other side of it, that is a clear hint like, hey, there's likely going to be another curse here. So just keep an eye on that when you play through. So here we go. So got myself a double E-whip out of the curse chest, which is great because it does not feel like a survival weapon because it is not a survival weapon. Absolutely love. I love E-whip. You know, my tier list, I put it. I think I put it in the sometimes category. I've since come around. It's, you know, watching a ton of speedrunners. You know, watching Nano and Vord and other folks. Dimitri's, like, E-whip is just so good. So I grabbed it here. I love it, especially when you have ×2 damage or ×4 damage. Taking a quick detour here for the extended healing blueprint. You know, that generation of the ossuary will always have it, so you can just kind of duck down there for it. I love it. But what I'm doing here, so I mentioned earlier, I was like, hey, I'm going to go to Sepulchre later. We're going to get the Explorer's Rune, so that way I can see the whole map. But here, I don't have Explorer's Rune. And I don't remember how many enemies I left on the map to clear the curse. So now I'm at a point where I have to kill this elite in order to get the ram rune. So I think what I'm going to do, I remember leaving some enemies kicking around. I'm going to come back here. I mean, look, this is doing already so good. So I'm going to come back here. I'm going to check to see what I left. I don't think there's much. There might be, yeah, I was like, there's a slasher who just came out of nowhere. that could have been the end of this whole thing, and then you would have never seen this video because I would have just quit. But yeah, so there was that slasher that just popped out of nowhere, and I think here I'm just resigning to the fact that oh, here's a couple more. There we go. That I didn't plan well. I didn't plan great. So I had mentioned, I think it was probably, I don't remember if it was my 1BC or 2BC video. It was one of my tutorials. I mentioned, you know, leaving enemies on the map in the event that you get an unexpected curse. And here we go. So I did not do that. Thankfully, making quick work of that elite, you know, between the wolf trap and, you know, getting extra damage, the toxic cloud, and then the double damage E-whip. That dude disappeared pretty quickly. This was the scariest jump in the run as I'm looking for a portal. I'm saying, oh no, just a double jump, but that could have been so bad. That could have been so bad. And like I said, I didn't plan well. I don't have Explorer's Rune, so I can't see the skulls on the map. And instead of spending 5 or 10 minutes going down every hallway, I'm like, F it, let's go fight the concierge. You know, worst case scenario is, again, I lose the run, I move on with my life, but clearly I don't. But let's I don't remember exactly. All right, so what am I doing here? I think I might be trying to, yeah, I'm unlocking root grenade, so that way I have a longer crowd control. So I'm gonna get rid of the ice grenade here. And then I'm getting health flask 3, yeah. So I'm getting the health flask here because I'm definitely feeling like, all right, if I don't pull this off, you know, I'm gonna be in trouble. Do I get marksman bow too? Do I? I think I do. I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to remember my thought process here, but clearly not that important. So I bumped the E-whip up to S grade or S quality, so that way it's at the highest it can be. I take support, so even though it's off color, it's still going to get me a nice chunk of 30 whatever percent it was, 35, 33% when I'm near a trap. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to try to throw the wolf trap so concierge gets trapped in one, gets the toxic cloud, and then I'm close enough to the second one to get the support bonus. Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing here. So I'm going to try to keep him trapped here. But I'm also being mindful of his movements because, you know, crowd control, ice, you know, freeze, root, especially root, can interrupt concierge's movements. So I really don't want to, like right there's a chance he's going to jump as soon as the trap lets go, you know, so I just didn't want to mess with it too much. So I'm trying to play smart here, but got him done. Did not die to the curse. Down to 3, right? But there you go. So I really enjoyed that because, again, you know, everyone's got their own preferences, and I'm going to continue to adhere to advice or things that I've said in the past. Every build is viable. Every stat is viable. It's just me as a person, as someone who's played this for a long time, I prefer the quicker ones, and here you go. So I'm immediately looking at this, 40% to electrified damage, and I'm saying, all right, this is supposed to be a survival run. And once again, I have throwing knives. I'm using E-Whip for the first time in this run, but it is gone from, you know, a slow symmetrical lance and shield build to the throwing knives and E-Whip that has, you know, and the throwing knives have bonus damage to, what do you call it? Electrified. So I think I might take Heart of Ice here if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to remember. And this is something that's really that I like to do sometimes on a fresh file, is leave items that are in the collector's menu for when you need them. So instead of just unlocking stuff, being like, okay, I might need a ranged item. Like, so what I thought I did there, I thought I was going to unlock the marksman bow for concierge because that's a great item for him. But just leaving stuff like that there, so that way if you do need something, you can pull it out, and that might end up being something that can kind of turn the tides of a run. But again, that's just like a little optimizational type thing that I like to do with a fresh file. I'm not saying you should always keep stuff there, but it works sometimes. But yeah, so playing survival, not using survival items. I do switch over. I'm pretty sure I go to Frost Blast and Nutcracker, and then I move to Broadsword and Spiked Shield, I think is what ends up happening, but we'll see. But I'm pretty sure that's what happens. But for a little bit of time here, I'm enjoying a fake tactics style of gameplay. But and then for mutations, so I didn't even talk about mutations. So I did talk about support. The first mutation that I picked was Yigdar Ori Leox, shortened to YOLO. So that's the heart that you see on the all the way on the left of my mutation slots. So that is like the de facto beginner's mutation. So a lot of people, and I still, you know, disengagement's great, damn vigor's incredible. Controversial take or whatever, but I still think that newer folks should take YOLO for at least the first few runs. You know, it's kind of like a Death Defiance in Hades. It'll save you, right? So no matter what happens, it'll save your run in case, unless you're cursed, of course. But you know, you take a hit when you don't expect to. You're at the timekeeper and you're running low on health and you have no potions. Like, it will save you. So I still think it has its place. You know, once you get disengagement, once you get damn vigor, it completely gets outclassed. And you know, another reason why, you know, it's not really recommended for folks to take later on in your journey is that I mean, number one, you know, it can be a little bit of a crutch, isn't the right word, it's just more of a safety net, right? But the other thing is that once you use it and you select it, you can't unselect it. Am I gonna grab? Yeah, I'm gonna grab the Nutcracker. This is a very difficult thing for me to do. You can't unselect it. So whether you use it or not, so when it gets used, the heart actually turns like it's brown, kind of like it's spoiled or whatever you want to call it. Once you use it, that's what happens. The mutation slot is locked. So it's very similar to Wish in that aspect, where it's just going to be completely locked down. You can't use it. If I were to change my mind here and say, okay, I don't need YOLO, I'm actually going to take whatever, right? I'm going to take combo instead. I can't use that slot. So I'm only going to be able to use 2 mutations for the rest of this run because I chose YOLO. The reason I chose YOLO, so I could have taken disengagement, right? Because I did unlock it at the beginning, or excuse me, at the end of the 0BC playthrough. I chose not to because disengagement is 200 cells and I didn't want to burn that many cells just trying to protect myself, at least not at this point, as I take 2 huge hits, right? I didn't want to do that at this point, and I knew I had YOLO, and I'm very confident in my abilities to get tactics and brutality runs. I wasn't too worried about those, but switching to survival, again, you know, long answer to a short question nobody asked, is it just feels too slow for me. I can't get in the groove. I used to be a huge survival player back in version 1.8. Loved survival, but it just, things have changed a lot, you know, so it's not my usual vibe. And then I think I had seen the Frost Blast here. I remembered that. So once I got the Nutcracker, I was like, all right, I'm going to go back to the shop. I'm going to get the Frost Blast. So here we go. So if you look at the build, this is sort of like I I think I put this, I think I called this the Icebreaker build. I'm pretty sure I put this in my beginner builds, you know, the 9 beginner builds guide that I did, you know, several months ago, whenever it was. But this is pretty much quintessential, right? So you're going to use the Frost Blast. It has unlimited ammo. It comes with some pretty decent affixes usually, where it'll take twice as long to thaw. Slow will spread to nearby enemies. Nearby enemies bleed after the effect. So it's got some, usually has pretty decent affixes on it. So we're going to use that for crowd control. And if you look at my skills, I have Wolf Trap and I have Root Grenade. Those are also both for crowd control. So that way I'll be able to, you know, root enemies with the Wolf Trap in case I'm looking for more of a horizontal control. But with the Root Grenade, I can get enemies that are, you know, I can use it to get rid of bats. I can use it for a wider circular, is that the right word? Like a more circular AoE sort of thing, as opposed to the Wolf Trap just sort of being on the floor. Excuse me, but this is quintessential the right word? Did I already say that? I think that's the right word, but this is classic, right? So you have a slow heavy item that can get all kinds of extra heavy damage bonuses. You have some form of crowd control, and then for mutations, I also took Necromancy, so that's the middle mutation. That is also unlocked from the start, and basically the way that it works is, I say that a lot. That's like one of my unintentional catchphrases. So I say interesting, I say super interesting, and I say here's how it works. So Necromancy, here's how it works. With every enemy that you kill, you will get some health back, but the amount of health, it's a percentage. The amount of health that you get back is determined on, I think there's 3 factors to it, right? So the first is like any other mutation. The first factor is how many scrolls you have. So of course, the higher scrolls that you have in your build, the more stats you have in survival, the bigger the max percentage is going to be that you're going to get back. The other 2 things is, I believe that enemy health is part of it. So like enemies that have higher base values for health are going to give you more health back. Enemies that have less are going to give you less. And then I think I might take this over the Root Grenade. I do. We got a lot of bats and stuff coming up here, and I wanted something a little bit more of a quicker pop. So it's the health of the enemy, and then I also believe it's the amount of health that you have missing, right? So let's say Necro says you're going to get up to whatever, right? You're going to get up to 2% of your health back. If you have 40% of your health and you kill you kill a buzz cutter, you're probably going to get more health back from that than if you have 80% of your health and you kill a slasher, because even though the enemy health is higher for the slasher, there's a bigger difference, but bigger distance between 40% and 100 and 80% and 100. So it's kind of like a little bell curve, right? So what you're going to see is when you don't need it, you're really not going to notice it that much. And when you do need it, it's going to be noticeable enough to give you some extra cushion, so that way you can feel a little bit more comfortable. And you know, the other side of survival, of course, is not just slow weapons, but you have a higher, you're going to have a higher max health. Like your health pool is going to be bigger. All of the survival stats you take are going to have higher health bonuses per scroll. So like, you know, when you get your first scroll, survival is 70% extra, brutality 60%, and tactics is 50%. And as you get more of those scrolls, those numbers get lower. But survival, their numbers are respectively higher as you get up. So the amount of health you're going to get from your 10th brutality scroll is going to be less than the amount of health you're going to get from your 10th survival scroll, right? So hopefully that makes sense. But I decided to take Necro. You know, it's a really good mutation, but the other part of it too is at this point in the game, you know, the default kit for mutations are good. Blind Faith is a fantastic survival mutation where it will give you great cooldown. I think it caps at like 6% or something crazy like that. So it gives you a ton of cooldown. cooldown as I'm using Frost Blast, right? Gives you a ton of cooldown, but like if you're not, oh, that was close. If you're not using a shield, then it's kind of useless, right? And the other one that they have is, pretty sure it's counterattack. Dancing for point blank. That's one of the, I was hoping to get that mutation. It's fantastic. And the other one's counterattack, where you get more damage for your first attack after a parry. But it's not, it's flat damage, so it doesn't scale well. It's, oh my god, I remember this. I remember being so scared right here. Look at this. I was like, oh my god, this is it. And it's not. There we go. That was a very efficient, cool curse clear, right? But yeah, so, you know, counterattack gives you a flat extra damage, you know, DPS for after a parry, so it's not whatever, right? But Necro is super helpful for, you know, out of the base mutations that they got. So it's hard for me not to recommend taking Necro, you know, in general. Like, I feel like, you know, I would recommend maybe waiting a couple of biomes. You know, I see a lot of people take Necro right off the bat, like even on 5BC where you get a little bit of extra scrolls, but if you actually watch the gameplay, you know, you're going to see people getting like 5 HP, 10 HP packs. So it's not that big, you know, it's really not that big. So I'd recommend, you know, maybe taking something like Berserker. If you have that mutation, that's a 4BC and up mutation where every melee kill you have gives you, damage. It gives you damage reduction for 8 seconds and it stacks, and it also allows you don't get stunned, so that way you have a little bit more freedom in case you get hit with a heavy attack. So I'd recommend, you know, something like Berserker, Gastronomy, you know, some colorless stuff, of course, you know, even like the middle of the road stuff, Velocity, what do you call it? Already forgot. Disengagement, like whatever, right? Oh, No Mercy, I was gonna say. But Necro, you know, second or third mutation, I kind of feel like it's almost a given. It's almost a given to take that when you're taking a survival build. So, long story, again, a long answer to a question nobody asked. That's why I took Necro. So as you can see, my health here is capped. I've been taking some food here and there. I've been recycling food, I think, here and there. You know, I'm not too concerned. So at this point, you know, my Nutcracker is doing fine damage. You know, this is something that really, my opinion, it really drops off as the, it drops off as the game goes on. So, you know, 0 BC, you know, 1 BC, 2 BC-ish. It's pretty decent. You know, it's not something I take often for my 5 BC runs, but I'm pretty confident here, you know, even though it's not killing everything in one hit, even with the crit, it's fine. You know, it's doing good work. I'm not concerned about its damage output. I'm comfortable with the moveset, so I'm just letting it roll, letting it rip. And then I feel like I was taking that somewhere else. Man. I wonder, sometimes I wonder, like, all right, so we never really know what we sound like to other people, right? So I can listen to my voice on a video, on, you know, in a WhatsApp message, you know, whatever it is, and it sounds to me a certain way because I know what my voice sounds like, right? If somebody has never heard my voice before and they've never seen a video before, and this is the first thing that they're watching, I gotta wonder if someone's just like, man, like this dude is saying so much stuff and like some of it's good and some of it is just like, where is this coming from, man? So I wonder, I would love to be able to just to understand the viewer experience of someone who does not know me, just to be like, wow, what does it feel like to listen to me just ramble for, at this point it's going to be 5.5 hours, but you know what I'm saying. But I brought that up because I don't even remember what I was talking about. Nutcracker, it's fine. Oh yeah, so I'm not too worried. I'm not worried about the build. I'm not worried about the survivability of this run. At this point, I know that I'm going to be fine. And, you know, like I had mentioned a little bit ago when I thought I was talking about Marksman Bow, is I know that I have stuff in the collector's menu. Spike Shield. I think I got Spike Shield in this run at some point. I know that I have stuff in the collector's menu, so that way if I need to switch out, you know, because, you know, Nutcracker is not very viable for, what do you call it? It's not really viable for bosses. you know, and like I said, it kind of drops off. So I'm not too concerned. I got good HP here. I have 3 flasks. I haven't touched YOLO, and I got Necro, so I'm fine. I'm fine. So I think at this point in the run, you know, once I got past that gnarly curse where, you know, that was pretty, that was very hectic. It was hectic watching too. I was trying to talk and I was just like, oh man, I can't believe you survived that. But after that gnarly curse, I was like, all right, man, I think I'm good. You know, I got the 60. I'm all topped off here. So I'm not too worried about it. So at this point, I allowed myself to relax. I remember just being like, all right, dude, you're cool. Just gonna make it through. And I might actually keep... Yeah, actually, I decided to keep the Nutcracker instead of the Sim Lance here. Timekeeper is susceptible to root. She's susceptible to freeze, you know, like the normal, your normal sort of crowd control stuff where over time bosses will become more resistant to it. But right off the bat, what am I doing? Oh, I was rolling for affixes on that ice grenade, trying to get the best setup. There we go. So that's why I didn't recycle that, I was going to say. Wow, that was I do that sometimes. I'm like, wait, why? I must have missed I must have missed something. But yeah, so Timekeeper's susceptible to both ice, or I should say freeze, both freeze and root. So I'm just like, all right, man, we're good. So let's roll with it. Let's I'm unlocking this here just so I have it for my next run. And I'm like, all right, let's do it. Let's see what goes on. So I didn't even recycle the the flask there where I absolutely should have. That's very funny. Wow. But here we go. So here's Timekeeper. So we're at 2 BC. So she's going to start with this rotating aura of shurikens as opposed to the 0 BC attack where she just kind of rushes at you. You can see here I'm getting some decent crowd control. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, I was going to say I'm pretty sure I start to take hits. But because my health pool is so high with survival, I mean, look at this. I'm taking, what am I looking at? Yeah, 2%, whatever it is. I'm getting good recovery back. So I'm not too worried. So I'm pretty sure towards the end of this fight, I just start tanking because I'm just like, all right, man, like I said, I'm confident, I'm fine. I'm just doing what I can here. But I have, again, could be a different run, but I'm pretty sure I just start swinging and, you know, like right here, it's like whatever, you know. So she's going down, and I think this is, what do I unlock here? Ice shards? If this is my 3rd Timekeeper fight, I'm pretty sure ice shards is what's going to pop. Yeah, there we go. So we're good. So again, you know, even after taking a ton of hits, did not use a flask. I still got 70%, and now I'm moving into High Peak Castle for the end of the 2 BC run. Out of all the runs, this was by far, I think, I don't know if least favorite is the correct word. It was the least enjoyable, I think is a better way to put it. This was the least enjoyable run for me. 2 BC is a spike. You know, I had mentioned earlier that, you know, the difference between 0 and 1 BC is not as big of a gap as it is between 1 and 2, you know, in my opinion. So I was feeling a little bit, definitely feeling the push at the beginning of this. But like I said, as the run went on, you know, it was really important for me to get those kill doors. Is this cursed? No. Okay. I think at some point I go to a cursed high peak. And it's really important for me, or just in general, I guess, you know, to get those kill doors because you get higher quality gear. So I'm getting all this plus stuff that I can level up to S ranking, which is definitely helping because as you folks saw, the forge is only up to 100% plus. I have nothing in plus. So all of the plus or S stuff I'm getting is either from reforging. Am I taking this? I think I do take this. Yeah. And either for reforging or from kill doors. So you might be asking, all right, why did you take that one? Right? They both had Toxic Cloud. They both have the same DPS. Why did I take that? So as I was talking about reforging, so as most of you know, when you get through a level, you'll get to the minor forge, which is a little Gillian with the, is it Julian, whatever it is. The little guy with the backpack who will help you reforge your affixes or upgrade your weapons. At this point in the game, I do not have the advanced forge, which means I can only upgrade items once per round there, right? So no matter, even if I use that guy to go from plus to plus plus in the next level after I beat it, I can't upgrade it. So you can only upgrade each weapon once. The damage was the same, but I was going from, I think it was a 4++ to a 6+, which means that I can upgrade that 6+ further than I could the 4++, because the plus had already been upgraded to a plus on that first wolf trap. So I'm going to be able to get a little bit more damage out of it, which is always good. Again, especially when you're doing fresh file stuff, or Iron Man, or just in general trying to beat stuff with, or just in general, right? It's you don't have to do anything special. It's important to upgrade your shit, man. Like, for seriously, So that's why I did that. So by the time I get out of here, if I get out of here, look at this, right? So what do we see from Necro? What am I going to get here? So I get 60. Boom, look at that, 63%. So that enemy, the whatever the knight, I forget what the name is. Big health pool, and the difference between 162 is higher. So now if you're looking here, look what we got: 66, 67, 68. So the grenade guys were giving me like what, 1% health back. And if you want to watch, I mean, it's incredibly exciting, but if you want to watch as my health goes up, it's going to be less, right? There you go. So we're only looking at small margins here, but this is what I was talking about for Necronacy. Yeah, have you gotten the super mutation? It's Necronacy. It's actually necromancy and gastronomy at the same time. You get it when you go through your 1000th challenge rift. That's when it shows up. So it's colorless. It costs 4,000 cells. It's great. For real, I just got marbles in my mouth today. So yeah, it's really funny because I remember feeling a little bit of hubris where I'm like, oh man, I remember as I was playing, the run was going really well, and now I just took a bunch of hits here. So again, I walked in there with 70 and I'm leaving with 36. But again, I have YOLO, so it's not a huge deal. And with necromancy, since my health is lower, I mean, what are we gonna do here? We're at 36, and then I'm gonna chunk up to 38, 40. So it's, I'm getting about 2% back per enemy, give or take. So again, a couple of scary moments, but not super worried. And then just rolling through. So I got two of the 3 keys here. What one did I not kill? I think I didn't go through the green door yet. Not positive, but I always go for all 3 keys in the High Peak Castle. Items at the end might be helpful, and that extra scroll always helps, no matter what. I mean, at this point, whether you're putting it into health or, your main stat or whatever, I'm not gonna police your scrolls at this point in the run, but no matter what you do with it, it's definitely gonna be helpful. So I like to get that 3rd key. I think the only situations I wouldn't recommend it is, if you're struggling and you're, let's say you're playing 0 BC and you're out of health flasks and you've got 20% health left, just get out. Just get out of the High Peak Castle, clear the level, get your flask back and try to get a win. But in general, I think it's always, it's mostly worth going for the 3rd key. So that's what I just did there. So I took out the slasher, went through the blue door, got ourselves that 3rd key. And then I think I'm going to continue to do full clears because, again, the double cells here on 2BC is helpful. It's helpful for the forge. It's helpful for the meta upgrades. I was able to unlock, what did I grab here? I grabbed more health flasks. I think I did starting melee. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I got enough revenue to continue to unlock stuff. And I'm pretty sure for the rest of the run, we're going to be doing full clears as well. Also, quick shout out. This is my 2nd good stat. I got a survive. I think it was this one too. I think it was a purple and green pretty sure I got that impromptu, so I got two good scrolls to put into my stats. So yeah, so I'm just wrapping up here. I'm gonna kill all the enemies, or at least most of them. I got the blueprint here, so let's see what I decide to do. I might just roll. Yeah, so I'm gonna roll here, and I got a very special bug. So some people may have seen this before. When there's a lore room generated on top of the throne room door, the third door does not need to be opened. It is a door to nowhere. So right here, you can see if I only open those 2 doors, I would have gotten access to the additional room here. So that is a very rare thing, but if it does happen, congratulations, you got to save a key. I'm grabbing the boomerang blueprint. The boomerang blueprint. Item's great. You know, you gotta pop your head off to get it, unless I think if you have like assault shield and maybe 2, what do you have? Double jump, or 2 extra jumps, I should say, and assault shield for extra tech. I think you can grab it without the homunculus rune, but if you are using specific tech like that, there's a good chance you already have the homunculus rune, so not really necessary. But grabbing that blueprint just so I can fill it out. Again, I don't think I unlock anything. I don't think I use it, but it's good to have. And then we got ourselves a start enemy here. I think 1 more scroll. Yep. So I'm out of here with what, 22? Decent. Yeah. For 2BC, 22 is pretty good. And I think I'm going to continue here. I thought, like I was saying, I thought I was doing full clears, and I think that may still be the case here. You know, because this run hasn't gone on long enough. I'm like, you know, it'd be even better is if I did full clears with some of the slowest items. Some of the slowest items in the game. And we got ourselves a challenge rift. All right, so maybe we're leaving here with 23. Get myself comfortable here. Here we go. So we might be leaving with 23 here. So unless I get a good necklace here, let's see. Nope. Nope. So we're picking up our 23rd scroll. Again, this is just kind of like clean up. Oh, you know what the phrase that came to mind is? So it's a sports slang phrase, and it's called garbage time. So I'm most familiar with it when it comes to football, American football, I should say, not real football. When it comes to American football, basically like there are no mercy rules or forfeits or anything like that. So if a team is losing by a ton, then the other team doesn't forfeit, right? So, you know, whatever it is, right? If the New England Patriots are beating the New York Jets 50-2 or 50-3, I should say, the Jets don't have a chance to forfeit. So they're just going to continue playing. And what the Patriots would do in that situation is they would swap out their good players for their, or I should say their first string players for the people on the bench, so that way they can get, you know, avoid injuries and whatever it is, because the Jets are not going to come back. The announcers talk about all kinds of stuff. They start showing people in the crowd. They start showing old stats. They kind of like make jokes with each other. That's called garbage time. And I feel like the end of this run has been garbage time. Where I'm just like, okay, dude, slowest build in the history of time. We got so much more video ahead of us. I'm clearing out every single enemy. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, yeah, so how's the weather? Weather's pretty warm here. You know, the summers are good. For those of you who like to go to the beach, make sure you're wearing your sunscreen. Take care of yourself, stay hydrated, etc. But here we go. So we're at the end. We are out of garbage time here. Unlock the broadsword, unlock the spiked shield, so that way I would not have to use the Nutcracker and Frost Blast, because the Hand of the King is not super susceptible to Frost Blast, I think. So I'm going in there with just your traditional sword and board. You know, one of the builds I like recommending with this is if you have the Rampart Shield, use that, so that way you can block an attack and then have time to get the 3 broadsword swings off. But I don't have the Rampart, but I do have the Spike Shield, which does additional damage on parrying. It's a very strong offensive shield. Great against Scarecrow if you can get the parry timings down. But I decided to take Blind Faith, so let's see if we actually see the cooldown here. So we're 8 seconds. No, I don't think it's going to happen. There you go. So it went from 5 seconds down to nothing because at Blind Faith, you can go back and look at the actual screen for the mutation, but Blind Faith was probably at 4 or 5 seconds at this point. So I grabbed that, did not need Necro at this point, and took support for the extra damage from the Wolf Trap, being close to it, and we're just shredding here. So Hand of the King taking some big chunks of damage. So for me, like, this is a good survival build. It's like in the middle, right? So, you know, it is not incredibly fast, but it's doing chunks that are respectable chunks versus needing to rely on, you know, the Frost Blast or Ice Bow or throwable objects for the Nutcracker or whatever it is. So we did it. I'm pretty sure that was a flawless. Yeah, hell yeah. So that was a flawless, another flawless. We're going to pick up our third boss cell here. So we're technically half, even though the time, even though there's more, we are less than half of the time there. We are halfway through the runs here. So we got through 0, 1, 2, and then we're going to be coming up with 3, 4, and 5. Very excited for 3BC. I'm going to be hanging out here with DanielSan. You know, hanging out with Modesto was great. This is going to be great. I'm super stoked for it. So yeah, so we wrapped up 2BC. Once the gonna be stopping here, we're gonna be getting out of garbage time. But yeah, once we get rolling for 3BC, we'll talk about the new things to expect. We'll talk a little bit about the routing, and we're also gonna be talking with Daniel. So I'm gonna be taking a break here. Catch you guys in a bit. All right, so we finished the 2BC run, got a little bit long in the tooth there with the survival, but we're getting ready to open up 3BC here. So you can see the difference here. You still get double cells, but now you get scroll fragments. So you're gonna be able to get higher scroll count towards the end of the game. You can start putting your cells into the forge for S rank. And other than that, the run's gonna go pretty well. But I'm not by myself. Daniel, where are you, man?
I'm here. Come on.
Dude. Oh, man. So good. So good to hang out. So good to hear from you, man.
Thank you, man.
Thanks for agreeing to do this. This is going to be, like I was saying to Modesto on the 1BC run, it's going to be great having you here to break things up and, you know, joke around and share your perspective, man, because it's always good to hang out. And I know a lot of our viewers, you know, both our channels shared and individually enjoy the collaboration. So stoked that you're here, man.
Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure. And I'm excited for the gameplay. Can you tell me what is going on today?
Yeah, so we're going to be watching a 3BC run. So I don't have a ton of stuff unlocked. We'll see what's going on. I think I have 100% in the plus forge filled out. I don't know if I have anything in plus yet. You know, I unlocked. As you can see, I got a few flasks, a couple other things here and there like recycling and stuff. But you know, what I've been doing is I've been doing this as an Iron Man. So as soon as I finish one run, start the next. So all of the videos that people are going to see are sequential. Everything was done in a row, so there's no off-camera grinding or anything. So whatever we have is whatever we have, man.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
So what do you think is the most useless thing that you can unlock for early game? What do you think? I heard you say something about a backpack sometimes.
So I feel like I like the backpack, but I think for early game, I feel like outfits are the worst thing people can unlock.
Absolutely.
There's just so much other stuff that's important, man. Whether it's you know, the flask stuff or better weapons, or of course the forge. Like I feel like outfits are how they get you, man. People get suckered in because they're like, oh, this looks really cool, and I have this boss outfit, and then the next thing you know, some people might be on like 1 or 2 BC and they have a bunch of outfits but nothing in the forge. You know. So.
For me, it's the other way around. I like the idea of the forge, but I think it's such a grind that you have so many things to unlock, like so many mutations, so many weapons, and still I'm always after that first boss fight. I throw everything in the forts, and sometimes I'm like, I don't want to do this. Also, I wanna, but kind of like I have to, because the forts is, in my opinion, the most important upgrades you can do.
100%, man. Yeah, and it's almost like homework. You know, where it's like you have to save your cells and put them in the forge so that way like you get better later on. But there's no real immediate bonus to it. You know, it's just like a slog, man.
That's a very good explanation.
Yeah, and I remember, you know, going way back on, I think it was on 1.0, because I think they fixed the numbers, but I think it used to be like 20 or 30,000 cells or something, dude.
What?
It was absolutely crazy. It was out of control, man. It was out of control.
By the way, nice challenge rift in the prisoner quarters.
Thank you. Yeah, so I lucked out, got through it. I had a double jump though, so I had a little bit of extra help, but got through it okay. So here's go ahead, bro.
So go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, you know, you have done not like super recently, but you did. Oh, actually, no, you have. You've been doing some fresh file stuff because you've been playing on PC. You've been playing on PS5 too, right?
Yeah, and I had mobile with Netflix. It was like free because we have Netflix.
Oh.
It's not free, but you get it with all the So I was playing on that too, and I have done something. I did not do the Iron Man.
Okay.
I know in my PC playthrough I got a curse chest, and then I died, and then Kaylor took them all away from us. So.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And then I died to an Inquisitor or something. It was hilarious.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's so funny. So the joke. So there's one of our Discord mods, King Kaylor. They have a record of getting cursed chest drops in the prisoners' quarters, which is a 1% drop.
Yeah.
And he had how many? There was like 4 of them or something.
4 or 5 that they got, and we looked all at the screenshot and like this isn't happening.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy, man.
Also in the videos, so there was proof.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. Oh, real quick. So I took since I did survival last time, and I did not have a good enjoyment of it. I decided to take brutality here. I didn't find a good brutality weapon, but obviously I had some stuff unlocked here, so I just popped out the swift sword, so that way I'd be able to take something good into the sewers. And looks like I'm grabbing powerful grenade too.
Did you also have velocity then?
No, I didn't. I haven't unlocked. Yeah, I haven't unlocked velocity yet. Yeah, because I've only beaten Timekeeper, I think 3 times. So I got. I got light speed, the outfit, and then the last run I got. What do you call it? Ice shards.
Ice shards. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it also from Timekeeper?
Yeah. Ice shards is
I always forget.
Yeah. So ice shards is 3. I think. Ice crossbow is number 4, and then I think velocity. I can't remember specifically.
Oh, it's number 5. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's number 5, but I don't get it in this run because I only fight her 4 times, I think. But I do remember. I mean, we'll see it when we get there. But I do remember dual wielding weapons in order to keep the swift sword going. So we'll see that when that pops up, man. Yeah.
I think it's interesting to not have. Velocity, because now you can see it how it works without, and it can be pretty good.
Yeah, you can just see on its own how long the speed boost lasts and all that, man. Yeah.
Is it normally like 10 seconds? 5?
Yeah, I think it's 10, maybe
10.
15, right? I feel like 10 sounds about right.
No, it's 10 because I think velocity does it. Ooh, what is that?
Oh boy.
That's something I never use.
Magnetic grenade, man. What a beautiful blueprint.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
I know Lemon will scream at me because he used it. I think he can use it pretty well. At least I heard him talking about it. I think it was him. I don't know for sure.
I'm not surprised. Lemon finds use for all the stuff.
Yeah.
That people would. Most people just put it in the bin.
Listen, if I hate it, he loves it. That's the rule. If we hate it, he loves it for sure.
Yeah, that's his vibe. Oh, that's so funny, dude. That is so funny. Oh my god. But yeah, I think it is. I'm pretty sure it's 10 seconds now that you mention it.
Yeah, 10 seconds, and then times 3. It's like, hey, I see what that is.
Yep. So I'm gonna play around a little bit with the useless legendary affix. It's usually useless because that's the one where you get a critical hit, you get a speed boost. But since I don't have velocity, I'm going to pair these 2. So I'm going to use Swift Sword a bunch. Yeah, I'll use Swift Sword a bunch, and then I'll use Balance Blade to get some crits and a speed boost, and I kind of go back and forth, I think, between the 2.
That's smart. That's cool.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it was just one of those things where it's like you have so little unlocked and there's not a lot available, or it's like you just got to scrap together. It's like when you haven't gone to the grocery store and you need to make dinner and you just open the cabinets and you say, oh, I get this can of beans and I get this thing, let me just mix it all together. That's kind of that's kind of what this is, dude.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's kind of that. Yeah, exactly, man. Oh, and the other thing too, so routing, I got the, what do you call it? Got the teleport rune last time, right? Is that what happened? Hold on. Oh, wait, I'm on 3BC. I got the ram rune last time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we're doing ancient sewers to conjunct to slumbering in this route.
Slumbering. Ooh. Yeah. Slumbering is hard when you have a new fresh file.
Yeah, it is not comfortable. For sure. And I was hoping, because I think that this is the only time I go to slumbering in this whole video. I was hoping to get the door lore room, but I did not. I was hoping for it, man. Super unfortunate.
Oh, the door.
The door.
The most powerful item in the game.
The best, man.
Right?
But I didn't get it.
I
didn't get it. Yeah. I didn't get it, man. Yeah.
Awesome.
But I wanted to ask you, we were talking a little bit about fresh files. So, like, do you remember, like, in your own experience, after playing for so long, dude, I mean, you've been playing 5BC forever, how did it feel to kind of go through, like, 2BC, 3BC?
Weird.
Aside from what you were saying about saving up stuff for the Forge and feeling bad about it.
It was really weird because you don't have the runes. So I was continually jumping walls. And not climbing, and my brain didn't comprehend what was going on. I was like, what happens?
Why am I taking all this damage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then doing it again in 1BC and 2BC. But I also think it was like nice to see all those blueprints drop. You know, you're playing for something that normally you play only for the gameplay, like for builds. But now you do it for the blueprints, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, and
my experience.
For sure. Like that's part of the reason why I like to do my own fresh files just for fun, is because it's almost like you get to reset and see, like you just said, see what drops. You know, maybe unlock certain things, don't unlock certain things, and it's kind of fun to see like where some of these blueprints come from, because I think it's so easy to forget after however many years to like. Whatever it is, see the Kudos bow drop from a cannibal in the clock tower, and it's like, oh yeah, that's where that thing came from, you know?
That's where that came from, yeah. And what I also with Predator, you can get that in the first run, and if you get that, the first run, then you're golden. It's from how are they called in Clock Tower? The invisible dudes. That
I think automatons. I think is what they're called. Automation automaton. I think it's automaton. I'm pretty sure.
And the funny thing is that in my first ever playthrough, when I was learning that cells, I thought 2BC was the hardest. But when I did the Fresh File series, I thought 3BC was the hardest. I don't know how it's with you, but it was very weird.
Really?
Yeah.
So I had this. Also, you know, my build was different. I'm taking a better build for me this time through, but I found 2BC to be harder.
Okay.
And I think, if I'm remembering right, this is when your gear level, default level, gets higher. So I think 3BC you have better gear right from the beginning, because I feel like with 2BC you can really feel that deficit as you're kind of making your way through.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe it's just the items that you get during the game that has, of course, influence. So maybe it was that, but I don't know. It felt harder than before.
Well, it's the other thing too, man, is it's different for everybody. Like some people get really stuck on 1BC, and some people beat it the first time they do it, you know. And I think, you know, in addition to just, you know, items and stuff, like sometimes people just have really good runs where, you know, you get some good dual stats and that pushes you through, you know?
Yeah, of course. And I think that in the beginning, from 4 to 5, it was not that much of a difference, except for the Malays and, of course, the additional biome and the additional boss. But other than that, it's, of course, the same. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember, the original the original 5BC, that was the only difference.
Yeah.
The only difference was, like you're saying, they both 4 and 5BC both had Malays, so it was only the it was only the last it was the last level and then the last boss, and you couldn't spend cells on 5BC. So that was perfect for the Forge because you had no other choice. You had no other choice.
4BC had Malays?
Yeah, so back in, I think up until whatever it was, version 2.1, I think is when they redid the Malays.
Yeah.
But up until then, 4BC had Malays, and it would be when you got hit, you got a tick of Malays. They didn't have the enemy spawn. Yeah.
I have seen that from Dimitri's and Lemon, of course. And that looks rough.
Playing 1.2,
So
it's
rough.
bad, and it's funny because it's like when you play, if you take whatever, right? If you take 3 or 4 hits in prisoners' quarters, it's not that big of a deal. But if you take 3 or 4 hits in prisoners' quarters in an earlier version, your Malaise bar is almost all the way half full, and you're just saying, "Geez, like what am I supposed to do?" You know, it's tough.
Yeah, for my playstyle, that would be horrible.
I know.
would be. I think Modesto too, because we both are very aggressive,
Yeah.
and sometimes the only thing that I'm not that aggressive is with survival, because it takes longer and the webs are of course heavy, so it takes a longer time. So, but with brutality, it's like, come on, you know.
It's like enemies don't even have a chance to react because they're gone. As soon as you show up, they're gone, man, for sure.
I think with of course with Predator, let's be honest, is busted still.
Oh yeah.
So if you have that's of course a major game changer.
What is it cap at? It's like 2.2 seconds or something like that.
Yeah.
2.5 seconds, whatever.
I think it was there was a time it was 3, but I don't know for sure. But maybe 2.2, yeah. I think it is 2, but it feels longer. I don't know why.
Well, it's kind of the same thing with like Damn Vigor.
Yeah.
'Cause sometimes those 2 seconds feel longer than they should. You know.
Way longer.
Yeah.
But that's a good thing. Especially with Damn Vigor.
Oh, for sure, man. And like speaking of Predator, I think we might have talked about this a bit before, but it used to be tactics only. So like Predator.
Really?
Yeah, Predator, Scheme, and Initiative used to be tactics only. I think maybe in 1.9 or 2. I forget which patch it was specifically, but they had wanted to make a assassin build, is what they called it. So it would be high risk, high reward. So Predator was initially to compensate for your low HP if you took a tactics melee build. But now it's just busted. now
it's busted. Yeah.
So busted.
If newer players ask you, how can I go through Cavern on Brutality, Melee, Predator? It's so easy then. I mean, when you're new, it's still not easy, but it is easier. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, Predator is a huge biome changer. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. I would say maybe more than any other mutation that you could take, probably.
Yeah, of
right?
course.
Because I got a good dual stat here. Hell yeah.
Ooh. Don't show it to Lemon.
I know.
Don't do it.
I didn't put it into health because I wanted to get as much damage out of this as I could since my forge is low.
Of course.
But I feel like, even some of the other really strong, like support and, other things, like I don't think any other mutation can carry a biome as much as Predator does.
Absolutely. I think it's one of the best. I'm very hesitant to say it's the best because, I find it hard to call something S tier, because if you go to a boss, good luck with Predator, because it's useless. Maybe for Conjunctivius, but also not very, very usable, I think. But other than that, yeah, it's definitely A or S tier.
Well, it's like, I wonder too, like, is it so good that even though it doesn't work in bosses, it could be S tier? You know what I mean? Like, does that balance it out?
If it's up to me, yes, but I'm not one of the Dead Cells gods, So I'm just leave it to the pros.
Oh, dude, you are one of the pros. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Oh, get out of here.
Yeah, I try.
Well, I don't know, man, because you've you've been doing Dead Cells videos. When did you switch from Hollow Knight? Was it like 3 years ago? 2 years ago?
Yeah, it was 2022. The end of 2022. It was a good crossover. It was like what's it called, the Everyone Is Here update.
Yep.
Came out, and of course I played Hollow Knight, and the Pure Nail was in the game. So I just want to make a video. I know the video for my standards right then did really well. So I was like, maybe I can do more, and that's when it happened. And then also my Hollow Knight views went down for some reason. I don't know why or what. And then my Dead Cells video started like between getting 500 to 1K views, and Hollow Knight like 70 or something.
Oh wow!
So I was like, that's why I quit, because I made guides for Hollow Knight, like boss guides, and I really like to do that. But when it got 70 views or something, I was like, yeah, maybe I can invest the time in making Dead Cells content instead of things that people don't watch at the time.
Do you think, because I remember you had mentioned at some point maybe doing a second channel for other stuff, like do you think that the Dead Cells content screwed with the algorithm for your Hollow Knight stuff?
Absolutely.
Is that what it was? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I can't upload anything else right now. I see it with your channel too. I watch your eternal videos, and they deserve more views, and I'm not saying that because we are friends.
Oh, thank you.
But but I really think it does, and then I see like 300 views, and I think this should at least be a couple K, like 10K or something.
Thanks, man. Yeah, and I'm hoping that like once the new Housemarque game comes out, Saros, I think it's called. I'm hoping that Returnal has a bit of a resurgence where people kind of dig back and say, "Oh, I never played that. Let me check it out." And not just for me to get views, because I don't monetize, but it's more just like for people to experience it and like enjoy
for a big audience.
Yeah, just to enjoy it.
Of course.
Yeah. And it's funny too, because I mean, your Dead Cells videos are really consistent. I mean, both with the way you play, but also like I feel like right off the bat, within a day, you get like 1K. And then, like, I feel like they all kind of cruise up to like 2 or 3 or whatever it is, But that's great, though.
Mostly it's between 1 and 2K. The last one got like 2.5.
Oh wow!
It was what was it?
Was it the Brain Dead one with Pure?
Oh, the Brain Dead. Yeah, from Raziel. Yeah, Raziel. Raziel said like 2 years ago. He was very active on Modesto's channel. And he made a video, and I was like, okay, this is very balanced, a little bit sarcastic. And he said, if you want to turn your brain off, this is the way to go. So that's why it was called the Brain Dead.
And that was great. So it was, what was it? It was Pure Nail and Snake Fangs, right? Were those the
Snake Fangs? Yeah. It does a lot of damage, and you only have to hold like 2 buttons, and it's great. And I always find it funny that some people come into the video and say, "Hey, are you using a mod or something?" No, you can do this.
No mod at all, right? Yeah.
No
it's
mod
just
at all.
Hold to attack, which if you want to think of it as a mod, maybe, but that's it,
Little bit.
Yeah. That's funny, man. And I should mention, I know we talked about it a little bit, but speaking of dual wielding, what I was doing here, I was using the balance blade to get what is it, like 9 or 10 hits before it starts doing criticals, I think.
Yeah.
And then I was using the speed boost from the legendary to get Swift Sword crits. So I was kind of going back and forth.
Cool.
Yeah, I was going back and forth between the two, just in case folks didn't have a chance to catch that. Because you mentioned, we were talking about dual wielding weapons, and I was like, oh yeah, I should probably mention just a little bit, about the run, whatever, man, But,
Yeah, I was gonna ask, why did you skip Across the Prison, but you don't have the spider room.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah,
so
that's it.
I think if I'm remembering correctly, I want to say I hit every biome. So I think I did. Next run, I think I go to Corrupted Prison, and then because I'll have the spider rune, and I have to go the cavern route to get the 5th boss cell. And I think for 5BC, I ended up going through Prison Depths, so that way all of the non-DLC biomes were done in this full run.
All right.
Including Bank. I did Bank and Distillery in the same run in 1BC, so that's done. So those are done. So
nice.
Good shape, man.
So we were speaking in Discord about this, and I want to know what you think about this.
Mm-hmm.
We speak about like the prison, the extra biomes. When do you think new players should go there? When they're more comfortable with the game, or just go in when you can and learn?
So I think I'm gonna have two answers for you,
Okay.
right? So
Interesting.
I think all right. If you think of the concept of like weightlifting and going to the gym, right?
Yeah.
You know, the earlier and the more often you do it, the better performance you're gonna have. So I think people right off the bat should go there soon, right? So you get the spider room, 0 BC, whatever it is, start going to those biomes so you can get used to it. But the other side of that is, you know, prison depths is probably, I don't know, it's probably one of the hardest ones in the game, I'd say, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
Absolutely.
with the caveat that, like, you know, you should go there as a new player, but don't be surprised if that's where your run ends, because it's just really difficult. Super difficult, you know. But the other answer is that for the people that are just trying to get through, right? So let's say, you know, someone's on 0 to 1 BC, they're having a lot of problems with their, you know, whatever it might be, and they're starting to get frustrated. Like, I'd say skip those for now, right? So that way you can feel more comfortable and then go there. But like Corrupted Prison it's pretty good, man. I like Corrupted Prison a lot. Yeah.
I think that one is balanced. The other one isn't balanced at all, I think. And that's funny because Corrupted Prison has the slammers that everybody hates.
Right. Slammers and protectors, right?
And protectors, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
So it is funny that is the easier one.
I think with the enemies, I feel like the enemies in Prison Depths take a lot more damage than they should too. I feel like the health pools are off, you know? So if I went in there with the powerful grenade I had now, it would do like half damage on a slasher or something like that. It's just not good. It's just not good, man.
No, it's awful, yeah. And that's why I'm using melee and predator all the time there, so I have a little bit more time. And if you have a decent amount of scrolls, you hit them before they can hit you. But the slashers, they are the most annoying there, I think. They do so much damage. And what you said, they have way too much health.
And you can also get the elite slashers where there's 2 of them, and then forget it. Like run for the most part, unless you get lucky. Like run over, man. You know, between those and the what do you call them? The hammers. Those spikes.
Oh yeah.
Dude, it's awful.
They are so annoying.
It's awful, you know. And I've, you know, contrary to my own advice for players, like I skip Prison Depths a lot now. If I go to Rampart, if I go to Prom, or I go to what's the other one, Arboretum, I'll go somewhere else. I'll go to Ramparts. I'll just skip it, you know.
It also depends how confident you are at Curse Chest. Because if you're not confident and you don't like him, then there is no reason, basically.
Right. But I also remember too, I mean, we've talked about this before, but that was the first time you and I interacted, was when you were like, you commented and you were like, hey, new players should take Curse Chests all the time. And I think...
I still stand by that.
And it's similar, I guess, you know, different words, of course, but it's kind of like that same idea of working out. It's like you got to get used to these Curse Chests because you need to take them later on. You have no choice. Yeah. You get no choice.
And the more you do something, the
perfect timing.
Speaking about Curse Chests.
Perfect timing, right? Yeah.
Yeah. The more you do something, the more you get used to it, and the better you get. That's why I said it. And for me, that was my biggest improvement point, because this looks scary.
Yeah, I did not make a good decision. I should have come back. You'll see. I should have come back to that Curse Chest, but I did not, because I'm pretty sure there's no enemies in here. Yeah, so there's no enemies in here, and I think I have to fight the elite for the rune with the curse. So we'll see.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yep. And
that's so scary.
And I had to do that in, I mean, I could be wrong. Like, it's been a bit since I've gone through this. I don't think I have enough to clear it, but the same thing happened with the Ram rune when I was in Ossuary. I didn't have Explorer's Instinct, so I didn't know how many enemies were left. So I had to fight the elite with the curse.
Oh,
dude.
no!
Yep. God.
At least you can take your time here.
Yeah. No malaise or anything.
You don't have malaise.
Yeah.
That was also something that I got at the that was different. Like, oh yeah, I can take it a little bit slower now.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
But yeah, for me the curse chests were the biggest improvement. What was it for you then? What was the thing that you did that you thought this is like a turning point in how I can clear biomes faster, or like clear more runs What was it for you?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, man. If I were to kind of backpack on what you just said, I think taking more curse chests and not being afraid of them was huge because, there were times, it's also sort of like what you're saying as far as, the more you do something, the better you get at it. Like the more curses that I would clear, the less I would be afraid of curses. So that way, like, my nerves would be less if I was playing a new BC or something like that, so it wouldn't be as bad, Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also that one. Oh no, I hate him so much.
Yeah. So I think between Sinus, that wasn't too bad. That was all right.
That was very good.
Thank you.
That was very nice.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yep, not too bad.
This is such a game changer, the Spider Rune. It is so good. I love it so much.
It's something I feel, and again, I can't even imagine what it would be like to be a new player playing this game for the first time. Because you too, we played this for so long. It's just like we take so much for granted. But I feel like once you get, oh Jesus, look at this, man.
Oh damn.
Look at this. Once you get the Spider Rune, like so much changes, and like the movement's just so different. It feels so much better.
Yeah.
You have, like you were saying earlier, like you go to run up walls to avoid attacks and stuff. Like it's so good.
Yep.
It's so
of
good.
course.
It's so good.
Sometimes you can just run up on wall, then jump, make a double jump, and then slam down to stun the enemy. That's amazing. I love that so much that you can do that.
And the other thing too is you can, as enemies are attacking you, you can drop a trap down and then just hop on the wall, and then that's it. Like they can't get at you, and the trap is still going off.
Yeah, that's amazing.
That's good. Yeah.
Other question.
Yeah.
Besides distillery, because we all hate it. no, just kidding. What do you think is the most, I don't want to say annoying biome, but the most boring that you think, okay, I'll go there sometimes, but
That is a great question, man. I would probably say Infested Shipwreck is the most boring for me. It's just, it's too long. I feel like the enemies are interesting, and but I feel like the way it's split up, I mean, first of all, it's long. Second of all, the pathing is really, like, there's a lot of points where you can go up or down or left or right, so I feel like there's a lot of cleanup you have to do. And I also feel like the beginning of the level is not too bad, but then later in the level, once the pirate captains come in, like, it gets harder. So it just doesn't feel balanced,
They are so hard in that biome, like way harder than in Still Village.
Oh, yeah.
For me, it's ossuary. It's basically for the same reasons. First of all, tourneys. When you have like survival or brutality, it's like a very bad choice to go to a biome with tourneys, which is a shame. I mean, you can do it easily, but you still have to adjust your playstyle, and I think it's annoying. With tactics, it's like easy peasy, so it's also not so very balanced. And the same as you said with Infested Shipwreck, it's like too long. Sometimes too long of hallways. I always scream unnecessary long hallway.
Yep.
The only interesting thing there, I think, is the curse chest. But sometimes that's at the end,
right?
So you have to fight a boss with it. So I don't know. For me, it's just I don't like it that much.
Yeah, I can see that, and especially on earlier BCs, it's kind of like whatever. But on 5BC, as the malaise is ticking up, it gets kind of annoying, and especially like you're saying with the thornies and melee stuff. Like, so in the last video, I went through ossuary, and I was kind of tanking a little bit because I had necro and I had higher HP, but I didn't have to worry about malaise, so I was able to just kind of go as I go. But, if you go down one of those long hallways, that's probably like a full bar malaise. And then you got to deal with all these enemies just popping up,
The same thing I have with like a promenade, when sometimes you have like a big part of the biome where you go down and then you have to get through a bunch of traps and there are no enemies. And I'm always saying, this is Melee Simulator. Why? This is clearly designed for you to get melees. I still stand by that because I think it's stupid. And I like I like the music. The only thing that ruined that biome for me is the protectors.
Oh, sure. Yeah, they
make it so hard.
Yeah, because I think so like in this level, right? So there are protectors, but like the golems don't get protected, right? I think all of the enemies except for the bats get protected in the prom, right? So the failed experiments, the dark trackers, the runners, like all that stuff. Yeah.
especially the dark trackers. I don't know what it is with me, but that's my Achilles heel.
Really?
I don't know. They are so, in my opinion, they are the fastest enemy. They aren't, but they feel like the fastest enemy for me. And I don't know. Maybe I should practice more in the training room. It's there for a reason, but I don't do it.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I should do it, but maybe I said just then. The more you do it, you know, the better you get at it. Maybe
Yeah.
I should take my own advice and go there more.
But yeah, they're quick, man. They're super quick. Yeah.
What is that enemy for you that you think, oh, if I see that enemy, it's gonna be in hard time?
That's a great question, man. I feel like
Ooh, Bigfoot.
yeah, we're all set. And I took, speaking of tough enemies, I took a big couple of hits from a golem. Maybe like
Yeah.
so I was down to like 40, 47, whatever it was. For me, it's
Ooh.
the what do you call them? The ones that are in this level, the dancers, the ones where you go to parry, they parry and they come behind you. And it's like when I see them, I don't feel like I'm in trouble. It just feels more like it's a pain to me. It's just annoying,
Yeah.
you know?
Annoying that you know what's coming, you do it anyway, and you're still like bothered with them. You know?
For sure, man.
Yeah.
And I feel like other enemies that I kind of watch out for, the giant shrimp in the infested shipwreck, for some reason.
Oh my god, they are so annoying.
I think based on their movement, the way that they move, and like how much damage they do, I get cautious with those for sure. Those are not comfortable.
Well, I think the most annoying about them is same with boss cutters and the bats. They always are at a position where you can't reach them, you know?
Yeah.
And the devs did that smart, so you have to interact with them, you have to avoid their attacks, you have to parry them. But still, it's annoying.
It is. And there's like, I don't know, whatever it is. There might be like 5 or 6 of them that are just on the map, but most of them are in the ceiling. So you don't know, unless you've played it a lot and you know the generation, like you don't know where they are until they come out and you're already engaged with all these other enemies, and it gets tough, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So the dark trackers, are they only at Promenade, or are they also... No, they're not here on 5BC,
Yeah.
right?
I don't know if they're in the clock tower at 5BC. They're here on 3BC at least, because I just saw a couple of them.
Oh.
Yeah. So I know they're in this one, but I don't remember other biomes. I'm not sure. I think, are they in the ossuary too, maybe?
Maybe forgot a
I
spot.
don't know. Yes, they are in the Spulker.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
And you overlook them sometimes, and that's something you shouldn't do.
Right, well, it's
One
like...
time I was cursed, and I was like focusing on the, how do you call those mummies? I always forget.
the corpulent zombies is what they're
corpulent
called.
zombie. Yeah,
Yep.
that's a great name.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, I'm ready for him. Come on! And there was a dark tracker like charging at me, and I'm gonna get you. And I was like, not paying attention and died. And I was like, what happened? And I looked back, and I was like, I'm a dumbass.
There you go. Yeah. Oh, that's funny, man. Well, it's like the other thing too is, you know, you think about other levels that they're in, and just like what you were saying, like there are other enemies that take your attention. So when they sneak up behind you, it's rough. You know,
It's rough.
it's rough.
Yeah, that's 5BC, man.
Mm-hmm.
And you gave a great tip in your last video. In, what was it, Sepulcher? Where you said if you are in the darkness, don't run back.
Yeah.
That was a good one, because I always do that.
Yeah. So, and I feel like, so I have a couple friends that have been playing for a long time, and I remember when we'll sit down and like pass the controller around. You know, we'll switch every biome or like between bosses or whatever it is, and that's something that would happen with them, and I just watch it because you think, oh, it's getting dark, let me go back to that last light. But of course they design it so those temporary lights are gone by the time you get back, and you're just done, you know.
So mean.
Yeah, but there's there's always something coming up, whether it's a lore room or, you know, a teleporter or a curse chest. Like there's always something if you keep pushing through.
Or even the tiny lights at the wall when you like teleport, you know. But they also give you your light back. That's great.
And the if you pull an item out of the wall, so if you get food or a jewel, there's the light that pops out there too.
But you know, it's funny that when people are like surrounded by a lot of enemies, and I do that too, then they run forward.
Yeah.
So, and then you have to go back.
Right.
Because you clear that, and then you keep running, more enemies. You're like, come on, what's happening?
Right. Yeah.
And then sometimes you die, sometimes you live, but you have like 2 health or something. So then it's the other way around. I find it very interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. Yeah, because you're just trying to get away from things. And then, like you're saying, then you get past the point and Explorer's Instinct pops. And you're like, oh, wait, I missed like 30. I missed like 20 enemies or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny, dude.
Yeah, and that one tip that you said about Sepulchre, I never forget with the door. I didn't know that 3 and 4 always have enemies in them. I never noticed. So now when I'm cursed and I see a door, I'm like, oh, hey, come on in. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's it. It's like a nice little safety because, I mean, you know, sometimes you can get double cursed in there. And even if you have 2 curses and there's no enemies left in the biome, you can just go in those rooms and clear it out, dude.
Yeah.
That's great.
That's great.
Yeah. And back, I don't remember when they changed this, but back in earlier versions, the 3 BC door used to have the curse chest. So so they moved it out. They moved it out so that way you can get it in every BC, but it used to just be 3 BC and higher.
Did you recycle that melon, or was that? I didn't saw it.
I don't know, man. Maybe.
Maybe it was infected.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It wasn't infected because it was. We're on 3 BC.
Smooth.
Yeah, so I don't even know, man. I could have been at full health and I just decided not to use it. I've been watching the run, but I've been listening to you, so I don't remember if I used it or
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. When I record a run and then I watch a little bit back to see if the video is, you know, with the syncing audio, I'm like, oh yeah, that happened.
Oops, right?
Well, I recorded like an hour ago or something.
Oh, that's funny, man. Well, I feel like in this video in particular, I mean, like, yeah, there's the scroll fragments, like I mentioned that a little bit earlier, but like aside from, you know, I fought Conjunctivius for the first time. I'll fight her again in 4 BC to get the cavern key. Yeah, I did. No, it's Tentacle was the first one, and then next time is the, what do you call it? The first outfit. So I don't know if I get Curse Sword in this eventually. But then the other thing is Slumbering Sanctuary, so I'm not going to go back there because next route I have to do Conjunct to Graveyard so I can get the cavern, and then I think 5 BC I might do Promenade to Prison Depths to, I don't know. We'll see. I already forget. We'll see together. I already forget. But like the other thing that we didn't mention was like part of the reason why the Slumbering Sanctuary can be, I don't know what the right word is, maybe not tough, maybe tiring's a better word, but like you have to go through it twice basically, and
I hate that. And
there's like 2 sets of enemies, and the enemies that come out from the statues are generally tougher than the ones that you fight at the beginning, right?
Yeah. In my opinion, way tougher. Also, you have those, I always forget the fireballs and the dancers. I think those are annoying too, but they are more annoying than like really tough.
Yeah, because with good placement and, you know, whatever it is, you can kind of take them out, but it's not like you're trying to get away from a golem and it's pulling you back in and you're just like, oh, shit.
Shit, right? They do that. The first time that happened, I was like, what is this? Why? Oh, a balance blade.
Do I take this? No, I don't.
No,
so I'm still rolling. So that balance blade I got, when was it, dude? Was it in the...
Maybe. Oh, man, no.
Was it in the sewers, maybe? I can't remember when I...
Yes. I want to say yes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because that's when I had the Swift Sword at the beginning, and then I think I got this in the sewers. But I'm still using the same one. I haven't replaced it yet.
That's cool. That's the only thing that I maybe it's for balance, a balance thing. Because with like I'm playing RoboQuest, as I said, when you have a weapon, you can update the weapon like high level. And I was like, oh, if I could do this in Dead Cells, that would be amazing.
So you can just continue to make it better, like that's great.
And you can also change the quantity, like from regular to like from green to blue, or from blue to purple. You can also do that.
So is that sort of like plus to plus plus or plus plus to S? Is that how that works, sort of?
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
You gotta see it like
so
that.
So if you're thinking about Dead Cells, it's like you can change the number and the quality, and you can just keep doing it.
And the quality, yes.
That's great, man.
That would be cool.
That's
Yeah.
great. I think what other game does that? Curse of the Dead Gods does that, where you can have an item and
Oh.
you can continually get upgrades for it. So that way, by the time you finish the game, you could still have the same sword or whatever it is at the beginning that you still had. But it's, of course, it's basically the equivalent, like we were just saying. You can get one that's kind of like an S with more affixes and get the number higher and all that.
You do great damage,
Thank
by
you,
the way.
man. Yeah, I think, did I grab support? What did I take?
Let me
yeah.
see. Let me see. Yeah, you
There
did.
we go.
I did that too because support is like default.
Oh yeah,
right?
boss.
Yeah,
Support
is default,
for a
yeah.
boss, always default. Unless
It's so good.
unless for some reason I don't have a trap, 100%.
And that is one thing that I had to learn, to take off-color mutations, because it's free 30% damage.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if I was talking about this a little bit before in another video, or if Modesto and I were talking about it, but it's just like, even at one purple stat, you're getting 30 or whatever it is, right? So it's just, it's out of control. It's really hard to say no to.
You always
it's
get
really
that.
hard to say no to, So I think, so what are some of the other mutations that you would kind of qualify in that same category that you would take off color?
Let's see. We have Point Blank, of course. It's hard. Yeah, of course Gastro, but that's like another category. Point Blank, maybe.
Going
Point
into
Blank
a
is a good
curse,
one.
going into Curse Castle, by the way.
Oh no!
I did not want to go back to Distillery.
I hope it has a curse chest. That would be amazing.
I can't remember. But yeah, so Gastro, Point Blank. I think Vengeance too, just for the damage reduction, is pretty decent.
Yeah, you can do that as well. That's a good one. I never did that, by the way, with Vengeance. When I have like a Flask on tactics, I never got it. Maybe I should do it. See how it's like.
Yeah, because I think by default, because the whatever it is, the 30% or whatever, that's always the same. But I think the lowest, like the low point for the extra damage is like 60% or something like that. So that's like the minimum you're gonna get. I'm pretty sure, but.
Ooh, I thought it was a
I
curse
know.
chest.
I wish I remembered. I know I get cursed in here, but I think it just might be from the enemies, not from an actual curse
It's
chest.
like 10% extra chance, right? That's one thing that I don't like about cursed biomes. Like some biomes, like Curse of Prison or something, can have that, or Graveyard, because there isn't a extra chance, so you don't get 10% extra.
So do you think it would be better if they had 2 curse chests in every curse biome?
Yes, I wish it was like guaranteed, but I think that would also be a little bit overpowered. And I think then they had to tone the curse
That's
biomes
true.
down, maybe, but maybe a higher percentages, maybe 20, 30. I'm not a game dev, so I don't know what balance that would
Right.
cause, On the other hand, people who take them more and also die more, because let's be real, that will happen.
And then, of course, there's just the unexpected curses where you're just playing and all of a sudden you die and you're like, what happened? Like, what the hell just happened there, man? Yeah.
Yeah, like that one time that I destroyed a door while fighting, and I got hit directly, and I was like, what happened?
That was prisoner.
like,
that happened in prisoners' quarters too, right? It was one of those doors.
Yeah, it was one of the first
Oh my
biomes.
god, I
yeah.
remember that, man.
It was so funny. I laughed so hard when I saw it back.
It's so funny, man.
I don't like those with the bells, man. They are so annoying. From the 3, who do you hate the most from the curse biome?
Probably the cursors, so the ones with the staff that throw the skulls.
Me too.
I don't like the ones that you just mentioned, the ones with the bells there. I don't like them. The sore losers they can be annoying because you can accidentally kill them and not even realize it, and then your run's over. But like you discovered, or you had shared at least, the fact that you can kill one with a grenade and it doesn't curse you.
Yeah. It was, I had a oil grenade, and that worked, and then it was a subscriber who tested like all kind of things, and I just pinned the comment, and I was like, guys, please, Do this. Make your life easier.
Yep. And I think so. I have that infantry grade. I think I do that in this run. I'm pretty sure I'll use it to kill a sore loser without getting cursed. So like they're fine. Like sore losers are fine. They're just a little annoying. You know.
I don't know if you try to run away from them. It's not that hard. They don't chase you for very long.
I don't. I usually just kill them. I usually
sometimes like I was in cavern one time and there were like a slammer and a ground shaker on the same platform and
oh god,
at me there and I was just running away and I was like, where did he go? And it was not that hard. So sometimes they are sticky and sometimes it is not that bad. But I know that Kaler said that electrodynamics works too.
Oh, okay.
If you have that. And you kill them with that without attacking. That's also working, apparently. So that's nice, because I know a lot of people will use electrodynamics.
Yeah. And I think that's what I'm doing here is I wanted to get this thing off the map. Do I do it? There it is. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go. So I started making my way out of here, and then I was like, wait, let me get rid of that thing first. So that way it's just gone, you know? But I think, I can't remember who said it, but I think they, you know, talking about the grenades and the electrodynamics, it's, what is it, like indirect damage? Is that the word?
Yeah. I know that Dimitri said every damage that does not come directly from the player does result in you not actually killing them, and therefore you're not getting a curse.
There you go. Okay, so it was Dimitris that said it. Yeah, because I remember someone saying it at some point, but I can't remember exactly like what the words were, you know.
So at this point, how did you feel about the run? Were you confident, or were you like...
Yeah, I felt pretty good. I wasn't too excited about the fact that I had to use a flask. I think it was earlier in this level. And I think, so I had done the 0BC run. I did that on a Friday night, and then I did all of these from like Saturday morning to, you know, whatever it was, Saturday evening. So I think this is the point where I started getting like a little bit fatigued, because...
I get that.
Yeah, because in this one, I started doing more full clears. I think it was starting with 2BC, so I could get those double cells. So doing that, and then knowing that I had 2 more runs to do after this, I think I was a little bit fatigued. But I remember feeling like pretty decent about it. Yeah, right? I remember feeling pretty decent because, you know, aside from a couple of hits from like the golem, and like I said, I was a little sloppy earlier here. Yeah. It's been going pretty good. It's been going pretty well. Yeah.
But let's be honest, when you are on 3PC going to slumbering for the first time, that's being expected, right? Even if you play long as we do.
Yep. Oh.
They are so fast, and you have like less skills sometimes. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think because I had the same build. I had the frontline shield and the balance blade, and I feel like even using the frontline shield to parry, it was still not a lot of damage. So I had to engage with those longer than I would have wanted.
Very nice, very nice. Oh, what is that?
Hey, I lose the gauntlets.
I don't know how to feel about I don't like it that much. It's not bad, but I don't know. It's not for me.
I think they're fine.
Yeah, they're just not special.
It's fine. It's like fine enough. Yeah.
It is not that you like when you were cavern and you go to a level 12 shops and you see that and you're like yeah, that's the one. No, I don't think that's the thing with the gauntlets.
Yeah, it's like you'll get it if you run out of restock and you need an item, and you're just like, ah, crap, this is all that's left, right? That's all that's left, right?
It's not like a tombstone or a balance blade or...
Oh my god. So I actually don't think I've gotten cursed yet in this level. I could have sworn that I did. But I remember, you know, I joked about not wanting to go back to Distillery. I came here because that way I could also cross a cursed biome off my list, so I could say, all right, I did everything.
Yeah.
I did everything.
That's smart.
You know?
This is a hard biome to do it. Another one. Damn. A rare blueprint. I find this a hard biome, IP Castle still.
Is it, what is it, the enemies? Is it the traps? Like, what do you find difficult?
I think it's a combination of both, to be honest. This enemy that's like jumping right now, I hate him so much. The spinners, I don't mind them here, but like in Dracula's castle, they are so annoying. Because they have a lot of health there. I think when we talked about slashers getting way too much health in depths, I think they have way too much health in castle, but that's maybe me. I don't know.
No,
how
I
you
think
think
you're
about
right.
that?
It's also, they're in the first castle, right? So they're showing up
Yeah, first
they're
castle,
showing up
sorry.
before the
Yeah.
first boss, which makes them even more difficult, I think, because they're earlier. Because normally you don't see them until the very last level here, right? And then they're showing up early in the other ones. So yeah, they're chunky. I feel like a lot of the enemies have too much health in the Castlevania DLC. But
By the way, is that grenade from the beginning? The inventory grenade?
I think I
what we talked
swapped
about?
it out. I think I swapped it out with another one. I want to say I got one in a kill door or a time door, but
Oh yeah.
I think
maybe
we'll see here because you'll see whatever I replace it with. Oh, that's good. Oh yeah, so I'm throwing the trap down just in case. Oh, I guess I don't replace it. Oh wow,
That's smart.
yeah,
You
yeah. So
don't?
I'm afraid of mimics, man. So I just wanted to make sure that I
Oh, me
didn't
too,
grab
all
anything.
the time. Especially early mimics. They're so annoying.
Another thing that is completely unbalanced. You know, they never dialed it in, dude. They just never dialed it in.
They didn't learn.
I know. And now they're leaving us to suffer with them, man. You know.
All right, so we're going to the big guy.
This is it. Yep, going to Hand of the King.
This is it.
I don't think. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I unlock anything. Oh yeah, I'm trying to get restock in here for 4 BC.
Nice.
Let's see. Yeah, so I got I got an S. Yeah, so I must have grabbed the plus grenade out of one of the doors, and then am I gonna keep what I have here? I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm trying to get. Maybe
did. I know what you did.
Bleed or something. I don't even know what I'm trying to get. Huh? But it looks like
your vengeance.
Yeah, keeping vengeance. I'm just keeping with what I had. I think
This is a good build for both bosses and biome clearing. All right, the big guy.
Here it is. Let's see. So I think I got a couple flawlesses. I think, but we'll see. We'll see how this one. We'll see how this one turns out, man.
Let's see.
Let's see how it goes. Right. I think it's pretty decent.
The damage is good.
Yep.
The damage is good.
Yep. I'm getting the extra. Oh yeah, there it is, dude.
Oh,
there it is. So
that's
the combination of the higher damage from Balance Blade and combo, and the 50% extra from the frontline shield that you can really see it there. Yeah, it's super good.
It's funny you said, yeah, it's decent, and 2 seconds later he goes into like immune phase.
And I think this. There we go. Got it. Yeah, so we got ourselves another flawless, man.
That was a nice run, man.
Thank you, dude.
That was very good.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think what do you do? Yeah, we get the 4th BC here, and then starting to get to the end. So what are we looking at here? So this is. Oh my God, there's still 2 hours left in this video, dude. Can you believe it? There's still 2 hours left.
Were you trying for the Iron Man, or did it just happen?
Yeah, so I have wanted to do a full 0 to 5 BC video at some point. And I just, we've kind of talked a little bit maybe about like taking a little break here and there and stuff like that. And I figured I really just wanted to get it done so that way I could sort of check it off my list and then, decide on what I want to do moving forward. So I said I recorded the 0 BC run, and we can go into 4 BC here. It's going to flash in a second, but I just figured, let me do the 0 BC, and then I just kept going. And then speaking of, so here's 4 BC, right? So we're going to hit the tubes. Now what do we got? We got 3 times the cells, which is great, but now there's no healing, so that makes things. That's a big jump. I feel like
that makes things a nightmare, man.
Yeah. oh, there it is, man. But yeah, so I decided to. No, don't apologize, dude. I decided to keep going and see if I could get it. And I feel like during that last run, I was like, all right, I think this is gonna work. And what I had done too is I was originally backing up my save after every run because I figured if something happened, I could reload the duplicate save and pick up right where I left off. But I didn't need to. And I think right here is when I stopped backing things up and I just sort of kept things moving, man.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
All right,
man. Yeah. So this was great, dude. Thank you so much Thanks for the hang. This was great, dude.
Great pleasure. Thank you for inviting me. It was very fun. As always.
Yeah, it's always a good time, man. I feel like we don't do it enough, but when we do it, it's fantastic, man. And
for the viewers, this is a little bit of a time difference. So
oh, that's right. Yeah. So it's a little bit late for you, man. So
no, for me it's fine. But I think maybe for you with work and something that could be maybe a thing.
Nah, it's fine, dude. It's fine. I
Alright.
got everything taken care of. But
That's
the other thing
nice.
too is, it's great to hang out with you, but also, from
you.
another long-time 5BC player. It's great to,
Yeah.
you ask a lot of great questions, but also you give a lot of great advice too. So,
Thank
even-
you.
Yeah, of course, man. And even though I wanted to get this sort of out for myself or whatever, if people are watching this, I have a feeling people are going to be clicking around to your sections and Modesto sections too. So hopefully that was your advice would be even more helpful than mine, man.
Maybe we will see.
We'll see.
I hope
Yeah.
I hope new players just have fun. That's
Yeah.
it.
That's the
And
vibe. That's the vibe.
That's
man.
the vibe.
Yeah. Awesome, dude. Well, thanks again, and I will.
No problem.
We'll see you on 5BC, right?
All right. See you.
All right. Take care, man.
Take care.
All right, so we're back, and by we're back, I mean I'm back. So we're starting, or I should say, we're continuing this 4BC run, but I'm by myself. So want to thank Daniel again for his time, the fact that he's just such a great dude, and his contributions to everything, right? His own videos, the community, our Discord. Our friendship, like he's just such a great guy. So really glad that we had some time to hang out, talk about 3BC. As I had mentioned, we're gonna grab the here we go. So we're grabbing the training room key here real quick from the tutorial Night Corpse. I don't remember how many runs it takes for that to pop. It's after you get the broadsword, so maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 runs or something. You can grab that. But yeah, really glad that Daniel and I had a chance to chill, and I really I don't know, I really appreciate the way that he thinks about Dead Cells and how he likes to talk and ask so many great questions, where I feel like I try to be informative as much as I can but I'm not rambling or going on some kind of philosophical tangent or whatever. Daniel really asked a bunch of great game related and like questions that are game related but also kind of blur into like the personal side of things. So super stoked to have him for 3BC. Hope you folks all enjoyed it, and he's gonna be back. He'll be back with Modesto for 5BC. So and in between 3 and 5BC is 4BC. So that was a moment of almost, I don't think panic's the right word. So to continue the run, to continue the routing that I wanted to take, I'm going to be going to the cavern in this route. And since I haven't been there, I need to get the cavern key from this room here. So this is, I don't know, maybe it's after your first 0BC run. I can't remember specifically, but at some point towards the beginning of your journey, I think it's after you beat Hand of the King, the giant will disappear from the front room where you spawn, and the room with the tube every run. He'll disappear from that run, and the door that I just walked by will be completely busted open. So as you saw, I went in there, I used my head to go over the lava to open those doors, and then I went and I got the cavern key. You need that, and you need to go through a certain biome in order to get to cavern. So I was at the promenade, and I was thinking, because I went sewers last route. I was at the promenade, and I was thinking about going there, and you may have noticed I paused. And I waited, and I'm like, why doesn't this feel right? What's going on here? Why doesn't this feel right? And then I had, thankfully, before I went through the door, I had remembered that I needed to go to get the cavern key and then go a certain route. So I remember to do that. The run lives on. We are alive, and we're going to hit up 4BC. So I just unlocked the infantry bow. You can see it's only came out as a plus because of the amount of cells that I have in the forge. I'm still pretty low there, but I unlocked the infantry bow. I love it. It's one of my favorite ranged weapons. It's very vanilla, right down the middle. So basically, when you and you get it from the archers that are in pretty much a lot of the earlier biomes. If you're on 0BC, you'll likely get it either in prisoners' quarters or maybe ramparts. I don't remember if they're in the prom on 0BC, but either way, you get it. You generally will get that pretty early, and it just crits when you're at front range. It crits when you're at close range. It's like I said, it's. I think the flavor text is that it talks about it basically. Oh no, that was a huge hit. huge hit. Oh man, I'm definitely gonna be drinking at some point in this biome. So I'm already in a cursed biome. I'm already taking huge hits. I've already been cursed twice, and I haven't even, if you look in the bottom right corner where the map is, I haven't even made it out of the first main, like the first rooms. But I love infantry bow. It's, you know, the flavor text talks about it basically being a melee bow. And the mutation I took, so I unlocked this, I think it was last round. I had gotten it from the, where do you get them? I think you get them from the mummies in Sepulchre. The point blank mutation, which gives you, I think it starts at maybe 30% of 30% extra damage for ranged attacks at close range. So pairs great with point blank. So you're going to be getting a nice chunk between that critical bonus and the point blank here. So that's the vibe. And I also, in the last run, I had unlocked the marksman bow, and it's great because both of those items, you can get them, like I just mentioned with the infantry bow, you can get it pretty early. Marksman bow, you get at the 8-minute door, I think. It's the 8-minute door if you go to the ossuary. So both of these can be unlocked relatively early on in a run, and they complement each other great. So I'm pretty sure, I had mentioned this before, I think I mentioned this in my range tier list. There was a build that was put together. Again, I think this is the original. I think this is the original inception of the build, or at least it's where I remember it. But there was a Dead Cells player, or I should say there is. He hasn't really been around too much over the past couple of years, but his name was Azuma Leferi. And at one point, he had a video that talked about a true archer build, and basically what it did was it had infantry bow as one of the main items, and then marksman bow as a secondary. So basically what happened is you know, you can get crits up close with the infantry bow, or you can get crits from far away from the marksman bow. So no matter where you are, you're going to be grabbing some extra damage, grabbing some crits. And I don't remember offhand. We're gonna get I think we're getting a legendary here. Ooh, yeah, we're getting a legendary boomerang. So the true archer build is no more. But just to kind of wrap that up, I think it also paired point blank and tranquility, so that way you're getting extra bonus up front from point blank, and you're also getting extra bonus from far away with the marksman bow from tranquility. So that's a really cool build. Like I said, I just played it for about 3 minutes there, dug it, but I stopped because I got myself a legendary boomerang, which is very good. Boomerang is quite good, and the legendary version is twice as good since you get two double ammo there, right? And so you may have noticed too. So again, if you've been hanging out this whole time, I mean, first of all, thank you. This is a long ass video. This is huge. So if you've actually watched all 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 40 seconds, or whatever it is so far, number one, thank you. Number two, how it relates to the boomerang is, real quick too, this is the guy with the rune. When Modesto was joking about, we hope he has a good life, he ends up in that low room getting crushed by a tombstone. So the way, you may have mentioned, or excuse me, you may have noticed, I grabbed the boomerang blueprint, might have been in my 1 BC run. Grabbed it as soon as I had the homunculus rune. Yeah, so I think it was one. No, it was 2 BC because I took distillery on 1 BC. So it's in the last room of the High Peak Castle. So you need to have the homunculus rune or have a very specific setup with a double jump amulet and a assault shield. So basically, you just need to have the homunculus rune. You pop your head off in that last room when you get all 3 keys. You grab the boomerang blueprint, and you are good to go. I think it costs 100 cells. So, but you'll notice here, I have the legendary boomerang, and I did not unlock that item. So, I want to take a moment just to talk about the legendary system, how it works in Dead Cells. So, you'll remember, if you've watched some of this, the flawless, after you flawless a boss, there's a room, and there's a legendary in that room. So one of the perks of finding a legendary is, flawlessing a boss, is that you get yourself a legendary. Might be a good item to throw in your kit. Could be something that completely changes your build. You never know. You never know until you get it. So those are guaranteed, as long as you flawless a boss. But those legendaries and also the legendaries that you will get from the Fractured Shrines DLC biome. There's always a legendary altar there with 3 legendaries on it. I've said legendaries like 50 times in this past 30 seconds. That's really funny. All of those are only going to be pulled from the item pool that you have unlocked. So if you were to start in, earlier on in this run, when I flawless, Timekeeper and then Concierge and 01 BC, whatever, the legendaries that I got, I think I got a Frost Blast, I think I got an Ice Grenade, so those are things that are already unlocked. So I had just bought, I guess is the right word, I had unlocked the infantry. Oh, so what do we got here? So here's another legendary, and I think this is Firebrands. Yeah, it is. So I had unlocked Marksman Bow, I had unlocked Infantry Bow, so that means that in those flawless rooms, I now have a chance to get either one or both of those, okay? The legendaries that you find in the altars in the level, so the one that I just grabbed there from Firebrands, and then, or I should say it's not just altars, it's also if an enemy drops it, because the boomerang came from a starred enemy. There is a small chance that you are going to get a legendary from a item that you do not have unlocked. So I don't have the wiki open in front of me. I don't know the exact percentages, but there is a very small % chance that when you find a legendary, it might not be something that you already have. So I think that's great. It kind of gives people a little bit more of a fun, I don't know if fun's the right word, but gives people more of a chance to experience things that they may not have, because it would be boring if 100% of the time you end up getting whatever, like I just said, Frost Blast, Ice Grenade, what else, Twin Daggers, and there's some good, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's some great, a lot of the items that are unlocked from the beginning, especially Balance Blade, some of the mutations, and the E-Whip, Firebrands, Throwing Knives, etc. are great. But it's nice to experiment some other stuff. So in 0 BC, I had got, or excuse me, 1 BC, I think it was, I had gotten a legendary Death Orb, which was great because, I haven't even gotten the blueprint for that. Right here, I got the boomerang. So that might be something to think about if you are, poking around, you see a legendary on the map. If it's not something you have, it might be worth checking it out just because, it's good to experience new things, especially when the game throws them at you. And in addition to so I think real quick, so I had double damage on Firebrands. I rolled it off. I remember going through Boomerang. I'm going to get double damage, I think maybe here or on the next roll. I rolled this off too. So in a regular run, if I was just chilling out, I would have kept the double damage on the Firebrands, and I probably would have kept it on the Boomerang as well. But because I took that huge hit in the sewers, I did not grab YOLO. I think I might unlock Disengagement at some point, just so I have it. I just want to make sure that I have some more safety here. So going into Corrupted Prison, which we haven't done yet, going into Corrupted Prison with quad, 2 times damage twice, at this point in the video did not make a lot of sense, but in quote unquote in real life, I would have done that. And just to wrap up the legendary conversation, there's also a small chance that you could get a legendary from a DLC that you have not owned. So if you don't own any of the DLCs, you could get whatever, Alucard Sword, Blowgun, etc. And if you have the DLCs, and like I was mentioning, if you've unlocked those items, they will be in the normal legendary pool. So that's another thing too. So if there's some folks out there who haven't purchased the DLCs and you find an item that does not look correct to you, definitely grab it, check it out, enjoy it, even if it's not the best. It's worth giving it a spin, All right, so we're in Corrupted Prison. So Daniel and I talked a little bit about optional biomes in the last video. These are the ones that you can get to them from any of the first, I don't know what the proper word is, tier 2, first level, whatever it is. So after you get out of prisoners' quarters, you'll be able to grab any of these. So the, Morass, Toxic Sewers, Castle Outskirts, and Prom. So Promenade of the Condemned and the Castle Outskirts will bring you to Corrupted Prison, which is a level we're going to go, Prison Depths, which is where we're going in 5BC. And then Toxic Sewers and Outskirts will bring you here to Corrupted Prison. So these are available in every run as long as you have the Spider Rune, which is what I unlocked in the Might have been the last run, I think it was. Yeah, last run I went to Sanctuary when I was with Daniel. So you unlock it there. And the spider rune is what allows you to climb up walls, as I've been doing a lot since I got that rune. It's just such an important part of movement in my own personal gameplay. But all of those levels I just mentioned have a long vertical corridor in them where basically you can run up the wall and there's an exit to another level. So the benefits of coming to here or the prison depths is you get more gold. As you can see, there's more enemies. There's going to be more stuff in the walls. So that way, you know, you'll have a little bit more gold. But the main draw is at the beginning of both of these levels, there's a curse chest. So you're going to be getting, most importantly, you get an extra scroll. You'll have a colorless item. And, you know, at this point in the run, you know, coming into here, this would be the second level, not counting prisoners' quarters. So maybe the third level. Again, whatever. I don't know exactly what the right, whatever it is, right? Whatever the right word is. Coming into it relatively early game with, you know, being able to throw a new colorless item in your build might help things kind of, you know, turn things around or whatever it is. But the scroll's the main benefit here. So as Daniel and I talked about a little bit, you know, generally, especially for you gotta love when I go to explain something and the first thing I do is sigh. So generally, I recommend coming here, especially for new players, for a couple reasons. Sort of like we talked about, you know, you're going to get an extra scroll, which is going to be helpful for your runs. You're going to be, you can exit the door without taking the curse. But let me fix this real quick. But I'm going to recommend that you take that curse so that way you get used to taking curses. You know, so the more that you end up doing, like Daniel was saying, the more you do it, the better you get at it. And yeah, so between those two, and you know, there's a good chance that these levels are going to end your runs. You know, Corrupted Prison's not too bad, but Prison Depths is Prison Depths is my least favorite biome in the game. Second least favorite biome, that would be Castle Outskirts. But I don't like Prison Depths. It's, you know, the scaling is off. The enemies are the group of enemies that they pick to put together that early in game are not conducive to a smooth run. You know, I feel like even when your forge is maxed out, the enemies they do too much damage and they take too much damage. So I've been skipping that a lot recently unless I have a specific reason to go there. And the thing that you don't want to do, so in general, the curse biomes are going to be even more difficult if that is a curse biome. They're just, Cursed Prison Depths is miserable. No sugarcoating. It's miserable. And the other thing that you don't want to do is, if you're going to an optional biome and the bank shows up, you don't want to take bank because you don't get any additional benefits for it. You know, there's only one scroll from the curse, so eat both biomes, you get a curse. But there's no other scrolls there because it takes the place of the optional biome. So you're going to be spending a lot of time for a little gain. Unless you love bank and you hate Corrupted Prison or Prison Depths and you just want to spend the other time in there, you know, the extra time knowing that you're not going to get anything, then knock yourself out. But if you're just kind of poking around and trying to make some good decisions for your run and whatever, it's not, there's no benefit to going back there. So, but yeah, so that was Corrupted Prison. The better of the two, in my opinion, definitely better than Prison Depths. The enemy diversity, even though they have slammers and they have the protectors, it's generally smoother, in my opinion, to get through there. So I got through, we did it. And another thing I love about Corrupted Prison is the routing. So in general, you're probably, well, let me take that back. I'm not going to tell you what you're probably going to do. So there are two exits. So the normal exit brings you to Ancient Sewers, which will take you through to Conjunctivius. That's the only boss that you can get through there. And then the 1BC door, which is the door that I went through, is going to take you to Ramparts. And I love Ramparts. It's one of the biomes that I generally will go through, either if I skip Prison Depths and I'm going from Promenade to Ramparts, or if I'm going through the Corrupted Prison like I just did. And number one, I just like the biome. There's a lot of those buzz cutters here, little red bugs or bats or whatever that you can see. A lot of buzz cutters, so it's a little bit easier to get your 60, to get your kill door here. I enjoy the music. I really love the color palette. You know, it feels, and I can't tell which it is, and I think maybe that was purposeful, but it feels either like sunrise or sunset. So, you know, coming from the prisoners' quarters, you know, dark and grimy, and then prom, you know, just being out in the woods, kind of like a little. It's really dark out there. You know, there's a bunch of things hanging from, you know, enemies hanging from trees, or I should say, people hanging from trees. Toxic sewers, you know, when you're a dark area with poison everywhere. Ramparts is like a nice, it's a really nice visual change. So I really like the level that way. But as it pertains to this run, and as it pertains to the conversation about Corrupted Prison, another reason that I really like Ramparts is the way that it allows you to go anywhere. So if you're playing on 3 BC or higher, which is what I'm going to do here, there's a door that you can get to that will allow you to fight Conjunctivius instead of Concierge. So by default, Ramparts is going to bring you to Concierge, just because that's the normal routing. But if you, again, 3 BC or higher, you can get to Conjunctivius. So through that, every biome in the game is open to you at this point, regardless of what route you take to get here. So if you go Concierge, you'll have the option to go to Stilt Village, Slumbering Sanctuary, and the Forgotten Shrines. If you want to hit up the grabbing a potion there, or a flask, since I drank so early. You have the option to go to Fractured Shrines if you want to hit up the DLC. And then if you go Conjunctivius, you also have the option, I mean, you can hit Slumbering Sanctuary from there too, but you can hit the Graveyard. So all of those levels, all 4 of those levels are the entire group of whatever tier it is after the first boss. So coming from Ramparts, you can go wherever you want, right? You want to hit up whatever it is, right? You want to make your way to the Forgotten Sepulchre, you get a couple options on how to get there. If you want to go to Cavern, again, couple options. If you want to go to Undying Shores, you can hit up Fatal Fall. So, you know, planning out your route, you can go wherever you want. You can go anywhere you want. So another reason why I like going here, and that's why I went here. This time, I wanted to hit this level up instead, knowing I can hit the Conjunctivius door, which would allow me to get to Graveyard, which would allow me to get to Cavern, which is the whole point, of this run. So, and this was pretty clean, relatively clean. Do I hit the shop up before I leave? Maybe not. Maybe I just bust. Yep, out of here. So onto Conjunctivius. So give me 1 sec here. So that was my mug of coffee. What time is it here? 8:30 a.m. So it's early here. So Daniel, you know, doesn't matter. You're going to see all these back to back. But Daniel and I recorded our 3 BC last night. I had attempted to do the 4 BC afterwards, but it was miserable. So where I am right now, we were just in the middle of a bit of a heat wave. So it was, I say a little bit, it was 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which is whatever. I don't know exactly what it is, maybe 32 degrees Celsius. I don't know what the conversion is, but either way, it was hot. It's hot as hell over here. So I had turned off all my fans. I had turned off my air conditioner because I was going to be using, you know, recording, and I didn't want to pick up backup noise. And I was like, after like 15 minutes, I think I made it about this far in the run. After whatever time it was, I was miserable, so I just stopped. So I woke up this morning ready to wrap this up. You know, I really wanted to, you know, get this done, so that way, you know, real time, my life right now, Daniel and Modesto and I can schedule something for 5BC. But yeah, I just woke up this morning and I felt like I was ready to wrap this up, and I'm glad I did. So this is before work, before the day starts, and all that stuff. But so here we are. So we made it to Conjunctivius. I took my I don't know if favorite's the right word, but I took what I consider to be the best item for Conjunct. Wolf Trap is great. As you can see, it traps her. She, for the most part, you might want to watch out if you get her stuck there and she skips her phases, because she can attack you. And like, if you're cursed, that will scare you, as it did in one of my past videos. But Wolf Trap's great because it traps her right there. She often will, there you go, right again, boom, easy. Like, didn't even have a chance to do anything other than that first dash attack. You can also, for most of the time, once the phase changes, and I think she does it here too, taking some hits from these tentacles, by the way, it's not a big deal. I'm not, as you can see, my health is a little bit chunky, so I'm not really affected by it. She can dash, yeah, so she dashes every phase. Might not be at the very beginning, but it's close to it, so you can sort of angle, because when she starts to go, when that red line shows up, it's going to go directly towards you. So go back to primary school, or secondary or middle school, or whatever it's called. Go back there and think about geometry class, right? Think about geometry class and try to position yourself where that dash is going to hit you, right? So right where the dash comes through, so that way you can put the wolf trap in the middle, get her trapped, and then then rock on. I would even argue too. So obviously, as a tactics build here, wolf trap is scaling great. It's going to be increasing the amount of extra damage that enemies take. But I would argue that there's even a case to take wolf trap off color, specifically for two reasons. Number one, like I just mentioned, the utility of having conjunct trapped, super helpful. And then number two would be if you were to take support, even if it's off color, taking support's going to get you an extra 30, 35, depending on your off-color scrolls at that point, maybe whatever it is, 36, 37. I don't remember. I should know this. I always say I don't know the base. It's 30-something. But you could take support. So you're going to have, let's say you're doing brutality, grab an off-color wolf trap, you drop it, you trap conjunctivius, you're doing whatever damage from your normal, quote-unquote, normal scaled items, but you're also getting extra damage from support. So I'd argue that it's worth grabbing that off color. I think I take a hit here. Yep, there we go. But I'd argue it's worth taking off color, so that way you can get some extra damage and get her trapped. So if you're doing brutality and you see wolf trap in those doors before conjunct, I don't know, maybe think twice. See how your build's going and see if that would be helpful for you. So we are in the graveyard for the first time. So having a little bit of difficulty, here. And I wonder, so I remember during the 5BC run, I was getting very fatigued. It was a really sloppy run from what I remember. And I'm wondering if here I'm starting to get a little bit fatigued too. Because again, I took that big hit early on in the sewers. I had a heal. And here I am again. I have full flask, but I'm at only 28% health. So, and I haven't even made it into the, I was going to say basement, the crypt area of the graveyard. So not doing great. Again, this is a successful run, or else we wouldn't be doing this video. So you can at least relax knowing that. I know even when I watch some videos where I know they are successful, like speed runs or whatever it might be, so I really enjoy watching Resident Evil 4 remake professional runs. So even watching those, like when things are getting hairy, I get anxious, even though it's like, hey, dude, you know the run's gonna be successful. So if that's any comfort to you, don't worry. Don't worry, we're gonna get through here, even though this looks pretty gross right now. Oh, so I didn't even talk, man. 4BC. So we talked a little bit about it with the tubes. You're getting triple the cells. You'll be able to get your forge up to 100%. In the S ranking, there's no healing in this, and I feel like, that's pretty, that's not great, not having any sort of fountains or flask, but I think the way that the game progresses is it pushes you to work out that muscle without it being too huge of a lift, right? So 1BC, some fountains are broken. So some fountains you're going to get full flask back. Sometimes you're only going to get one. 2BC, you only get one, so at least you have one guaranteed heal after every biome, and if you don't need it, you can recycle it. It's like $3,000 or whatever it is, depending on your recycle level. And then 3BC, some levels have a single flask and some don't. So every level, it's taking away just a little bit of your ability to heal afterwards. So by the time you get here, hopefully, again, you've built that muscle a bit. You're used to not seeing a lot of flasks, so that way, you'll be able to make it through a little bit more comfortably is not the right word. 4BC is generally not comfortable, but you'll just be more prepared for it. And the same thing with 5BC. You know, there's no fountains in 5BC either. So this is just how the game is here from now on. So you're going to need to rely on things that are more adjunct healing. So we're going to talk about, we're going to think about food, of course, right? So food popping out of items, or enemies, or popping out of the ground. And you've probably seen that I have my secret outlines on at the very beginning of the video. Before I even start 0BC, I go through my settings so you can see how I turn that on. So, you know, having the secrets on is going to be helpful. So you'll always, for the most part, you'll be able to see the food or the secrets in the walls as much as you can. Food that drops from enemies, of course, and then the food shops. So thinking about routing for food. So, you know, Ancient Sewers does not have a food shop, but Morass of the Banished and Ramparts do, and Ossuary. So, you know, the tiers before the first boss, I think, yeah, like Stilt Village and Fractured Shrines and Graveyard have food shops. So thinking about that, I don't think any of the next tier biome, so before the second boss, I don't think there's any food shops there unless you happen upon the bank. So you're gonna have to rely on food shops, especially earlier on in the run. Generally, again, you know, until if you are playing 5BC, unless you get to the last level, this, you know, this tier is gonna be the last food shop that you'll see. And then finally, using other mutations to get your health back up. So primarily I'm thinking of Necromancy, which I don't recommend taking off color. It's a survival mutation. I talked about it in 2BC. I don't recommend taking that off color. Gastronomy is huge. It basically gives you 85% bonus for your what do you call it, when you eat food. So from 15%, if you get the little food, it's going to actually heal you for 25%. But the big one is if you get a large food, it will heal you from 50%. Instead, it's going to do 83%. So that's a big jump. That goes for food that you find on the map, goes for food that you buy in the shop. And then another healing mutation. So if you like to parry, even if you're not using survival, the mutation What Doesn't Kill Me is really helpful for getting some health back. It will allow, I think it starts at like 2% or 1.8% or something. And basically what it does is every time you parry a melee attack, it heals you for that much. There's a cooldown on it. I think it might be, I don't know, 15 seconds or 10 seconds or 30 seconds, whatever it is. So you can't repeatedly hit, parry the same enemy. So if you take it into Concierge and you parry him and you get some healing, you can't parry him immediately afterwards to get healed again. That would be too busted. So there is a cooldown per enemy, but you could, let's say you have whatever, you have 5 enemies in a row and you parry each one, and each one of those is going to give you healing. So I'd argue that even off color, that's worth taking if you parry. So coming into 4 and 5BC, again, the healing is minimal. You're going to be basically having to improvise for that. And again, using the muscles that you've built earlier on is going to be paramount for you here. So let's see. Am I going to grab anything? It's early on. I might grab that wolf trap. Maybe not. Let's see what we got. Yeah, so there's not a ton of stuff. Again, I've only unlocked a couple of skills here and there, so not a lot in the shops. And then finally, we're going to use the cavern key here. Again, grab this from the beginning of the prisoner's quarters. Take the conjunctivious route after you get the spider rune, and then you'll be able to come here. And finally, the other big thing for, what do you call it? Where are we? 4BC and 5BC is the enemies are going to teleport to you. So I'm sure you've noticed enemies as I'm grabbing the final health flask here. I was wondering if and when I was going to do that. Most enemies, so enemies that throw projectiles at you. So thinking about Inquisitors, the Arbiters from the cavern that we're going to see here, Bombardiers, Grenadiers, they do not teleport. Even not disgusting worms. I forget what the name is, but those the dudes that are in Stilt Village, and we saw some earlier in Toxic Sewers that will throw eggs at you, they don't teleport. But most enemies, other enemies will. So I talked about this in my mid-game tutorial video, which covered 2 through 4 BC. I'm not going to link it below. I'm already going to have a bunch of info and links in the description, but it's in my tutorial playlist if you want to check it out. But I kind of went into the details of how you can get enemies to teleport, how, you know, their mechanics of teleporting, and how you can use that to your advantage. So if you were to attack an enemy, again, not the ones that have projectiles, because those won't teleport to you. But if you were to attack an enemy, if you were to use your homunculus rune to aggravate or activate an enemy, aggro is the word I'm looking for, or if an enemy sees you in its line of sight, what it will do is there'll be a brief pause, and you'll see the enemy kind of like turn. There'll be like a translucent sort of outline of the enemy, and that's where they're going to teleport to. So I'm sure we'll see it. And it's funny too, because I'm talking about this in a lot of enemies here. So the slammers, the demons, they already have movement, so those don't teleport either. So I guess that's another caveat. Those enemies and the rampagers, golems, like enemies that have their own teleportation mechanics, do not teleport in 4 and 5 BC either. But we'll definitely see it as the run or as this level goes on. But the enemies will teleport to you. You know, it's really funny. I don't know if funny is the right word, but it's very peculiar. I'm not going to say interesting. It's very peculiar how they added that as a difficulty modifier, where it's like, oh, you're at 4 BC, like you can't get away. You can't get away from the enemies no matter what you do. But for me, I find it easier. You know, enemies teleport one at a time, so you can aggro them and then you know, position yourself so that way. There you go. So, oh, the Oven Knight almost teleported, but he got destroyed. So you can aggro yourself so that way these enemies will teleport in a manner in which you can manipulate them. So generally speaking, they will teleport behind you. So that's another, like, a clever thing, right? Where it's like, oh, 4 BC, you can't get away from these enemies. They're always going to be behind you. But you can use that to your advantage, right? You just get an enemy to teleport to you. You stand in a particular way, and then you wait for them to come through, and then you attack them on your own terms, right? So for me, I actually think teleporting makes 4 BC easier, relatively speaking, because you're not fighting on their terms, you're fighting on yours. And again, you can get in their line of sight, you can use your homunculus rune to pull them down. Any of those mechanics, you can manipulate and have them come to you. So I really like the teleportation mechanic, and Daniel and I were talking a bit, and I think John Modesto and I too, talking a bit about how you know, the differences and how it feels to kind of go back. But I didn't even think to mention this, but teleporting is a huge thing too. It feels strange to me when enemies don't teleport, because I do spend most of my time in the 5BC ecosystem. So, ecosystem? Tell me it's still early in the morning without saying it's early in the morning, right? That's so funny. 5BC ecosystem. Oh, dude. Wow. So I think that covers 4BC. You know, I figured might as well start talking about it 30 minutes into the video instead of immediately. But I think those are all of the main changes. And that doesn't count too. Like I mentioned, it does, you know, triple cells or whatever. But there's also, you know, enemy health being higher, enemies doing more damage, you know, that sort of vibe. Yeah, so that's 4BC. So I think it's, for me, like there's two, I don't know if farming's the right word, but there's 2 BCs that I will pause at when I start a fresh file. The first one is 2 BC. So generally what I'll do is I'll get to 2 BC as soon as I can, and then I'll stick around there until I'm at a point where whatever it is, right, I get the forge to a point where I want it. I've had enough time to unlock the meta upgrades I want, and then I'll you know, breeze through 3 BC as best I can, and then stop at 4 BC, because that's where you can start getting triple cells. So this is a pause point for me when I do a new file, because of the triple cells. But it's also maybe a good point for you folks, you know, if you're on the road to 5 BC and you're early in your sort of journey here, taking time to step back in 2 BC and say, all right, well, here's where I'm going to really get a return on my investment, even though it's hard, right? It's going to be hard. There's going to be a shift in difficulty for sure. We talked about that earlier. but those double cells are going to make it a little bit easier, even if you're not doing forge stuff, right? You get through a level, even if you're just getting through prisoners' quarters, or you're just getting through the promenade and you're not making it further than that, you're going to have more of an opportunity. I'm going to grab the garland key here. It's always in the cavern, always in like a floral area right above usually it's after a shop or at the end of a hallway. Even if you just make it through a couple levels, you're going to have double those cells, so that way maybe that next health flask upgrade is going to be more available to you. Maybe you're going to grab the other stuff that's in the top of the collector's menu, or there's a mutation that you really want, and disengagements, 200 cells, maybe you're saving up for that. So even if you're not pushing towards the forge and you're still, not getting through the first couple biomes, you'll have more of an opportunity to unlock stuff, which is only going to make things more smooth for you, right? And yeah, like I was saying, 4BC is another one. 4 and 5BC both have triple cells, but if you haven't made it to 5BC, it might be the same thing. You're sort of struggling a bit through those first couple biomes, but having extra cells is going to help unlock some stuff that might be good for your kit, right? So let's see. So you can see here, I'm still, as far as the build goes, not much has changed, and that's generally one of the things that I don't love about this this video, or this whatever it is, whatever you want to call it, this long play. There's not a ton of variety, because just because that's the way that it's the way the cookie crumbles, if that's the right word, because I've been using my cells for the forge and other items and upgrades and stuff like that. So not a ton of build variety, but I guess the good news is that both brutality and tactics have a lot of good things right off the bat, or things like I was mentioning, infantry bow, that you can unlock pretty early. So even though the variety's not great, the quality of the builds for the most part is pretty strong. And I don't just mean these builds. I mean, if you were to do your own fresh file and you're running tactics, like you're gonna get some good stuff. But the build really hasn't changed. So still have support for my what do you call it? Both traps. I get Sinew Slicer and Wolf Trap. So no matter where I am, as long as I get that trap down, I'm going to be grabbing a nice chunk of damage. I think I'm almost probably up to like 40 something, 50%. We'll see it either if I pause again or when we get to the mutation screen. If I change anything. I decided to keep point blank because even though I'm not using the infantry bow anymore, I am up close to a lot of these enemies, so thinking about just in general, my Firebrands damage, my boomerang damage, as long as I'm within 2 or 3 tiles, I think is how far it is. And when I say tile, if you look right there at the wall, the vertical distance there, it's like one little square right there, right above the door. That distance is 1 tile. So you can see like that black square there. That's a single tile. So I think it's 2 or 3 tiles away from an enemy, which I'm generally at for the most part. And yeah, so I rolled through the shop and grabbed myself what did I grab? I grabbed an electric whip. Man, and this level just keeps going and going, doesn't it? Cavern's so big. And unfortunately, I didn't hit the teleporter up in this area, so I have to do a little bit more legwork. But I decided to upgrade my weapon, got rid of the boomerang, kept the electric, and bought the electric whip. E-whip is something else that's going to benefit from point blank. I'm still using hold to attack, so that way, putting Firebrands in the front. Yep, so that way I can just hold both buttons. The attacks are going to come out back to back. Really strong, again, especially with tactic stuff. It's incredibly powerful. But the reason I decided to grab the E-whip and hit the shops here is that Cavern and 5BC Biome have the highest quality gear in the game. So you're going to get, I think it's level, whatever it is. I think it might be on lower BCs, like level 7 or 8 or whatever. But on higher BCs, you're going to be getting level 12 quality gear, which is the highest you can get. So in the pricing of the items is static throughout the game. So if you're in a shop and you see a wolf trap with normal affixes, it might cost you in the prisoner's quarters, what, $4,800 or $5,000 or whatever. The pricing is going to be the same in the cavern. So from a economical standpoint, if you can get here with like a decent build there's always at least one weapon shop and always at least one skill shop. So it's going to be 2 of one and 1 of the other. You can pretty much swap out your whole kit. So, and then you get your highest quality gear. You can crank, and then that's it. Yeah, so you can see level 12 Wolf Trap, level 12 E-Whip. I'm pretty good, and I'm just rolling for some synergies here. Trying to get bonus on Electrified. I think the Wolf Trap still causes poison, so I have plus 80 to poison on my Firebrands, so I'm in good shape here. And we're hitting up the Guardian, hitting up the Giant on 4BC to get the 5th BC. Unfortunately, I did not. Look at this damage. This damage is so strong. It's so good. I don't even think he's going to get... Yeah, he doesn't even get a second phase off, right? Or maybe he does. Let's see what we got. Yeah, he's toast. Yep, toast. So I skipped the intro dialogue. I wasn't thinking about it since I've muscle memory. I skip it all the time. But you show up and he basically says, what have you done? What happened to you? And now at the end, when you beat him, he gives you the 5th boss cell that he's been holding in his pocket. Just like that penny or that quarter that's always in your jeans, and you put your hands in the pocket. You're like, oh man, I got to get rid of this thing, right? So you beat the Giant on 4BC. That is how you get the 5th BC. You don't get it from Hand of the King. Grab the Flawless outfit and grab a couple other things, and then we're going to make our way. I believe we go straight to the Hand of the King. I don't think, for timing's sake, I'm pretty sure I just keep going. Yeah, because at this point, you could die, you could reset the run, and then you can activate the tubes to get 5BC, but I didn't want to do that. I did want to complete the run, so we're going to Hand of the King. And as you can see there's a direct shortcut between the Giant and Hand of the King. So I know Modesto does it a lot. If you're kind of in a, I don't know if rush is the right word, if you just get to that point in the build or the run where you're like, all right, I want to finish this, but you know, it's getting a little bit long, I'm getting a little bit tired or whatever it is, you can skip right from Giant to Hand of the King, which is what we're going to do here for, you know, time's sake. Because again, I hit the distillery, I hit Happy Castle. There's, you know, I didn't really feel like going through it again. I didn't want to do it. And now I got 266 cells. The downside of going this way is there is no forge. I was like, you're not going to keep that double damage sinew, dude. There we go. There's no forge. So if you skip, you can't invest your cells into the forge. So that's something else to keep in mind. But here we are. What did Daniel say? We're going to the big guy. So here we are. So Hand of the King, 4BC. I don't think this fight's going to take too long. So I'm probably just going to start wrapping things up here. So in a nutshell, that was 4BC. So we unlocked some stuff, put a little bit of money in the forge, our cells in the forge, I think. We got ourselves the 4th potion, the largest health flask 4. Made it all the way to the end with full health and full flasks. So let that be some encouragement to you, where even if it feels like a run might be going sideways, push through. You never know. You never know how you're going to make it to the end. You know, we're out with food shops. Hope for good drops and play well, and you know, you might end up turning things around. So that's it. So as you can see, already got the 5th boss cell. So there's nothing there for us but an outfit. I'm going to pop my head off. I'm going to go down the tube. And that is going to be the end of 4BC. So next up, we're going to be tackling the 5th BC. This is going to be fun. Again, this is a fun one. We're gonna be chatting both with Daniel and Modesto. Again, two of my good dudes. We're gonna have a ball here. So yeah. So thanks for watching that run. Just like we've done in the past, going to take a little bit of a break here, and then we'll be back with my dudes. All right, everyone. So that was 4BC. We made it through. Had a pretty, couple rough spots at the beginning there, but we made it through okay with our tactics build. And now we're on to 5BC. So sometimes I come down here at the beginning to recycle the starting items. Once you get the random starting item, the old ones will be there, so you can get them for 50 bucks a piece. And on to 5BC. So all of the same, as you can see here, the same forge, scroll fragments, no health flasks and cells. But the big difference now is there's malaise. So as you play, there's a little bar above my health that's going to start ticking up. And we will see some of that. We'll see some of that as the run goes on. But As I've mentioned before, I'm very excited. I've been super excited for this run, so I'm not alone. I got DanielSan and Modesto with me today. Daniel, what's going on, dude?
Come on, I'm here, and I'm doing very good. Thank you for inviting me. It is awesome.
Modesto, where are you? You here too, man?
I'm totally here, and I'm so incredibly happy to be with you guys. Thank you so much for having me. Hello, Dan. How are you doing?
Hello. I'm doing fine. How are you doing today?
Better than I was before getting on the call with you guys.
That's good. That's a good thing, right?
Oh my god.
That's the vibe, man. And it's funny. So I didn't plan this, but all 3 runs, so the ones that I did with, or I should say the ones that we did individually and this one, they're all brutality. So that was not planned, but Modesto, I know how much you love brutality runs, so we get to see all that. Yeah, you too, Daniel. Yeah. So I don't know if I get the blood sword or not. I can't remember, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes, man. We'll see how it goes. So this is out of all the runs, this is the longest one, of course, because there's the extra, the extra biome and the extra boss at the end. I'm pretty sure I do full clears again, so I can get as many cells and as much gold as I can. But we also go to the prison depths this time, which is everybody's favorite, right? So.
No.
No, not at all, right?
I love the blue birds.
Oh my god. No, it's the other one, man.
No, it's the other one.
Corrupted Prison's got the birds in it, yeah.
What do you think?
Spit out the bombs.
What do you think? Which one is easier, Corrupted Prison or Prison Death?
I think Corrupted Prison is easier.
Way easier. It's not even close for me. It's not even close.
Sure.
Oh, and you're teasing me, Giant, because you showed me footage of you completing a daily challenge.
Yep.
And you got the Swift Sword, and I saw the Swift Sword, and I saw you pick it up.
Yep.
And you did.
Maybe I saw the Swift Sword too.
Yeah, it's still up there by the tubes. So, I can't remember. I can't remember if I grab it or not. I might just keep throwing knives here. I'm not positive. But yeah, I think what I did was I originally was gonna start with like a tactics run, like I grabbed the E-whip. But I don't know, man. We'll see. There's. It's funny because like you guys know, I played all of these, back to back for the most part, and they kind of bleed together. Pardon the pun. They bleed together. So I don't remember which is which.
So, but how are you feeling this last run? Did you feel a little bit nervous when you were doing this, or just like, we'll see how it goes?
Yeah. So I wasn't really nervous because after getting through 4BC, I was like, all right, well, this is going to be basically the same except for the malaise. Yeah. But I was getting fatigued, so this was this was probably I don't know, man, because this was my 5th run of the day, so this might have been after 5.5 hours of playing or something like that. So
yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah,
I just remember being really tired, but I was like, I have to finish this. I can't stop.
Was it like late in the evening or something, or just middle of the day?
It was like early evening because I started.
Nice.
I think I started maybe around like 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, and by this time it was after dinner, so I was wasn't super late, but it was late enough. Hey!
Oh, there it is.
Thank you so much.
Yep, you're welcome. You're welcome, dude.
Thank you so much, best Giant.
Would I be like, thank you, I'm gonna cry.
But dude, I totally feel you about feeling fatigued. We kind of touched on this on the previous section that was just the both of us, about the early start of our Dead Cells careers. And I'd love to know Daniel's, because I know the Disappointed Giant got his first win on a bathtub.
Yeah.
What? Okay. Tell me more now, because now I want to know.
So I was telling Modesto when we were going. It was when we were going through the distillery, and I was talking about how some people might see some later gameplay, or people that are more experienced be like, oh, I'm never gonna get that far, or whatever it was. And I told Modesto a story about how the first time I got my 5th BC, I was really anxious. I was having some trouble. This was early. This was like version 1.6 or 1.7 or something like that. And in order to relax, because I was so stressed out, I took a bubble bath. But I took my Switch with me, and I beat the giant while I was in the bubble bath, and I got my I got my 5th BC that way.
Nice.
Yep, that was the first.
Nice.
That was the first time, man. That was the first time.
Okay, that's so cool. That's so cool. That's amazing. That's an advantage of the Switch. You can do that.
Oh yeah, you can take it anywhere, man. It was great.
Yeah.
And I don't think I've told this one either, but the first time I don't even count this, but the first time I got the flawless outfit for the 5BC boss, I quit out after every phase and then copied my save. So that way I'd be able to keep trying. So if I messed one up, I could just keep going back. And I eventually got it. It took me a long time to do that, but it was not. It wasn't really legit. So even back then, I used to have a lot of trouble, dude. A lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Dude, we're like the government releasing redacted files after a bunch of years.
Oh yeah. The truth comes out, man. The truth comes out, right?
And
What Motion Twin doesn't want you to know.
Right.
I say that because I'm really interested about Daniel's story.
My story. Okay, so I started later than you guys. I think you started both from the beginning, right? Did you play betas or something, or?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so
My
you
first
started.
clear was
I'm sorry, Modesto. I was gonna say you started first, man, because you did early access, right?
Early access, right?
me.
Yeah, or did you do 1.0?
Oh, so the videos started on the bank update. But
Yeah, but I mean, you playing this game without
yeah,
making
I've been
videos.
playing ever since early access. I remember like watching
Cool.
Doc Firebird,
Nice.
YouTuber,
Yeah.
and I love the game, dude. And back then, the end game was fighting Conjunctivius. And,
Wow.
and I just love the game, and I never played roguelites before. Like I played Castlevania, and I've played Zombotron. I'm not sure if you guys know this game. It's a flash game.
Haven't heard of it.
It's so good. It's so good. It's like it's a zombie game that's 2D, and you fire with the mouse. You aim with the mouse, and you play on a browser. You don't have to download anything.
Okay.
And I was like, dude, this is just like that game. Little did I know it was so much better, but it made me want to play Dead Cells. And at the time, I didn't have money. Once again, government files getting released. I pirated the game because I didn't have enough money, and I at the time I didn't know how to pirate stuff, so I was only confident in downloading an earlier version of the game. So I started early on, and I was playing an even earlier build of the game because it was the only version that I could download safely. And then after like 4 or 5 months, I was like, dude, I gotta buy this, and it was for like $20 of my currency, so it was affordable.
Yeah.
On a sale, a Steam sale, and I just bought it and never stopped playing. And when I was confident in beating the game consistently, a little consistently, I did my first recording, which was a 4 BC run or a 3 BC run with Nerves of Steel, back when it's still scaled with survival.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember that video. So after I found your channel and after I started like watching your stuff, I remember I went all the way back and I was like, wow, this dude's been playing for a long time. This guy's been playing for a long time. And I think what was it? Was Conjunct called the Watcher back then? Is that what it was? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. That was a long time ago because Dead Cells came out. I think it was 2018 is when it got. Yeah, that's when it got released.
Yeah.
It was like August of 2018, I think, which is.
Yeah. And I started playing in 2022 because I was first playing Hollow Knight for a long time, and I was looking for a game a little bit like that, but there wasn't any, and I had PlayStation Extra, and I saw Dead Cells, and I was like, oh yeah, I've seen that game. It looks cool. Let's just download it and play it. And from the first kill, it was just so it played so smooth that I couldn't stop playing it. So it was like I started September. I defeated 5BC in December. And it was like 123 hours.
God,
I played
dude.
a lot.
That's crazy.
A lot back then. Yeah. But I couldn't stop. I didn't play anything else. And I know you said that you were nervous for spoiler boss, but for me it was a little bit the other way around. Because I did go in there and I was like, I'm not gonna get it. And then suddenly I did. And I was like a little bit shaking afterwards, but I thought, but beforehand it was like really, really chill. So that was cool.
Yeah, the tower climb in Astrolab is super chill, right? Especially your first time through.
The first time that I was there, I had no clue what to do. It was I was so confused. What am I doing here? But I just played it, and then I was, oh, here's a key and there's a key, and then it made sense. So that was just a cool first experience of playing this game.
That's so interesting to hear, because it's something that I feel I've always felt like that when watching your videos, Daniel. I always feel like you know exactly what you're doing when you're playing. And
I hope so.
When I'm doing it, I don't know shit. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm like, dude, should I pick this mutation or the other mutation? And that makes me like always overthink stuff and try to overcorrect and like make the run difficult because of it, because I'm like, no, I cannot buy anything right now. I need to buy stuff when I get to Ancient Sewers or a biome with higher level gear, otherwise I'm just wasting money. And at the end of the day, I always get at the end of runs with 40, 50k, and I did not need to worry at all. And you're just strolling through the game, getting flawlesses, getting 60s, getting time doors, just buying stuff and having fun. And I'm like, this dude knows exactly what he's doing. And you have that from the very first time.
Yeah, well, it changed a little bit afterwards, because in the beginning I was playing a lot with gastronomy. I couldn't live it out. And funny, because this is not because we're in a call right now, but I watched your videos too, of course, and you did other stuff. And I was like, oh, you can do that too. So you're saying that I know exactly what I'm doing, but I also watched you, and that is why I migrated to other things, So that's really funny to hear.
Oh, that's nice.
Because I think that your skill ceiling is a little bit higher than mine. You did, of course, the curse sword run, which was amazing. You did the shield only run, which was also amazing. And I think you are better when it comes to aggressiveness. I think I'm pretty aggressive in this game, but I think you are a little bit more, and it's so cool to see.
Yeah, I guess it's from because that's where I think our backgrounds like differ and make our playstyles different.
Yeah.
You're coming from Hollow Knight, and Hollow Knight is a hard game.
Yeah.
Right? And you also played Destiny.
Destiny, yeah.
Which is a hard game and has a bit of an overlap with the games that I usually play. But it's a bit more a strategic game, and Hollow Knight is more like, I don't know how to describe it. How do you describe Hollow Knight?
Hollow Knight. It is also a little bit strategic. You can make a lot of builds there. You can make spell builds. You can make nil builds. You can make how do you call it? Nil arts builds, which are really cool. The real challenge for me was like the Trials of the Fool. You have the third trial that was so hard, because there was a time that in that trial that you don't have a ground anymore and only have spikes and also enemies in the air that you have to defeat at the same time. So that's really hard.
He's describing hell, TC.
Yeah, it was not fun. And then you also have the Pantheons. 1, 2, 3 are fine, but 4 and 5 are really hard. And then 5 is like 43. I see it like as a roguelite in Hollow Knight, but with only bosses. I know it's a boss rush, but you also have one boss that is called Markoth, and normally he is just very easy. Only sorry, I talked Dutch. Only in the fifth trial, he doesn't have a floor anymore, and he is one of the hardest boss and hated boss in the game. So I made a guide about that, and that went pretty well. So yeah, it can be a hard game. You also have Path of Pain. It's like the bank, the bank trial. No, how do you call it? The bank parkour. Only on steroids. Really hard. I'm so bad at parkouring, but I did it. So you can make Hollow Knight as hard as you want. I think the base game is not super hard, but when you do the hard stuff, yeah, then it's a hard game. But that's
I
just
suffered a lot
my
when I tried to play Hollow
humble
Knight.
opinion, and it's one of my favorite games ever because I love it so much.
Nice. So I think that your background and your playstyle comes from that, and it's like really methodical in my opinion. And I mostly come from playing FPSs. I've played Battlefield my entire life. I've played Call of Duty my entire life, and those are games where you're rewarded for being aggressive, right?
Yeah.
And even if you die, you just respawn and it's okay. And that made me a more aggressive player in Dead Cells. But dying in Dead Cells is not okay.
No, it's not okay. It ends it ends the run. Surprise, surprise. But
As
I
much
have
as-
also played FPS, but that was a long time ago. I started 2010 with Black Ops 1. I don't know if you played that.
Oh yeah, bunch of
And
zombies.
also MW3, the first one, and Black Ops 2.
Black
And I
Ops,
also played Battlefield 3 and 4.
Oh nice.
And I don't know. The most people like 3 more, but I like 4 more. Can't help it. I just can't help it.
I love every single one of them. I just love games. Even
I
though
didn't like
it's
Hardline that much, but that's just me.
I used to play Hardline with my friend from Japan.
Nice.
And dude, he destroyed a helicopter with a Vector, which is an SMG, and you're not supposed
Really?
to do that. It was the coolest moment in our entire careers, and I wasn't even the one playing.
Nice.
Oh yeah, but yeah, as I said, because I play aggressively, the videos that you guys see on my channel are the successes and the successful runs.
Yeah.
But behind all my Cursed Sword videos are like literally probably hundreds of hours of failures and fuck-ups.
But that is what makes the victory so nice, because if you did it in one run, you're not as satisfied as if you have tried it like what you said hundreds of times, right? Or am I just crazy?
No, totally, 100%.
But Giant, this right here, is this the hardest thing you did, or is it something else?
I don't think the hardest thing I've ever done in gaming was to beat Resident Evil 4 Remake S Plus without any bonus weapons. So basically, the way that RE4's enemies behave is there's like a scale between 1 and 10. So 1 is when they're least aggressive, 10 is when they're the most, and of course, they do more damage when the number's higher, and it's adaptive difficulty. So if you're playing really well, the enemies are going to be harder. If you play a little bit more poorly, the enemies are going to loosen up. So that way the player kind of has like without really knowing, the experience is going to be more of a flow for them. Like you can kind of stay in the middle there. As when you play on professional, all the enemies are at 11 100% of the time. So there is no break. They're aggressive. They're do a ton of damage. It's out of control. And in what you can do is like similar like how you can unlock items here, I guess. There are certain weapons that you can get that will make it easier. So there's like a magnum you can get that you can get right from the beginning, or a knife that has infinite durability. But with no bonus weapons, you just have to start with your pistol and go from there. And I've done it 2 or 3 times. I can't remember. It was out of control for me. The first time was I would finish, and like you can only, the other thing too is you can only save 15 times, and you have to beat the game in 5.5 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's crazy. So the game itself is fantastic, but trying to get S Plus was very challenging. It took a long time, and when I would get to a save point, I would feel like completely exhausted, to the point where I'm like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing
Why are you
this,
doing
man?
this?
But it was great. It was worth it. I feel like, like I said, I've done it 1 or 2 times again since that first time, but that is easily the hardest thing I've ever done. It took a lot out of me,
So you're asking yourself why you're doing this, and then you do it again.
Of course. Well, that's what we all do, right?
That's what we do, right?
man.
Literally, story of our lives.
What is it for you, Modesto? What is the hardest thing you
Yo,
think you did?
I will talk about it, but I cannot not glaze because the Resident Evil 4 remake on professional is the hardest game I've ever played. It's so
It's
difficult.
bad. It's really bad.
Oh my god. Dude, you did it more than once? That's so cool. And
Pro gamer.
I totally got that from watching a couple of your Returnal videos. Haven't got to the end of the series yet, but I'm getting there. And you're so good at games, and not only 2D games, platformers, roguelites. You're good at 3D, third-person shooters. This is like you could play anything, and I'd be entertained watching it.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Like to pass the
Nice.
time, I watch people play. Oh, that Ice Armor is great as well. To pass the time, I watch people play Resident Evil on like challenge modes, like pistol only, knife only, on professional. And there's a channel that I love to watch. I don't remember the name right now, but he does those challenges for all games. Oh, it's the guy that's beating Alan Wake 2 that we
Oh,
talked
yeah,
about.
yeah, right.
I just love watching channels and playing like that and people doing that. To me, it's like watching people play sports professionally. It's like it's
Oh,
something
sure.
that you're
Yeah.
never going to be able to do.
Yeah, I like that.
So you might as well watch someone do it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you can
Oh,
either spend, 4,000 hours trying to do that, or you can spend 45 minutes watching someone do it, and then move on, right?
And
And
the
chill,
same level of
and chill.
satisfaction. Oh, that's so great. But for me, I, I I know it's gonna sound a bit toxic and cliche, but I just love playing FPS.
It's not toxic at all, dude.
But like doing well, and like dunking on people.
So, that's what you're supposed to do, right?
So briefly, while I was playing Battlefield 4, that's why it's one of my favorites as well. I got into the professional scene,
Oh,
really? Tell me
but
more.
just for the tiniest amount of time. And we competed on one tournament that rewarded 1,000 Brazilian reais, which divide that by 5 to get dollars, $200. And the second and third place also had smaller prizes, and we got second place, and I don't know the amount of money we got because he just
Yeah, you
don't
like
play.
that, huh? Pro gamer, right? I could beat S
Sorry,
rank,
that's just funny.
S plus on pro, right? But I can't jump over a spike. It's totally fine.
We all do this. We all do this.
And I don't know the amount of money we got because we got scammed, and I think not even the first place got money. But
Oh.
that's like my biggest achievement. I even got called a hacker because I was hitting the craziest Magnum headshots. And I don't know if you remember, Daniel, you've played Battlefield 4, it's your favorite.
Yep.
Did you use the Magnum at all, the secondary?
A little bit, but not much.
Do you remember that in the beginning, the release, actually for a long time, the Magnum had a huge delay when you press the fire button.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was
It
awful.
took a huge amount of time for you to fire it. And even then, before they fixed it, I used to use the Magnum because I was crazy with it, even with the delay. And I got called a hacker, and that's like my proudest achievement. I've done
Nice.
better things,
Very nice.
but that was my proudest achievement.
Nice. That is a good achievement. Not going to lie. Awesome.
Yeah, FPS games I just love them.
Do you still play the finals?
Oh, dude, a lot. I'm actually trying to play sniper. Unfortunately, you have to use the class that has the least amount of health. and
Oh,
there's no
yeah.
population playing the game on Brazil, so I need to play on North American servers. So my ping is always the worst,
Oh, that sucks.
and it's really hard to use snipers.
Yeah. Is it hit scan or is it just like Battlefield, like bullet
It's hit
travel?
scan for
Okay,
up to 45 meters,
Okay.
and then there's a little bit of travel time, but still
Okay,
really
that's
easy to use,
interesting.
really decent. Yeah.
A little bit of combination of both, I guess.
Yeah.
Because with
And-
snipers, you're
Yeah,
most
go
of the
ahead.
time out of that 40 meters, right? Or no?
Oh yeah, yeah. But the hip fire is great, so you can use it like a shotgun from close range. It's really good. But I've been meaning to say this, but we just keep getting sidetracked, and I'm sorry. I know I'm the reason. But Giant, you're doing great on this run.
Thanks, man. Oh, there's a run. I wasn't even. I thought we were just hanging out.
And you got really good luck with the necklace on the 60 kill door going to prison depths?
Yeah. I got a triple necklace. So what have we been doing here? So we got a brutality run. I unlocked Flint at some point.
Yeah.
Oh,
And also
think it
ice
was-
armor.
Yeah, I unlocked ice armor because I think, to kind of like go back to a question you had earlier, Daniel. I took a few hits here and there, and I was like, I want to have a little bit of a more protection, so I grabbed ice armor from the collector. But the other thing is I unlocked Flint, so that way it would be in the pool for legendaries in case I got lucky. So so I grabbed
Thinking
that,
ahead.
and then just in case, man, because like I was saying, I was a little bit fatigued at this point. So I was like, if I can get like a legendary Flint, I'm done. Like that's it, I don't, unfortunately, but that's the that was the rationale between unlocking that from the collector's menu in the middle of the run here.
Okay. That's kind of thing I never think about. That's so cool to see.
And then we also went to prison depths, which I think both of the other videos I did with you guys, I'm pretty sure that we all talked about it. But prison depths was miserable, least favorite biome. The only reason I went there is so I could check everything off, because that was the only non-DLC biome I didn't go to yet. So I wanted to make sure I went through there. It was funny when I was clearing the curse, there was a section where I had one curse left, and I had a powerful grenade and an infantry grenade, and I threw it. I threw them both at a rampager, and it only did half damage, so it didn't even kill it. So that's the sort of scaling that we're dealing with there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awful. That is such a terrible biome.
But we made it through, and taking the, what are we doing here? I think we take the conjunct. Yeah, we're going conjunct, and then I think we might go graveyard again. We'll see. We'll find out what happens. Yeah.
It was really interesting what you did there.
Wait, which
That was
part?
fun.
you jumped ahead. Just how do you call them? The flying thingies.
Oh, the
In the-
saw
Long
blades.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
saw
saw
blades, and
Yeah.
you jump back, and then you parry them. That was amazing.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Dude was literally flexing on the rift.
Yeah.
Well, I had to make up for all the spikes I jumped into earlier, right? So that way I have. That way I still have some cred by the time.
It was like
watch
Iron
this.
Man. What is an Iron Man? Let's do it.
And I thought you were not going to take the curse on prison depths because you skipped over it with the jump,
Yep.
and then you
Yeah.
just went right back in.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't getting myself into a bad situation since we were so far in the Iron Man at this point. I was like, if I die to a curse here, I'm gonna delete everything. So, and like you were saying before, Modesto, where you were like, sometimes you think about making videos and you're like, if I just stop here, nobody will know. Nobody will know that I did this, So that was my thought process there, where I was like, let me at least just see what's around the corner, so that way if there's an elite or something like that, I can be prepared for it. But no issues, man, no issues. Other than the fact that I had like no good damage from those grenades.
You did great.
You know what's funny? There was a time my subscribers asked for that to see. I was like, why? Why you want to see that?
They want you to prove that you're human,
Yeah.
man, right?
Oh, I always say that I am just... I think in every video I say how many times, especially when it's like a long time. Like,
Oh,
what
yeah,
did
yeah, yeah.
I?
Difficult run. You always say, yeah, this took a bunch of
Yeah,
tries.
like the gauntlets. The gauntlets only took like 4 or 5 times, you know. And I know once I said, yeah, I'm basically only. It was not a flex, but I'm basically only dying to curses, and then 3 times in a row, dying to not curses. I left so hard.
It's life. That's life. I wish I knew how to edit better, because I could just keep my deaths and do a montage at the end, like I do with my highlights from the finals. Because
Yeah,
there are so many funny deaths. I remember them from memory. Like dying to stupid shit,
yeah.
curses, like clearing a curse and then just getting destroyed, ganked by a bunch of enemies.
And DG,
Like
you
in
had that
the
videos, right?
slickest. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I did. Yeah, I did I have 2 of the. I think I call them avoidable death compilation or
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah.
And I laughed so hard, not because you died, but because we all know that it happens to us, you know. And then you see it coming, and boom.
Yep. And it's like the fact that there's the compilation and you know that these are all coming. It's like
Yeah.
watching someone walk into a like down a street where there's a banana peel and you know they're gonna slip and you just watch it. You just watch it happen. You
Yeah.
know? Yeah.
It was so cool to see.
So funny.
So I made a mistake here. So I bought a
Yeah.
balance blade. I bought a balance blade at the shop, and then for some reason I decided to get an infantry bow instead, which was not the right move because balance blade would have shredded this boss a lot more quickly than this. So I think that might have been part of the fatigue there, or maybe I was just like, oh, I love infantry bow. Let me pick it
Yeah.
up. You know.
It's your favorite, right?
I
This one?
for range, it's one of them. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like we were talking about this at some point. It's sort of like it's not the same effect wise, but it's like the blood sword of
Yeah.
ranged attacks. It just does one thing and it does it really well, and I like it. And even if it's
I
not
like
the best, you know.
I like weapons that are consistent. Like with Bloodsword, you put on how does it called? Limitation.
Combo, open wounds. Which
Open
one?
wounds. Sorry.
Yeah.
Open wounds, and you know what you're gonna get. You know what you're gonna get, and that's what I like about weapons. I like that. And some weapons have like really like Swift Sword. Swift Sword is not a good example. You have some weapons that are a little bit complicated to get crits, and the crit damage is higher, but you get it less. And I don't like that very much.
Yeah, totally. Easier to get, more consistent, a little lower damage than the ones that are harder.
Yeah.
But at least you're doing the same thing during the run.
Yeah.
The Swift Sword is a good example because the crits are great, but they're great as long as you get the speed buff. So if you're in
Absolutely.
here, you're just doing Rusty Sword levels of damage.
That was close, by the way. I
That
think
was
it
not a good
the
fight.
Curse Sword.
There it is.
There it
Ooh.
is.
Of course I thought about unlocking it, but I was like, don't do it, dude. You've made it this far. Just let it go. Let it go.
You were screaming to yourself, "Don't do it!"
I know.
What if I?
It's
threw
funny that
this
I
now?
mentioned crits because Bloodsword doesn't crit, of course. But yeah, I think you know what I
Yeah.
mean. That it's the
But you-
consistency factor.
You kind
talk
of get
about
the
it.
crit because
It,
the
it
blood
feels
pop.
like crits, but it doesn't have the satisfying sound. You know, you played Call of Duty, right? You know, the Infinity Ward games, they had such a satisfying hit marker sound,
Oh,
and I
yeah,
think
totally.
Dead Cells has that too with the crits.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Especially like when you get one of the greatest sound effects that they have here, I think, is if you pair Abyssal Trident with combo.
Yeah,
And you just hear it go
It's
up.
so
it's just
good.
It's like it's like written.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah,
it's so
it's so
funny. It's
good.
great.
That weapon was better than I thought. I never played with it, and I was like, okay, I have to do it sometime, and I had so much fun.
Yeah, that was a good one. And then I think you did. Did you do Dagger of Prophet like close to that one, like a little bit beforehand or something?
I think beforehand, and I didn't like that at all.
I remember because
I
you were
can't help
like,
myself.
I don't like this weapon or whatever. And like Modesto was saying earlier, you're still getting like 60 kill doors, and like
Yeah, it
nothing's
was not
lasting,
bad.
dude. You're just destroying everything.
I mean, it wasn't bad, but I think the range is so abysmal that I can't really enjoy it to the max. that's maybe just me.
Oh,
and I
yeah.
know that someone was asking, oh yeah, you're doing I can't wait to watch it. And I'm like, maybe you want to skip this one because I was talking to Race about it.
Maybe-
But he was
maybe you
really
should
nice and said,
wait to
"Oh, no
watch it."
worries," and this and that, and it was still awesome. So that was cool.
Oh, that's so funny. But yeah, the try it video is to me an example of you just being great at the game. And
Thank you very
game
much, mate.
sense.
If you say
Because-
that means a lot.
Because I tried, like, at the same time, probably, because someone
You
suggested-
tried, Ent?
There he is!
Sorry.
Get him out of here, guys! Security!
The government.
Get this guy out of here!
Yeah, you
Where's the
tried.
Discord mods?
We're all here.
We're all here, yeah. So
Oh my god.
Oh,
So
dude, I
dude,
love
I'm
shitty
sorry.
humor.
I'm sorry. You were saying that you were trying to do a try
You
run,
should
right?
be sorry with jokes like that. Just kidding. I love shitty puns, dude. Oh,
I love
I
it.
need my English needs. I require my
By the
English
way,
to improve enough.
Modesto,
So I
stop
can make
saying your
jokes.
English has to improve. It's very good. Stop it.
But I don't got the jokes in me. Like in Portuguese. In
I don't got the
Portuguese,
jokes
I
in
would
me.
be doing the shitty jokes right now. You know,
Yeah.
that's my thing.
No,
But
but
in
you were
English?
ranting way too much about it in your videos. You don't have to.
Thank you.
It's good. It's more than good.
Thank you, guys.
At least from my perspective. I don't know about Giant. He's of course a native speaker.
Oh yeah, he hates
Oh,
it.
Your
Tells me all
English
the
He
is
hates it, right?
your
Yeah.
English is better than mine, both of you. Because how many times
No,
have I,
not me.
dude? How many times have I been in a video and I just stop and I'm like, what's that called? I do that all the time. I do it all the time.
Yeah, but I think that's normal when you do commentary. If someone asked me to do a video in my native language, and I'm sure, and I put it on my Dutch channel, I think, I will have that too because it's still commentary.
Well, it was funny. I got a comment. I forget which one of my latest videos, but Kostup commented, and he was like, I'm not trying to be funny. Are you colorblind? And he timestamped, and what it was I was trying to say that the skull was gold, and I said it was green and then gray, and then I was like, wait, no, it's gold. Like I couldn't find the right word for it, and it's like, this is the shit they teach you in elementary school. This is just colors, right? That's all it is. Like, this is what they teach you when you're 5 years old, and I'm like, it's gold, gray, green. So
I don't know. It's a color, I guess.
all right, it's something, right? Yeah. But it's like, and I think, to both of you say things like that. So like with Dan, like where you were just saying, where Modesto's like, oh, my English is not great when it's great. And then you'll play and you'll be like, Daniel, you'll be like, I suck at this game, and you're awesome at it. It's like, come on, guys, your English, both of your English is great. You're both awesome at the game. Let's go, come on.
It's for me a thing to say to lighten the mood up. So like, okay, I can speak, and I make a joke about it, and I think it's a part of me right now that I misspeak or misspoke, and I think it's just in the beginning I hated it, and now I'm like, whatever. I'm
Whatever,
trying, and if you don't like it, then you don't watch. Yeah, that's
Right.
it.
But at least for me,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I know what it is. It's imposter syndrome, and it's a bitch.
Yeah.
Always thinking that you're not meant to be there or you're not good enough, but you guys are. And if you say I am, I'm gonna believe it.
Of course, dude.
Bro, I don't know if you watched our collab that time, but we literally begged for you to come back. So
Oh, I think Giant
it was in the cavern.
He mentioned he timestamped it, and I watched it, but I haven't got to watch the video.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You were very busy right then. So
But now, and this is great news. I announced it in the other section, which was just me and Giant, about my internship, and that turned into a full job.
nice. Congratulations.
So now I got a job, guys. In the span
got a
of
job.
2 hours of video.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. it's gonna be so funny. People will be like, yeah, exactly. 2 hours ago, you're like, hey, I'm starting an internship, and now it's like, I got a job.
Is he a time traveler or something?
That's amazing.
And in the past couple months, that's why I took a break from the channel as well, because I really wanted to focus on my career and stuff. But now that I got a job, I can literally watch anything, any videos. I can go back to playing. Well, when I'm not working, obviously. And I just want to. I have so many things that I got like on my backlog. I got a playlist, a YouTube playlist of videos that I like to watch while I'm chilling and just relaxing. And it's literally 80% of it is Daniel's videos.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, man.
The rest
Thank you.
Is Disappointed Giants videos.
That's so funny.
And then there's some videos of some Indian kids building a hut in the middle of the forest.
That's nice.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
sorry,
but
some
what
people from India.
what are y'all's weirdest comments that you have gotten? Like this thing.
Oh,
Whoa,
comments?
this was. I started
let you
mine.
guys go ahead.
I think you, Giant, you know about this one. You know that I do Arnie, right? And there was this dude, and he basically told me that I should do a test because he was autistic and he had the same thing, and he thought that I was, and I was like, trust me, I'm not.
You're like, I just like to do the voice, mate. That's it, right?
Yeah, it's I don't have to do it, but you know.
I just like to do it.
Just liking doing it. It was
Wow.
just a joke about our old clan of Destiny, and I did it one few times in my earlier videos, and people were like, that's funny. And then I was like, okay, if it's funny, I'll do it again. And that's when it was more.
And now
Curse
that's
here.
just part of you, man. That's it now.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah, you gotta do it.
For me, so this is like a twofold thing. So the first comment that comes to mind was someone who posted, oh, real quick, I cleared the biome, and then I checked in here to make sure there were enemies before I took the curse. So I was able to get that out of the way. It was either on my face flask video or my 1BC tutorial video, but somebody commented and said that my mouth was wet. So basically, like, as they were listening to the video, they could hear saliva in my mouth or something like that. But it was actually really helpful because I listened back and I could hear what they were saying. So now I have a plugin that cuts down on those. It's called like the mouths. I forget what it is. Yeah, it's some isotope.
Really?
Yeah, it's some isotope plugin that actually cuts down on wet sounds in your mouth. So it was helpful, but at the same time, I was like, that is a really weird thing to say to someone.
But in the end, helping
I
it's
wouldn't
just
say
funny.
Oh my god.
What about you, Modesto? Any comments stick out for you?
My weird comments are all from my friends.
Oh,
Like my Brazilian friends getting into my videos. I got a friend, Mateus. I'm gonna say it in Portuguese. He is the brother of one of my best friends of my life. Other than you guys, of course.
Of course.
Oh my god. The bow against the weirded out crabs. Is that their names?
yeah, the weirded warriors. Yeah,
Yeah, that's gonna suck.
yep. Once
But it's
again,
all-
wrong decision, man. Balance blade would have been so much better here for sure.
But at least you got it so
Well,
far.
it's a challenge.
No spoilers.
So
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I figured, might as well do 6 runs in a row. Let's make it hard. Let's make it as hard as I can.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
The other ones were easy. You got it.
Oh my god.
So yeah, the weird comments are from my friends, and they're all in Portuguese with jokes that I will not, out of principle, translate. But trust me, they are weird. Weirder than the ones you guys talked about.
Well, that's
can
funny because
imagine.
they're almost probably like trolling you a little bit, right? Because they know you in real life and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%, and I love it.
There's one. So another thing that I've been really involved in for a while is video game soundtracks. So like there's like a forum I used to be a part of, and I used to like write reviews for a website like 20 years ago and stuff. It's been a long time, but there are some guys that I've known since for over 20 years through message boards and selling each other stuff and whatever. And there's one guy from the Discord that we're in now, and his YouTube name, I looked at it and I was just like, whatever. I didn't even realize it was him. But the comment said something like, oh, so this is what your voice sounds like. And his YouTube name was something like LaDouche 420 something or other. And I was like, dude, you've got to be kidding me, man. Like, that's... So I didn't realize it was him. So we were talking, I don't know, whatever it was, 2-3 months later, whatever. He's like, oh, I left a comment on your page. I was like, dude, I didn't see that. And then he told me he like screenshotted it, and I was like, you've got to be kidding me, man. That's so funny.
That's funny. That's a little bit like trolling. That is master trolling.
Yeah, totally, right? Totally.
But that's the fun kind of trolling.
Oh, of course, dude. Absolutely.
And about that, I remember you talking about like knowing some people that worked on the Call of Duty soundtrack, a couple of the zombie musics.
Yeah, so one of the guys that I used to write with on one of those video game soundtracks, he worked for, what is it, Treyarch, I think is the name. Yeah, and he did some music. I think he did like some of the lobby music and a couple other songs from, I don't remember which zombies. It might have been the first. He might have done a couple of them or whatever. But he was originally on their sound design team. So, menu effects and, other sort of sound design. And then they let him compose some stuff too, which is great.
That is amazing.
So
yeah,
cool.
Super cool. Super cool.
Did you play zombies at all, Daniel?
Not much. No, not much. Friends of mine did.
The soundtrack for zombies was, nowadays, it's kind of, how do you say it? Sterilized a bit, it doesn't have the same amount of personality, doesn't have the same amount of like weirdness that they used to have the confidence to do, because now it's more, I don't know.
Ooh.
But dude, look, there's a big food right there.
Damn.
You want to talk about getting lucky, huh? My
That's
God,
cool.
dude.
And you got a bank at this on this run. You got a bunch of big food.
Yeah, I did. Yep. I think I got a radish. I got like a radish in an earlier level or something like that too. So I got lucky. I got super lucky.
And
but
this biome is
hit
also cursed.
Yes. Yep.
Yep.
Sure
yep.
is,
I
yeah.
remember.
Yeah. So I did. Oh, and here's another one.
Oh.
So it's my second curse chest. Yeah. So I got two curses. So what is it, Daniel? It's an extra 10% chance or something.
Extra 10%. Yeah.
Yeah. So that pushed it up to 20% here.
And
I
it's
think. So
it's 110 in Forgotten Sepulchre. So
yep.
I think it's
So
now
yeah,
120.
so 120. Yeah, so I lucked out, if you want to call it that. But where did I go? So I went to Graveyard. I wanted to go. I'm pretty sure I do Giant straight to Hand of the King, but I did not want to go to Cavern because it would have been longer. It would have been way longer than Sepulchre, I think. So I'm pretty sure that's why I decided to come here, even though it's cursed. And then, I remember this clear. So I got five left, and there's an Elite Inquisitor below me. And I think I do a stomp and a shoot here. There it is.
Oh,
yeah,
that
so
was
just
great.
Oh my God.
That was a great play.
Yeah.
I still don't understand why there are so many elites near Curse. Yes, it's so
They're
annoying.
They're trolling us.
They're trolling.
They're absolutely trolling.
In my opinion, it happens the most in Sanctuary. I don't know about you guys.
Yep.
I think they're the most. Most people say shrines. No, for me it's like Sanctuary.
Oh yeah.
The most annoying. You don't know what you're gonna get. Is it in the first phase? Is it in the second phase?
Right.
Yeah.
And then the other thing too is the curse chest. You're saying it could be it early on in that first phase. It could be between the sections in the second phase. But when the enemies pop out of those statues, you don't know if they're going to be elites or not. So you might just be walking down, and then an elite golem pops out of nowhere, and you're just like, oh no, this is
annoying.
not good. This is not good.
And not only that, sometimes there is that thing nearby that protects them, the protectors.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Oh, yeah.
so they pop out, and then you think you can hit them, and then they are protected. So
Yes,
annoying there.
And I could be talking out of my ass here, but I remember at least some sort of official information about how with this biome that we're on right now, which is called
It's not called the Time Castle. It's called the Forgotten Sepulchre.
You're never gonna let that go.
Nope.
Tell me what is happening here. So
We
what is happening here?
were talking about biomes, and instead of
Yeah.
saying clock tower, Modesto said time castle, and it's. I am never gonna let him live that down. I love it. It's so funny.
Time Castle is a good name, though.
It's great, dude. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Come on, let's go to the Time Castle now. It's amazing.
Yeah. But this was the Forgotten Sepulcher.
Yeah, so I think I remember someone saying that this biome, the curse in this biome, is coded in to appear early on. So at least the first cursed chest, you're always gonna get early on.
Yeah, I think you get it before. It's going to be before the
It's before the
locked door.
first. Yeah.
Right.
Also, for the second one, if you have unlocked the first door, there is no cursed chest anymore.
Yeah. So this biome works like that, but Graveyard doesn't have anything like that, so you can get the curse anywhere. And Sanctuary also doesn't have that. And from a dev point of view, I'm like, well, it's not worth it for them to code it for the cursed chest to appear on the worst possible times,
Yeah.
because it would just be extra work. So you know it's random, but at the same time, it feels like the game is fucking with us.
Yeah, of course. But in Sanctuary, you can get a second one, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, you can, but there's
And
no
in Graveyard,
code
you
for-
can't. In Graveyard is just one. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Can we for 1 second just talk about how awful that section of enemies were? There was
What you did-
It's terrible.
there was the cursor under there. There was, oh my god, and I got cursed. I might go to, do I go to giant
Oh.
curse, dude? Oh no, there's an elite here.
Ooh, but that
So that's the only way I can clear the curse. But there was the Inquisitor protected by the diamond shields or whatever it was, and then there was the cursor, and then a bunch of other stuff. I should not. I think I'm looking here, but if I'm smart, I'm not going to try to buy anything until after I clear this curse. Yep, there you go. Okay, just in case.
For the mimic. For the mimic.
Just in case, dude. Yep,
Yeah.
just in case.
I make the mistake all the time.
Gotta roll the dice here. I don't even remember what happened.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh, it's fine. Not too bad. There we go. We're okay.
That was good.
That was
Wow.
great.
That's
That was
crazy,
great.
man. I'm sorry, but you guys were talking about the curses being near elites and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit imbalanced. Also in Bank, you know. Other than that, I don't know. Curses sometimes, I think they are very unfair, but I can't imagine this
Yeah.
game without curses anymore.
I know.
But
And-
I was hoping they would like rework curses a little bit with the update, you know. I think it is
Yeah.
fine for curse chests, but not for the curse biomes, the mobs. But I don't know how you should do it.
Ooh.
That's what I was gonna ask. Is like, what do you think would be a good way to?
I don't know.
Right.
I have no idea.
Yeah. It's tough because I feel like the devs kind of agreed with us.
If I had to
because-
redesign, oh sorry, go ahead.
No, because the cursed update was they were reworking the curses and the curse mechanics in general. I don't think they plan to add the anathema or anathema,
Mm-hmm.
the misericord with the current cursed system. Like I think the cursed update was supposed to be a way to make curses a more viable playstyle to people. And yeah, we saw with the Disappointed Giants cursed video that you can definitely make cursed sword and cursed runs viable with what is it, Damned Vigor?
Yep.
That was
But
cool.
I think the devs were planning to go even further than that, and the things that happened, the way that they happened, made it so this is what we get. But I think the devs also agreed with us here.
I wonder if, because you know, it's such a hard thing to think about because there obviously needs to be a negative of the curse without a positive, right? Or at least that's the way that I look at it. So I wonder, like, if a viable thing would have been to make it so that way the more curse you have, the more damage you take, or maybe
Could be.
like, you know, if you have like 10 curse, you'll take whatever it is, 200% damage, and maybe the one hit protection's off or something, you know, like maybe something like
Yeah.
that. But it's hard to really envision what else, like what that would look like, you know?
That would be better. Someone asked me that before the curse biomes were a thing, and I was like, if I had to rework it, I would say, okay, you get a scroll. If you don't complete the curse, you don't get the scroll or something. You don't get the extra power. That could also be a thing, but I'm not a game dev, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough because when you're thinking about those things, there's so many angles that need to be approached, balance-wise and fun-wise.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is something that the gaming industry is struggling with nowadays.
Yeah.
Because content creators, yes, they have valid opinions, and I mean us here, but we are far.
Oh, we have valid opinions. I know that for sure.
But we are far from the average people that play Dead Cells, right? Our skill level. And this is not me bragging or you
No,
guys bragging because I'm talking about you guys. I haven't played Dead Cells in years.
We're not average. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. It is how it is, right?
And it's tough. Like if you check out the. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Let's go.
Oh, that's,
How happy were you?
Very.
Nice.
that's delicious.
Yep.
Oh my god, that's perfect for this run.
Aren't you gonna get one anyways?
No.
Or is it on the?
That's
Okay,
that's on
no
the
spoils.
that's on the true ending. Yeah, I didn't do the true ending because by the time I got through this run, I was like, I'm done. I'm good.
Yeah.
You know.
Because I want to ask, why did you keep the bow for Giant?
It's a good question. I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think when I was in the shop, I think there was even like a twin daggers or balance blade or something. I just upgraded the bow and just kept going, even though it wasn't the best move.
Nice.
So I made two moves that could have been better back to back. You know.
But you survived,
I did. Yep. Couple hairy moments, man, but I made it
and
through.
you have all your curse flasks. So
Got all my flasks. I got. Oh,
look at that! Look at that
damage.
damage.
even without support, I mean, the 50% from frontline shield is just so good. Oh,
It's so good.
Oh,
oh,
no.
there it is. There's the hit. It's fine though. I really don't need. I feel like I really don't need much else.
If you only
know?
get hit by a mob,
Yep.
those are the worst, right?
It's a badge of honor, man. It's a badge of honor
Yes.
to do that, right?
Happened to me too. When someone commented, "Rip, you did it perfect, but got hit by a mob."
It's like, man. Up. So here we go. Slowly walking into the 5BC biome. What is it? If you don't want to get spoiled, don't watch.
Don't want to get spoiled. Otherwise, come on in.
There it is. There it is.
Come on in.
Yeah. So we got spoiler biome, and then after that we'll get spoiler boss. I feel like. I mean, you've mentioned this before, Daniel. You know the amount of. Oh wait,
Good choice,
dude. Do I take this and?
Nice.
Oh.
You did?
Yep. You know what?
Oh.
I
crazy.
remember this now. I knew that when we talked about this that you were going to be part of this video, so I got the blood sword. That's why I did it. I remember that. Now.
What an honor! What
There
an
we
honor.
go. I remember that. But of
I'm
course,
gonna
like,
call Moshi Twin, and they are going to rename it the Daniel Sword.
they should. That's beautiful, dude.
Please.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Daniel, yeah. I don't even know why I'm doing this. I think I just ran out of stuff to buy with the cells, and because I didn't go to High Peak Castle, I didn't hit the forge, so I'm just like, at this point, I'm just chucking money wherever, I think. But I remember I specifically got that blood sword for that reason, because I got
Thanks, man.
I got the sim lance, and I was like, wait, I don't remember finishing the game with that, and now I know why. But you bring up a good point when this comes up, Daniel, as far as spoilers. Like, the Astrolab was in the trailers, right? So
Yeah. So I look, I get spoiler boss. You know, it's
Mhm.
even though when you look back, it's pretty obvious who it is, but forget that. This is literally shown in the trailer, so everybody, and I'm for me, it doesn't matter if everyone wants to call it a spoiler, it's fine. But it doesn't make sense to me, because if you see the trailer, it's literally there. Yeah, so,
That's the rate I can get behind.
But it is. I think this is one of the most beautiful looking biomes in the game. I love it so much.
Totally.
100%.
The moon is just so pretty
Yeah.
in the back there.
Oh yeah. And then I think I popped disengagement like right at the beginning or something. I remember this was a little bit tough
Oh,
too.
you still have it now?
Yeah, I still have it. I feel like it pops at some point early on, but I could be wrong. We'll see. But yeah, this biome's it's really beautiful. The music is great. I don't know. I feel like as far as final, quote unquote, final levels go, this one's really up
this
there.
really feels like endgame. This.
Yep.
The crescendo, it's amazing.
Absolutely.
I have that last with Dracula's Castle and Infested Shipwreck, but that's just me.
No, totally.
We're
Yeah.
talking
'cause-
about that.
Yeah, both of those are
you
kind of
wouldn't-
like a slog a little bit to try to get through those
Yeah.
compared to this. You know.
Hey, that's a good one.
There we go.
That is a good one.
Did a salute to the RNG gods?
Little bit, yeah. Well, I mean, we were before we started recording, we watched that 5BC boss, and Daniel, I think one of you mentioned, like, 32 scrolls is a little low. I think that's there. It is.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. I think I finished this with 32 scrolls as well, so also a little low.
I
but-
think you had one Challenge Rift and an extra curse chest, and now a good dual scroll.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And you have a 3 necklace.
I do have a 3 necklace, yeah.
And it's still 32. That's
Yeah.
still low.
I skipped High Peak, so I missed out on 1.
That's true.
Possibly 2, but yeah, I don't know,
Yeah.
man. It's a great. Yeah, this is low anyways. Yeah. Well, the other thing too is I went Promenade, and then where did I go? Graveyard has less fragments than the Slumbering Sanctuary, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
so that might
for
have been
sure.
part of it too.
One,
I don't know.
I think one less. And of course, Sepulchre has also less than. So it makes sense. I love that this game is doing that. Like, okay, we have biomes in the same section. The one is harder than the other, so go to the easy biome, that's fine, but you get less rewards. Like how it should be. Because otherwise, no one would go anymore to the other ones. Because what's the
Right.
point?
Yeah, totally. Oh no, did that replace... Oh, the other potion.
So here you have always like 2 dual scrolls, right? In this biome.
Yes. Yep.
You don't have any. No, you don't have any normal scrolls. Sometimes there's 1 fragment, but that's just small.
So at the beginning of the game, there are 3 random fragments that generate in any level. So they could be like, so it could like there could be a random fragment in, like, you know, you see them in prison depths every once in a while. If you don't go to prison depths, you just don't see the bonus fragments. So there's a chance you could get none of them. But levels like this in prisoners' quarters, that's how you know it's the bonus one for sure.
So that's how it goes. I thought they were completely random.
Yeah, the 3 of them are random, but like they're designated. They're designated at the beginning of when the seed generates it. That's where it says what levels the scrolls are in. Those scroll fragments. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh.
This
Okay.
game has so much depth.
Lots of depth, and lots of bugs.
Okay.
Right.
So what do you think about this one? I saw a video from Zimmeril Ferry. I think everybody knows. He's one of the OGs on YouTube for Dead Cells.
Mhm.
And he said that he wanted to see a chance of a curse chest here. And that it would be so cool. What do you think about this?
Yes.
Yes.
1%.
Of course.
1%.
1%. Yeah. Like Prisoner Quarters.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I
Yeah,
love
because it would be uncommon enough for it to not affect most people's runs, but when it does happen, you've likely
It's
been
amazing.
here. You've likely been here enough to know that you can handle it, and it'll just make it more exciting. So yeah, I absolutely agree. Yeah,
You really thought about this.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
yeah, man. That's because I mean,
Yeah,
you
I
can
agree.
Get
I
you
agree
can get
totally.
a mimic. You can get a mimic here too, right? So you might as
Yeah.
well be able to get a curse. So
I thought, was it last video that we did that you got a mimic?
Yeah.
Where I made your build?
I think so, dude. I think it was that.
With the food?
Yep, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
it
it
was with
was
the
that
food.
one. Yep.
And you said I only saw it twice or something.
Yep, that was the
Yeah, I
second
remember
time.
now.
And they were both on live playing. So one of them was a commentary I did by myself, doing live, and the mimic was there. And then there was another one where you and I did it live, and that was that's what happened, dude. It was crazy.
That was crazy.
It was crazy. Yeah.
Damn.
That was a cool run. I know you got like Queen's Rapier.
Oh, that was so fun. Well, it's just nice too, because I mean, you guys both know, like, you know, Modesto, you were talking about this a little bit earlier as far as like making decisions with mutations and this and that. But like, Daniel, when you just picked my build and told me what to play, it made things easy. I didn't have to think at all. It was great. It was great.
The bosses, and I was a little bit surprised myself because it was survival, and survival is known to be a little bit less damage, of course, more health. But I think the damage was good. Of course, the Queen's Rapier helped.
Yep.
Only, I think Queen's Rapier is not loved by the community, but I like it. I like it very much, by the way.
It's a good one, yeah. I dig it too.
You get some crazy good stagger with when you do hold to attack with, I think it's the infantry
Pure nail.
bow.
Also Pure Nail.
Yeah, pure nail. Yeah, that's
Pure
it.
Nail is insane. You can literally, you know, Mamatic?
Mhm.
You know the very first phase?
Oh yeah.
You can get her there. If
my
you just hold to attack and press forward, she can do anything, and she will not come above the body.
And you also taught me about the shovel.
Yeah, the shovel.
Mamatic.
I was doing a
Yeah.
shovel run, and then that happened, and I was like, oh damn.
Oh, you did a video on that, didn't
Yeah.
you, Daniel? Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
For how to flawless bosses easy, and I only did that. I think I should do more, but that was funny. Yeah, the shovel is amazing for Mamatic.
But can you imagine a shovel being the best weapon against a underwater monster
Yeah.
mother?
How did you know about that cross grenade
Oh,
thing?
I had gotten the bell tower key a couple of times randomly, and I didn't understand it because I've been doing fresh files forever, and then
Yeah.
I noticed in version 1.8 I would use a cluster grenade in the prisoners' quarters, and the oven knights, or the whatever they're called, when you hit their shields, they would aggro against you and they attack you. I would use a cluster grenade, and then other oven knights that I didn't even get to were aggroed. So I was like, the cluster grenade must have hit these, and then I don't remember exactly how I figured it out, but like I think something like that. I got the bell tower key again, and I was like, wait a second. So then I did another test with just in general, because you can do it. The key will still drop even if you already have the punishment. So I did another couple runs, and I figured it out. And then I said,
Nice.
I am not going to put this online until Dead Cells is done, so it doesn't get patched out. And that's what I did. There you go.
That's smart.
There you go.
That's smart.
Yep.
And
Because that is how I got
literally-
mine, but I didn't know.
Right.
I didn't know.
Yeah, it's a
until
surprise.
I saw
for
your video,
people.
and
yeah,
I know that I said it to you. That's how I got it.
it's wild.
This is literally how things are found out. You guys are crazy, insanely good at this game. Daniel finding out the shovel tech.
Yeah.
You finding out about the cluster grenade.
And
That's amazing.
I think we talked about this a bit too. You found out about the what do you call them? The sore losers and the grenade damage too, right, Daniel?
Yeah, I had the oil grenade, and I killed one, and I was like, wait, why am I not getting cursed? And I was like, maybe I should throw the grenade again. And I was like, okay. So I said it in a video, and there was a subscriber that tested it and put a whole list in the comments. I was like, I'm gonna pin this so everybody can see. And yeah, that was just coincidence. Okay, but we are at the boss now. So
This is it.
Talk us
This
through.
is the build.
Talk
Yeah,
us through,
so-
because this is the big moment.
This is the big moment. So I got the blood sword. Obviously, it's got 80% to poison. The sinew slicer has toxic cloud. I got the legendary frontline shield, so I'm getting plus 50% for 6 seconds normally, and then who is it? Surprise! We forgot.
Oh
to...
no, who would have
Oh,
guessed?
no.
No.
but he was
betrayal.
our friend.
The
And we were
betrayal.
the good guys.
But yeah, so I got bonus point is boson. Oh my god! See, here's my English, right? Bonus poison damage on the blood sword, and then toxic cloud on the sinew slicer. I think I took vengeance instead of combo for safety. I'm pretty sure. And then I got my ice armor. So, and then the legendary frontline shield after you parry, it gives you the plus 300% attack bonus for your first hit. So, I'm pretty sure I made sure there was no freeze on parry there. I actually think it has poison on parry.
Oh, I hate that.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's the worst.
Especially for Konjuk.
Yeah. So we're getting here. So the betrayal is finished. All of the cells that we've been getting that we didn't put into the forge are in this guy's
Gone?
in the flask now, and this guy's gonna drink it. I love Dude, I love the sound effect when he drinks it, and it's like dun
Yeah.
dun dun. Oh, it's so good, so good, right? Oh, it's amazing. Here it comes. Dude, I love it. It's so funny.
It's
man.
so good. It's so good.
And then it's great too. So when you come to the first room here, there's actually the glass in the background has a syringe. Like if you look in the middle glass, it's a pattern of a syringe.
Oh my god, I never noticed
How
that.
sick is that? Isn't that so cool?
Oh,
learning
it
every day.
literally is.
Yeah.
More than 1,200 hours, and I never seen that, bro. That's crazy.
It's great, man.
But you do a lot of
and then-
damage.
Oh yeah, and I grabbed support too, so that way we're doing okay. Like you said, scroll counts are a little low. I don't remember what level Blood Sword is. Maybe it's level 10, I think. But it's good enough, and I feel like at this point, I'm feeling good enough between disengagement and vengeance to know that I can pull this off. But it does feel a little bit slow, but obviously it goes okay. Obviously we win.
It goes better than okay, my dude.
Yeah, so I think this is the third flask after. Oh, that was the second flask, I think. So we got one more after here. Yeah, and I think
this is
yeah,
one
I'm
of the
trying to-
hardest attacks he does. I find this one harder than the laser, to be honest.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
oh yeah, because the timing's a little strange, and like
Yeah.
you can jump and roll through it, but it's a little awkward, man.
The shield is better, but
You know.
it's still a little bit inconsistent. That's a great parry.
Here we go. There it is.
Oh,
All
come
right,
on, do
let's get it out. Let's get it done. And then, oh yeah, I hate when that happens, when you go to
Yeah.
finish it and then you get stuck behind an attack. But
But you did it!
I did, man.
The Iron
That
Man, dude.
Yeah.
This
So the
is-
way that,
Congratulations!
thank you. The way that the collector just fell is like how I fell out of my chair when I was done. I'm just like, I'm good.
Like,
I'm
for
done.
these kind of things, we have cameras, you know?
Done, man. But yeah, so got through all. So there was 6 total runs back to back. And like I had mentioned in earlier videos, I didn't do them without a break. I did one on a Friday night, and then I did the other 5, the next day, and I, took food breaks and bathroom breaks and stuff. But it was within a small enough period of time for me to get exhausted by it. So I feel like that's a win.
But at this moment, you must have felt great, right? Let's be honest.
Oh, I felt so good.
Yeah, right.
I felt so good. I felt so good.
Cool, man.
But that's it. So we made it through. What do we got here? Oh, we got like another minute. We can still whatever. But I want to thank you both for being a part of this, both individually in the 1 and 3 BC runs, but also for this. There's a lot of anyone listening to us, you can tell there's a lot of respect between the 3 of us and admiration. So it's really, really important. It was great for me to have you guys here to hang out and talk the whole time.
Absolutely my pleasure, and thank you so much for inviting me. Modesto, great pleasure again. I hope we meet soon for a collab.
Oh yeah, totally. I make Giant's words and Daniel's words my own. It's been a pleasure. I just it literally feels like meeting your idols.
Oh, stop.
Thanks, man.
I swear to God, from the very first time we started interacting, it's always
It's
been a
likewise,
pleasure.
by the way.
I adore you guys. Congratulations
Thank you, man.
Same.
on the run.
Thank you.
Congratulations on everything, and thank you guys. You make my life better. The subs,
Oh, thank
the
you so
people that are
much.
watching, and you guys specifically. I really enjoy our talks, even outside of the game and the collabs. Just enjoying the game and just sharing happiness with each other. I'm so thankful.
Me too, man.
too.
I was so happy we could do this quick,
Me too. And that,
because I
Modesto,
was looking forward.
that's
to
what it's all about, man. Right? It's not just about the
Yep.
videos. It's not just about the blood sword. It's about sharing stuff together and just having a good time and making things better for each other, man. So I appreciate the both of you guys. And I guess we'll wrap it up, right?
it. Yes.
Oh yeah,
All right.
totally.
Yep. All right. So as always, thanks for watching and good luck out there.